From diamond and gemstone studs to must-have tennis bracelets and beautiful birthstone necklaces. With our everyday competitive prices and unmatched free lifetime warranty, Shane Company is your go-to destination for fine jewelry. Visit shaneco.com and come in to see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Let's go!
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma.
This hour is brought to you by the Harnish Auto family.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
Styled by Simply Seattle.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Eward and Mike Salk.
All right, let's do this. It's a Brock and Salk Show. Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com, Seattle Sports app, and all the podcast platforms. I won't sing again today. That was a one-day only thing yesterday.
I tried to tell you, and you said I was being mean or raining on your parade.
I know. I'm sorry about that. You were right.
Okay.
I'll keep the singing out of the early morning portion of the show. Maybe that'll make one of these podcast reviewers happy. Let's see. I got some new podcast reviews. Yeah, we got a couple. You want to hear about them? We got a couple.
Yes.
Let's see. I got a 5-star review. Says best show in the Pacific Northwest, best Seahawks and Mariners sports show around. A little Gonzaga basketball talk would be cool, but I definitely could care a little less about Brock and his bow down life, but I get it. So, all right, best show, despite some of our various flaws. And then we've got Pumpkinhead and Banana Boy. Somebody had to say it. Brock has a giant pumpkin head. And Salk, you eat fancy, overpriced bananas. I mean, I did once. It's not like that's something I eat every day.
I mean, we did kind of have, there was a lot of buildup on the show.
That's true.
To it.
It's weird to start coming up with that now, though, right? I mean, that was like 4 years ago.
That was Salk's show. That was before Brock was back.
That was a while ago. That plus your opinions and overall personality is why Gino doesn't follow you. Well, it's not that he doesn't follow me. It's that he blocked me. It's sort of a difference. Anyway, also, I understand the DK take, but that's a teardown and rebuilding move, and the Seahawks aren't doing that. Lastly, how many times has Ernest Jones watched the Halloween classic Ernest Scared Stupid? That's a great question. We'll have to find out.
I used to love Ernest Goes to Camp when I was a kid.
That seems right. You're an Ernest. You're sort of an earnest person.
What does that mean?
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, you sort of have an earnest sense of humor. That makes sense. So anyway, that's a 5-star review from Phineas Worrell, Pumpkinhead, and Banana Boy. And then we got one here where I'm getting crushed by somebody who says, the Mike Salk monologue is awful. He can't do it. You need Brock or more guests. You're saying the same thing over and over, and it's obvious you're just filling time till the next segment. It's freaking boring. No more Salk monologue. Marine Layer podcast reviews at 4.7 stars. Just saying, maybe stop being mean to Lyle, even though he's kind of dumb. All right, well.
Jeez.
No, I don't deny being dumb.
Yeah. So you're sort of okay with that. It's part of the.
Well, maybe Lyle's the
charm.
secret recipe. How can we get to 4.7? Lyle?
Yeah. Well, probably be nicer, I think. Right?
I won't say no.
There you go. Good advice from Lyle. Anyway, there's a couple Apple podcasts. If you want, you can always download the show on Apple, despite my inability to give a monologue. And yeah, I guess leave us a review. 5 stars would be great. Or, 3 stars like Ryan Carr did because he was so upset about my monologues. Whatever works for you. Even better, download the app and then you can leave us messages for Here's the Thing, which Maura will be putting together after the show today. And we'll have them for you tomorrow at 8 o'clock. And we'll see if we can come up with some funny stuff this week. That would be great. Let's see. Where do we want to start? Let's start with the World Series last night. I'm afraid that I was right and wrong about last night's game. Good news, I was wrong about Shohei. He looked better last night. He looked more comfortable. He looked much more able to swing. I give the man credit. He looked better. He really did. I was concerned after watching him 2 nights ago that it was just he wasn't able to swing. I mean, every time he did, the left hand went flying off. It was just the right arm coming all the way through. You're probably too young to remember this name, but there used to be a hitting coach. I think it was Walt Horiniak, and he taught like the helicopter swing. He was sort of like that was his thing, where your bottom hand came flying off, and it was really, your top hand would come off, and it was just your bottom hand that would swing all the way through. And that was like his thing was the helicopter swing. And that's sort of what it looked like Shohei was doing because he couldn't use the other arm to swing all the way through. And we were sitting here saying, okay, he can't swing, but he can run. Turns out last night the opposite was true. He was able to swing, and I thought he looked much more comfortable at the plate. I don't know whether he can hit a home run in his current state, honestly. But he delivered a single, which is more than I thought he was going to be capable of doing, and that at least makes him a threat every time he comes up. What was surprising was that he can't run because he's got to hold his arm in one place. So he's sort of jogging out there, to be honest. He doesn't have sort of the regular Shohei Ohtani speed where you're going to steal bases and kind of be a threat on the base path. So I was a little surprised to see that was all sort of opposite day last night, but he looked better. And I certainly take back everything I said about maybe giving him a day off or two because he looked just fine, or better anyway, at the plate than he had the day before.
Yeah, he basically flew out to the warning track last night in center field. So maybe
impressed.
he can't hit a home run, but he got close.
Yeah, I give the man credit. It was like superhuman, I think, what he was able to do last night. On the other hand, I still hate what the Dodgers did with their bullpen day. And maybe they didn't really have a choice. Maybe there really weren't any other options. But I feel like they gave the Yankees life by just throwing the weaker parts of their bullpen over the course of a day. And they gave up 11 runs. Now, there's an argument to be made that the Yankees are going to waste all those runs, and that's going to be it. But now they get back to Garrett Cole, right? And now, you allow them life once again. And you used up a huge portion of your bullpens. You better hope that you get what you were wanting today from Jack Flaherty. What if Flaherty goes 4 innings today, 3 innings today? It's not unusual, by the way, in these playoffs to see even good pitchers not get particularly deep in games, especially in that stupid ballpark where you can hit a bunch of home runs down the right field line that travel 240 feet. Yeah, it can happen. All of a sudden, Jack Flaherty's out after 3, and now you're back to the rest of that bullpen that wasn't able to get it done yesterday. And I don't know. You give them 2, who's the pressure on after that? If I'm the Dodgers, I want to win tonight. I don't want to go back to L.A. with them having all the momentum, having won 2 straight games. You've given them life. Aaron Judge had, 2 hits on base 3 times yesterday? Looked a lot better, a lot more comfortable. Great. If I'm the Dodgers, yesterday is kind of a disaster. What was the number? Did you give me the number yesterday about the number of times series that were 3-0 didn't even make it to 5 games? Were you telling me that?
Somebody was, and they mentioned it on the broadcast last night. I roughly want to say they said since 78.
Yeah. Very few, right?
Yeah.
I mean, generally, once you get to 3-0, you win 4-0. There aren't teams have never come back, as we know, but most of those series never even made it to a 5th game. So you give them life, anything can happen after that because you win tonight. And all of the pressure goes on to the Dodgers to try to win games 6 and 7. So, yeah, I was disturbed at the way all of that went down last night. And if I'm the Dodgers, I want to take care of business tonight. I want to see Jack Flaherty shove. I want to see Freddie Freeman hit a home run in a 5th straight game in this World Series, 7th straight overall, which is just insane. Just insane. I turned the game on yesterday. I was I was watching the hockey. I was oh, wait, man, I got to go flip over to the game. Already 2-0. Dude. And I was come on. There's no way. It was oh, my God, it was a Freddie Freeman home run. I honestly didn't believe that would be the case until I turned over there. I was oh, my God, it's true. This son of a gun hit another home run in the 1st inning. He's out of control. It is truly a remarkable story.
You just have to wonder who the World Series MVP is going to be if the Dodgers end up winning. It's tough to say.
Could be anybody. Yeah. Anyway, let's see. The Dodgers need to win. I'm not prepared to see the Yankees make their way back into the World Series and eventually win it.
Got this.
I'm not wired for that. If you're looking for any small Mariner connection, seeing Anthony Volpe last night hit that home run, he uses the same hitting coach as Julio. Oswaldo Diaz. So if you're looking for any small cool sign, I guess that would be it. Volpe, he's a Ovi guy. That's about all I got for you in terms of relevancy to the Mariners last
Well, if you
night.
want glass half full for the Dodgers winning tonight, they did save all their A guys last night. So you have Vesey available, you have Trinan available, you have all those guys available. So
That's
that
all
could
good.
help.
As long as Flaherty can get you deep enough into the game for that to be, for that to matter, then great. I think the Dodgers, you're right, are in really good shape. You get yourself into trouble early tonight, which is certainly possible with that lineup in that building, and everything kind of changes a little bit. All right, well, that was my opening monologue. I'm sorry it was so terrible. I'm sorry that I can't do it, but that's what I got for today. If you've got a little time this morning, can I implore you to go over to seattlesports.com or on our app, and you can read my story. This is the title it was given. Salk. Richard Sherman is right about what the Seahawks need. Kinda. That was what Brent put the headline as. I don't know how I feel about that. Richard Sherman is right. I don't know whether I want those words to be attributed to me, but I guess it's true. He did kind of get me thinking, and he is right, but for all the wrong reasons. You can go read about it, seattlesports.com. Maybe I'll give you a little bit more on it later in the morning. Coming up, though, we'll give you everything you need to know. It's next on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy.
I was shocked to see so many Bills fans here in attendance. I do find myself of two minds with this because this is where I see the fan base split. If you want me to show up, then you got to win. On the flip side, you show up no matter what. What do you think?
I think both are right. If you want fans to commit to supporting you, you got to put out a product that they must see. Then you look at the side. If you are a true fan of your team, you support them no matter what.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Want to keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Hanging up your lights can be a tangly mess. Leave it up to us and save yourself the stress. We'll install our lights, they're custom fit to you. We do residential and commercial too. So call Seattle Holiday Lights. We'll hang them up, we'll take them down, we'll do it right. So call Seattle Holiday Lights. Seattle Holiday Lights. Visit SeattleHolidayLights.com.
Build better benefits for your employees with the MBA Health Trust. The Master Builders Association of King and Snohomish Counties offers quality and affordable health benefits for local construction businesses. Learn more at mbahealthtrust.com.
As a Lennox Premier partner, Home Comfort Alliance has a long history of 5-star customer satisfaction. Get a dependable, energy-efficient new heat pump and save up to $4,000 when you mention the Curly Cash discount. Call the comfort people. HomeComfortAlliance.com.
Guys, your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, weight, and even ED. Schedule your free testosterone level check with the team at Revive Men's Health Seattle. Text the word BOOST, that's BOOST, to 65555 or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Message and data rates apply. Message frequency varies. Text help for help and stop to cancel. ReviveMen'sHealth.com/privacy policy for how to opt in. Info will be used and ReviveMen'sHealth.com/terms of use for terms of service.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Watch your favorite show live at seattlesports.com.
Matt Coker here from West Coast Men's Health. Guys, if you're taking Viagra or any other pill for ED, I want you to ask yourself this question. Do I want to continue to do this for the rest of my life? If you're like most men, the answer is no. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we can restore blood flow naturally without pumping your body full of chemicals like you've been doing. Guys, you need to come in today and fix this problem now. Why are you putting this off? Viagra's not going to magically start working next week, and you don't want to use shots or go under the knife. Call us today and speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. Change your life today like the thousands of men who already have. If you're tired of dealing with ED or Peyronie's disease, then call West Coast Men's Health.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
This is Stacey Rost. Is that leaky faucet driving you crazy? Don't wait until it becomes a flood. Call Ben's Plumbing, Heating, and Air. At Ben's Plumbing, they pride themselves on 5-star service, where your satisfaction is their priority. Whether it's a stubborn clog or a complete plumbing overhaul, their team of dedicated professionals is here to help with no commission sales tactics, just honest, reliable service you can count on. Call today at 206-789-5353 or visit Ben's.plumbing. That's Ben's.plumbing.
O'Brien Auto Group has some of the best new car brands in the Northwest. Those great new vehicles make the best pre-owned vehicles as well. O'BrienAutoGroup.com for the best factory certified vehicles. O'BrienAutoGroup.com for a large selection of the best pre-owned cars and trucks. O'BrienAutoGroup.com. Choose from hundreds of SUVs, trucks, hybrids, EVs, and more. O'BrienAutoGroup.com. One site is all you need. That's OBRIEN Autogroup.com.
O'Brien. This hour is brought to you by the Harnish Auto family.
Need to know. Brought to you by Ben's Plumbing, Heating, and Air.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
The Yankees live. The Yankees live. It's the last thing I wanted to be saying this morning, but it is unfortunately true. Turns out a bullpen day was not what the Dodgers needed. It's what the Bombers needed instead to break out of their offensive slump. They dropped double digits in Game 4. Anthony Volpe doing a huge bit of damage.
New York Kid, bases loaded, 2 out. Cranks a ball, deep left field. Volpe with redemption.
Yeah, Volpe hits the grand slam. You also had a 3-run shot from Gleyber Torres a little bit later. That did a large portion of the damage and pretty much neutralized the Freddie Freeman effect. He did hit another home run, but it wasn't nearly enough. The story coming out of this game, though, appears to be what happened with a fan in right field who decided that he was actually part of the game.
Fly to right by Torres. Betts in the corner. Does he have room? Fights with the fan. And they're going to say that it's an out and fan interference. So an out, 1 gone in this first. It's the second time that Gleyber Torres has hit a ball that has ended up in fan interference in this series. He had the home run turned into a double back at Dodger Stadium. And yeah, Betts has that ball in his glove, and this fan literally tries to take his glove off.
Yeah, it's a complete travesty that something like that would happen in a baseball game. And I'm trying not to get into my, baseball dorkdom sort of elitism here and be like, oh, that's just not the way it's done in this sport.
Oh, I thought you were going to go more these are how Yankees fans are.
Well, that's what I was going to say.
Okay.
Yeah. Because I'm going to try not to pull the, this this is baseball and it should be played with a sense of decorum and that. And like, I don't know. Like, I think when you start to drift into that argument, you lose a lot of people who are casual baseball fans. But you're a fan. You're not part of the game. Right? Like, I understand fans need to try to fire up their team, and that's part of being a fan, but not by physically getting after players on the other team. Obviously, this is not like the William League Jr. thing in Chicago where the guy came out and attacked the umpire. I'm not trying to make a comparison like that. This isn't the same thing. But this is not what fans should be doing. Beyond that, it's the least surprising thing I've ever seen in that pit of hell they call Yankee Stadium with all the degenerates that they have at those games. Of course, this is what happened when you allow those degenerates to be that close to actual baseball players. They just can't control themselves. Anyway, I was wrong about Shohei. Looked much more comfortable swinging the bat last night. Had his first hit since the injury. I think I was right, though, about the bullpen game being exactly what the Yankees needed. Not only did it give them a little bit of life, but maybe wears out that pen for tonight. Dodgers didn't really use their high leverage guys, but going to need Jack Flaherty to get deep into the game tonight. And this also allows Garrett Cole to get back on the mound in Yankee Stadium and Judge to get himself out of the slump that he's been in. He had a walk and a couple of hits. So we'll see where this goes. Game 5 tonight.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Well, not a huge surprise. Seahawks drop in the ESPN power rankings after getting beat down by the Bills. They were actually where they were just a couple weeks ago, back to 14th. That's where they were after the win over Atlanta. The problem remains running the ball and not being able to stop the run. Lofa Tatupu on with Bump and Stacy yesterday on that run defense.
James Cook, phenomenal running back, but I saw like 4 runs where he didn't get touched for the first 6 yards. And any running back in the NFL is still going to get 4+ yards after that if his initial contact isn't until 7 yards down the field. So I just think that's an area that we could probably, try and get creative with.
Creative would be a start. Getting hands on players would be a start. Getting off blocks would be pretty important. In fact, Mark Schlereth joined Wyman and Bob and thought that was really the key.
And just missed tackles and not getting off blocks. Like that to me, as I watch Seattle on the defensive side of the ball, that to me seems to be one of the biggest things that keeps kind of rearing its ugly head is guys are getting on you and they're staying on you and you're not defending or defeating the block. You've got to be able to, the game is played with your hands and feet, and you've got to be able to shock people. I always said when I was playing, first contact wins. So the first guy who makes contact usually wins that battle. And then it's about being physical at the point. But once you stun the offensive lineman, then you extend, what we call stacking a guy. Then you figure out where the ball is, right?
You just got to stun and stack, Maura. I've been trying to teach you this for a while. You just got to stun and then stack. You got it?
Got it.
Okay. And if they can stun and stack, then obviously this team will be in better shape. Hopefully they can start doing that because the Rams are going to try to run all over them. And we've seen it before. When they get that downhill running game going, good luck. The Rams can be an absolute handful. Might be the best team in this division when it's all said and done.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
All right, whatever Dan Bilesma said to the Kraken, it certainly worked. They exploded yesterday, scoring early and often. They blow out Montreal. Let's see. You want to start right away in the game, just not even 30 seconds in.
Out in front just by Eli Tolvanen. Jamie Oleksiak tipped in. Eli Tolvanen out in front, and Oleksiak from downtown. Good pressure right off the faceoff. 25 seconds in, the Big Rig has his first goal of the season.
The Big Rig, yep, he got it done. And then a couple minutes later, we had Riker Evans.
McCann stays with it, still holding on to it. He'll draw it back a bit, stop and start, take it deeper in the zone. Now Eberle thinks about the slot, goes to the point. Evans shot, scores! The puck has eyes for Riker Evans.
The puck may have eyes for Riker Evans. My daughter Avery has eyes for Riker Evans as well. Have you seen Riker yet, Maura?
No.
Mm-hmm.
Should I?
I don't know.
Is it
Avery certainly thinks so.
Avery's, have you seen Ken Walker? He looks like a baby, but she's very young, so that
She's
makes
12.
more
Yeah,
sense.
she's 12. Yeah. She thinks he looks like somebody, I think, from Outer Banks.
Oh, okay.
I haven't really seen Outer Banks, but she's pretty into it. Anyway, I'll only do that bit about Avery here before 7 a.m. I think after, I don't want to embarrass my daughter later in the day. Kraken were the more physical team, crisper passing team, faster team in this one. Third straight start, by the way, for Joey Daccord, who was excellent. They will be in Toronto tonight. Oh, I should have mentioned, Brandon Montour, by the way, had a hat trick. No biggie. Just a defenseman with a hat trick last night.
Most of his career, I think, right?
I mean, pretty rare for defensemen to have hat tricks. So pretty cool for Brandon Montour last night. All right. That's everything you need to know. I am still kind of blown away by the conversation that we had yesterday with Jake Dickert. I've been wanting to talk to Dickert for a while because I've just been impressed with everything he's done at Washington State and dealing with adversity. I know he'd been on with Bump and Stacy a few times, but we'd never had an opportunity to chat with him. And he lived up to it and more yesterday. I was just absolutely staggered, blown away by how awesome he was. And I really want you guys to hear it next. Some incredible thoughts on John Mateer, the quarterback. But even if you're not a Coug, like I get, if you're a Coug, you should just listen to this. You'll love it. But if you're not, there's some tremendous insight here into how to lead, how to manage, how to deal with bad things happening around you, how to turn your weaknesses into strengths. This guy is awesome, and I would send my kid to play for him any day if I could. Stick around. You'll hear from Jake Dickert next.
When you're running the hurry up and don't have time for your favorite Seattle sports shows, listen to the podcast on demand.
How about that? Unbelievable. Who would have thought?
Every hour, every interview, every look behind the scenes.
He is your new Seahawks head coach, Mike McDonald.
We want to play a certain way, and you're just going to chisel away at it every day.
Find us on seattlesports.com, the Seattle Sports app, or wherever you get podcasts.
All signs continue to point to it being the right hire.
Never miss a minute of Seattle sports, the home of the Seahawks.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here, and I know this is the time of year supposed to be pouring later today and really for the next 3 or 4 days. You want to get inside. Your dogs, your cats, your pets want to get inside. So do all of the wild animals out there, and even the little rodents, the rats, the mice. You know what I'm talking about. They want to get into your house, and then when they do, they start destroying the insulation because they're in the crawl space or the attic, and that's why Crawl Pros goes where you don't want to. Even more so, they can work on that insulation, right? You're a PSC customer, and your home was built before 1990, you might qualify to receive a rebate on up to 95% of the cost to properly insulate your crawl space or attic. Crawl Pros is actually partnering with Puget Sound Energy to provide special rebates on insulation work. So take advantage of these now and call Crawl Pros. Learn what's going on in the crawl space or attic, and then learn what energy rebates you're eligible for. Call Crawl Pros now before the cold, wet weather gets worse. If you're worried about critters, mold, water damage, insulation issues, or anything else related to your crawl space or attic, schedule a free corner-to-corner inspection at crawlpros.com.
Are you putting off your new kitchen plans? Why wait? Hi, Chad Cicchini, owner of Heritage Homecraft. Call a day for a free in-home estimate. Years of experience, thousands of happy customers. Heritage Homecraft, 425-485-1600 or heritagehomecraft.com.
Hey, it's G. Scott. Since the beginning in 2014, Nourishing Neighbors has raised over $36 million to help food banks and other hunger relief agencies in Washington. The Albertsons and Safeway Foundation would like to sincerely thank all the customers, employees, and partners over the past 10 years. Nourishing Neighbors continues to support initiatives including food for kids, grocery cards for the holidays, and innovation grants, so please keep donating and volunteering. Visit nourishingneighbors.com to learn more.
You never get a second chance to make a first impression. Superior Linen Service. 98 years providing logoed apparel, uniforms, floor mats, linens, and more. Give us a call. We answer the phone. Superior Linen Service. Visit suplinen.com.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check that your guests like spicy first before serving atomic hot wings.
Who's hungry? Oh my gosh. What are these?
You don't like them? Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Water.
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Are you ready to unleash the beast? Monster Energy is here to give you the edge this college tailgate season. Loaded with bold flavors, our powerful blend gives you the energy you need to push you beyond your limits. Tune in all season long with Monster, the energy drink of ESPN Radio College Football Tour. Power your performance with a drink that's as hungry for victory as you are. Crack open an ice-cold Monster and dominate your competition. Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Grab yours today.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
You want to talk about this, Brock? You really want to do this?
I do.
You really want to get into this?
Yeah, I got some questions.
All right. Well, I got answers.
The Brock and Salk Show is brought to you every day by Simply Seattle.
Hey, Brock Ewart here with my buddy Dave Taylor from First Mark Insurance. You know, Dave, I love sport. You love sport. And I love sitting with coaches and hearing their game plan each and every week. What are the keys to a First Mark Insurance game plan?
It's a great question, Brock. I think there's really 3 keys to a great game plan with us. Number 1 is we want to make sure that our clients have the correct coverage for their unique specific needs. So that's number 1. Do you have the right coverage? Number 2, once we have the right coverage, are we getting that coverage at the most competitive price possible? And then last and not least would be, once we have the right coverage at the most competitive price, are we providing world-class service to those customers so that when they need it, they have someone there that's got their back?
Those are the 3 keys to a First Mark Challenge victory. And man, am I so glad Molly and I took the challenge. We are one of so many through a decade plus of being a First Mark Challenge victory. You can too. Just simply go to firstmarkinsurance.com. Firstmarkinsurance.com.
All right, guys, you looking for a fun night out? It's Mike Salk here to remind you that Snoqualmie Casino is just the place to go, unwind, and have some fun and eat some great food. Make sure to check out 12 Moons. And then Vista Prime Steaks and Seafood has the amazing happy hour menu that starts at 4 p.m. And Falls Buffet, they're serving up all your favorites like the prime rib every day, the fresh pasta, made-to-order stir-fried noodles, pizza, salad bar, dessert bar. They make their pies every day. All with breathtaking views of the Snoqualmie Valley and Mount Si. It is Seattle's closest, only 30 minutes from downtown, Snoqualmie Casino. Please game responsibly.
Did you know most people spend a third of their lives sleeping? If we spend that much time asleep, it better be worth it. Hi, I'm Dr. Nick Kugler with the Washington Center for Sleep. We help people improve their sleep by treating snoring and sleep apnea. Once you sleep better, you have more energy, less stress, and you live a better life. If you snore or aren't sleeping well, we can help. Visit us in Seattle, Bellevue, or at wasleep.com. That's wasleep.com. Sleep better, feel better. That's the Washington Center for Sleep way.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Really excited about this, Brock. We've been talking about this story for a while. I just think what's happened at Washington State is an incredible story over the course of not really just this season, but the last couple of years, especially this season after what happened with the Pac-12 last year. And so the guy who has led the team through a lot of turmoil incredibly successfully is Coach Jake Dickert, and he's kind enough to take a few minutes with us right now. Coach, thank you for joining us. We appreciate it.
Well, absolute pleasure to be on. I know how many Cougs represent us on that west side, so it's an honor to be on with you guys.
God, it feels like everybody I know is a Coug who represents you here on the west side, and all of my favorite people I've met here in Seattle over the last 15 years are Cougs.
Hey.
They are all of them. Every one of my favorite people. Yeah, it's true. Go figure.
That's good.
Yeah, thanks, Coach.
Well, the Huskies lost you at Bow Down. Okay, let's be very clear. The first weekend, you were like, the fight song's what? Bow Down? And
yeah, I was out.
And it's been over.
It's just obnoxious. It's always been obnoxious. It always will be obnoxious. Anyway, let's talk to Coach and not to you, Brock. Coach,
okay. All right.
What has made this team work this year?
Well, I think it's unique, and it's something that we've gone through our journey. You know, it really started all the way back to January 1st. Is go back to last year. We didn't get what we wanted. You know, we had a great start to the season. We went through tremendous adversity and went through a really tough stretch. And I don't think you can ever appreciate winning until you understand losing. And these kids had to learn that. And that's something I can't teach them. We went through it together. they stayed here to be successful and create success here at Washington State because they got great pride in it. And I think we're seeing the fruits of our labor. And these guys understand process. They stayed true to our process. It's never been pretty. It's been ugly but effective this year, and we stacked up a bunch of 1-0s. So just really proud of our team, their resiliency and grit. And I think it just embodies Pullman and what we've been through, and I think that's important to shine the light for all Cougs.
So you're on a bye week. Do we find you in Cancun this morning? Where do we go on a bye? Bahamas? Where's a Coug go during bye week?
I took a day off, Brock, with the family on Sunday, carved some pumpkins, did a little cookout, and then kind of Monday back here, watched some tape, just got done with the team meeting and kind of framed what we needed to do. And we'll work lightly here for a couple of days and then get the weekend off before really getting ready for this big finish.
Hey, let me come back to something you just said. You got to understand losing to appreciate winning. I love the thought. Is that harder in today's youth sports world where maybe a lot of the kids that you're getting haven't done a lot of losing? Well, I think it just goes back to parenting, right? I never let my two boys, they're 9 and 7, win at anything when we compete. I'm tough on them. And there's a lot of tears that are involved in that. And my wife's like, you can let them win. I said, they need to understand losing. And sometimes that comes off tough. But we're in a microwave society. Everyone wants instant success. They want the prize without the process. They're told how great they are from a young age. And that's not how life works. And it's definitely not how the game of football works. So to see these guys go through something hard, and you can either, fight what's happening to you or fight each other. And we're fighting what happened to us. And we learn from that. So to be able to come back 3 times in the fourth quarter and win games, there's no flinch in our team. And that comes from a real belief in each other. And I think that's the important part of learning how that goes, and it has to be trained. You're right. But at the end of the day, these kids want to do it. And I think if you show them, you're honest with them, they crave discipline and accountability, right? They don't always love it, but at the end of the day, in the big picture, they understand why they need it. And we surrounded ourselves with the right kids, not just the most talented ones. Do you have we're talking to Coach Jake Dickert from Washington State. Do you have a method for when you're recruiting, trying to figure out which kids have that and which kids don't?
Yeah, it's called recruiting the Pullman, Washington. Sometimes they just show up and it's not for them. And people have looked at that as a downside sometimes. I say, no, this is who we are, guys. We sit in my office, we look out the windows, I got the best view in town. And it's like, you got to embrace this. You got to understand what it is, right? It is agriculture. It is wheat. It is toughness. It is creating a connection because we have each other and not a bunch of fancy things to do. That is who we are. And I think that is a separator because you got to love football here. Like, you got to love it. And you got to be part of what you want to do, and it's got to be really important to you. So, and I think you don't come here for the shine and the light. You come here for the team. So I think it is, and I never take that in a bad way because I love this place. But at the end of the day, it does separate people who really want to be here. And when Washington State has created success, we've had tons of people from coaches to players to administrators that love Pullman, Washington, and I think that's what you see out of this team.
I want to get to that winning and losing thing because I had a thought on that as well. But you're not flying guys in at 9:30 at night anymore. I used to hear that rumor, right? Are there still a couple guys you fly in really late when it's dark and, they can pull up to campus and everything else or the hotel? Now you got nice hotels in Pullman too, by the way. Some really good ones. You're not doing that anymore?
No, there's stories of Coach Price. RVing them down with the shades closed so they couldn't see anything from Spokane to Pullman. We embrace it all, guys. I mean that because you got to understand what that journey's about.
Yep. When you talk about winning and losing, that's just not on the 100-yard field as well. I'm going to guess some of the losing. I'm still not over it. Right? It's still frustrating to me. I still get really angry and emotional about a conference that I played in, and I know it's going to be coming back and it's going to look a little bit different. But have you come to grips with that side of all that happened over the last couple years, and how much of that losing some of the fabric of, Washington, Oregon, SC, and UCLA also comes into play of helping you win as well?
It's a great question, Brock. I would say last year, the biggest thing I learned is I tried to take on everything because when the Pac-12 did fall apart, when people don't talk about it, it really affects our community. really affects our university, and it's a big deal. And I tried to know that my voice was the biggest voice that was heard throughout everywhere, but I tried to take everything on. And all that does is, create maybe a little bit of a lack of focus, and it wears you out. And, now I'm just taking all the energy and putting it toward where we need to go, and just worried about what Washington State needs to do to create success in the future. Because you could look at it as what if and what happened, but belief is even if, right? So even if the Pac-12 fall apart, we put something new together where we have an opportunity now to win championships. And I look at it that way. But we also have to make a decision to invest the right way to stay at the top and to stay ahead, because we let 5 teams in that used to be in the Mountain West that are now going to be equal competitors. So those are the things that I've learned in the last couple of years. But I love representing every fiber of Washington State, from the grocery store owner down the street to the hotels to the restaurants to our amazing faculty and staff and students. So just focus on us as Cougs and where we need to be and where we need to go.
What was that moment like when it all happened? You had to gather your team together or communicate with them in some way. What was that first meeting with the team like after things had kind of fallen apart with the conference?
Well, they caught me as I was coming off the field, so I don't know. That first press conference there was very good. It was a little emotional and that type of stuff, but we just said, guys, we can't control it, and let's focus on what we need to do. And it's kind of like, Major League a little bit. Have you ever seen that movie where the owner comes in and tries to do everything they can to tank the season, and you just go like, let's make it happen. And, so our guys, I thought, stayed very focused, and we just tried to do what we can with that moment and just keep attacking every moment from there on out.
Yeah, I don't know. I got another guy on the other line about some white walls. Seen that movie a few times, like 100 times, maybe 200 times. I think I know your answer to this question, but I'll ask it anyway. And I think in some ways you sort of answered it earlier in talking about sort of what's made this team work and how you recruit the winning and losing. But why didn't John Mateer leave after not starting for 2 years? That seems to be sort of the thing to do in college football. If you're not getting your way and you're not getting your playing time, you just bail and find another spot where you will. As I said, I think I know what your answer is going to be, but why is he still here? Why did he stick with it?
John's not your average person, first off. I mean, he's a ultimate competitor, chip on your shoulder. He was learning from what will be the Heisman Trophy winner this year. So I think there was just a lot of things, and he bought into a system and a process and loved the people here. And I think that's important. And hopefully John Mateer's story really gets out there, because if you want to be successful, especially at the hardest position in all of sports, consistency is very important. Being a good thrower and a good athlete is one thing. Being able to take that ball when 11 guys want to tear your head off and go through the right process and make the correct play is playing great quarterback. So John had to learn that, and he's still learning that. He's 8 games into a career that's going to be just phenomenal because he's an ultimate competitor. He is a refuse-to-lose guy. He's never satisfied. He's very humble. He works his tail off, and I believe he's going to reward us for the belief that we had in him. He was committed to the FCS guys in January when we offered him a scholarship, and I think he's very loyal to that, and he believes in our people and process and the plan that we have in place for him.
If Jake Dickert were a quarterback, he'd be John Mateer, would he not?
Unfortunately, Brock, I was, and I would not be in the same breath as John Mateer. They had to move me in college because I wasn't very good at wide receiver. So, but yeah, I think I connect a lot with John because I think our mindsets are the same. I think we are. And I think one thing I really make sure through my journey I share with John is that you can't grind yourself to a pulp. You got to step back and say, man, I did do great things. You can't just focus on the negative and constantly just overwork and outwork everything every time. And I just kind of share that with him because I do see myself in John's mentality. And I've learned through my journey, and what's going to make him great is that. But when it goes too far, I think we all know you fall off that cliff and you just grind yourself down. So he got there in that bucket we talk about, being negative on himself a little bit throughout the season, and he's pulled it out, and he's just ready to keep attacking.
You said that you hope his story gets out and more people learn it. What parts? What is the story of John Mateer that folks should know?
Well, I think the biggest part is, the 2-star guy, the unrecruited, that the work you do matters. Stay in the course. Don't worry about rivals, rankings, and stars, and, didn't grow up always with the easiest life and didn't compare himself to anybody, just loved being John Mateer. And the first guy, when we got here, he earned the backup role, and I was leaving at 10 p.m. During fall camp, and the lights are off in the stadium, and John's down there running through plays on the script of tomorrow morning's practice. Like, that's John Mateer. And if you stay true to that and you don't let the shine and the worry of your environment around you and your trainers and your parents and your aunts and uncles tell you should be playing and transferring, you can create a lot of success for yourself. So I'm just really proud of the kid, the mentality, how he was raised, and just it embodies Washington State in general. And I think that's what I love about John and his story, and he's been really humble throughout all his success.
Head man of the Cougs, Jake Dickert here with us, kind enough to take some time on a bye week and then a 4-week stretch of Utah State at New Mexico, at Oregon State, Wyoming. Staring you guys down the home stretch here. How big of a deal, looking a little bit back during a bye week, you can do that. How big of a deal and how big of a springboard was the Apple Cup win?
Obviously, I mean, just the passion, the rivalry with it was huge. And to have it in week 3 was obviously very unique. But I think it just showed what we're capable of doing. And it verified, being in year 3 of our program, that our process works. And I think from a big approach and a big picture look at it, that's what, I took away from it. And I just sit back and said, man, these kids are gritty. We got the right kids here. We've done just tremendous things, and the connection of this team is special. And, go into that environment, however you want to put it, on the road, and to find a way to win, I think it just springboarded us to a whole different level of belief. And I think that's what you do in those type of big moments.
You've had Brock in your production meetings, right, for his games. Like, he's done some Coug games over the last few years.
Dude, I did his win at Wisconsin.
I know, and I often hear from you about how good you are in those production meetings. I'm kind of curious to hear from the other side. Is Brock as good at asking questions in those production meetings as he says he is?
Absolutely. I mean, you pinned me down on that one, but I would say this. I know where his allegiance lies, and he's extremely professional and makes sure that he's splitting down the middle. I talked to him before the last Apple Cup of the Pac-12, when that was a hell of a battle in Seattle last year. And deep down, Brock, I knew you were cheering for us. It's okay.
I think he does, and I'll tell you what. I'm not from here originally. I've been here 15 years, so I didn't grow up with the Washington State rivalry or whatever. But even just last night, I was at one of my kids' practices, and I found out that you were going to be on. I said, "Oh, that's great. I said to the guy next to me, we're going to have Jake Dickert on tomorrow." And this guy went to UW, and he's like, "I got to tell you, I'm kind of rooting for the Cougs. Like, I'm kind of hoping." He's like, it's not out of like a little brother thing. He's like, they just got so royally screwed, and I'm rooting for them to overcome the whole thing and just show this system how broken it is and go to a 12-team playoff. So, yes, Brock, he roots for you in this very insulting kind of way. I understand that.
Stop.
Just kidding.
Stop.
No, Brock's as good as it gets.
I don't know.
But I don't think that sentiment is alone. I think there are a lot of people who have the very same thought.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. Brock's the ultimate professional, but also I just think in Seattle we're winning them over one at a time. When I took over, it was one of the biggest things I don't think Mike Leach really cared about the local community and support and recruiting kids and athletes over there. And I think when you do that, you win with a bunch of West Side kids. I think they see, man, these guys are doing it the right way, and they're doing it with great energy and passion, and that's fun to get behind.
I got two last quick questions here for you. One of them is kind of a big picture football discussion we're having about the Seahawks here in town, and just some of the struggles that Coach McDonald in year 1 of building a culture and doing it his way. Just philosophically, Jake, when you go into a game, how much of your plan is about accentuating your strengths versus how much of a plan is really eliminating some of the weaknesses or areas of vulnerability?
Well, if you ever read the book Power of Full Engagement, I think it's one thing that's super important. Too many people focus on weakness and not enough about really leaning into your strengths. And I think that's the one thing, as our staff have done a great job, what is John's strengths, right? Because we're trying to operate the offense like it's Cam Ward, and that doesn't work. So we got to lean into what our guys do well, because then, Brock, they're not going to hesitate. My number one job as a head coach is to make sure I eliminate fear so our guys can play fast without hesitation. And if you do that, great things can happen, because football is such an imperfect game. I know we get coached and criticized, and we got to learn a bunch of things, but you got to play fast. And when we do that, it's all about our strengths, and we're worrying to attack them instead of just reacting. If you're a reactionary football team, bad things are going to happen because there's too many good players on that field. So that's the approach we like to take into it. And if you don't lean into the strengths of your football team, yeah, schematically you got to take advantage of some things, and you got to be able to adjust. But at the end of the day, let's lean into what we do really well, and I think that makes us a good football team.
Okay, and then the last one. I've heard it from Kalen DeBoer and Ryan Grubb, the fourth down call that left me talking like Tony Romo on the broadcast of that final Apple Cup there in Seattle, last year, not this year, last year. When they go for it on fourth down and they end up running the play, they run. What was going through your headsets, your plan, if you could go back to that play, the Roma Dunze little end-around deal off of the zone action, what was going through Jake Dickert's head?
Well, if I go back to it, I'd throw the flag on all the holding, but I would say heck of a call. I would say heck of a call. I mean, that's you win championships on big decisions, and I take a lot of pride as a head coach on trying to create edges for our football team. He did it in that moment, and the hard part is we didn't stick to our script either as coaches, and I think that's important. I mean, we studied their 4th and 1. They're going to do a bunch of different things on 4th and 1. They went in a big body personnel, which our main coverage is man. So good by them, well schemed, and those are the moments that you win, because I try to tell – I can take the criticism because that's what it is, but we play to win, right? And I was playing to win, and we do that too, whether that's going for 2, whether that's punt fakes, whether that's play to win. Don't be afraid of losing. I think there's just a different mentality, and your kids get behind that. And Kalen did that in that moment, and those kids executed better than we did. So I think that's what it was, and great learning moment. But from my standpoint, in my chair, always take a positive approach to trying to win games.
And next time, hopefully, they throw the flag for holding and everything works out the way it's supposed to. Coach, we appreciate it. Thank you. My apologies for waiting so long to have you on the show. This was a ton of fun, really informative and educational. I'd love to try to do it again at some point. And I'll leave you with this from Major League.
Every time we win, we peel a section.
Oh, the music really makes it when it kicks in there. That's 1988 right there.
One note, Saul. All right, my dad was in that movie. Okay, it was filmed in Milwaukee, and when Serrano hits the home run at the end of the game, he's the first one in the Cleveland Indians to jump on him when he crosses home plate.
Really?
That's a great fact right there.
That's
a great
unbelievable.
Fact. Yep.
Does his jersey say Dickert on it?
No, he has some random name, but yeah, it was. He was a teacher at the time. He did it in his break during the summer. Incredible.
That's unbelievable. Thank you. Wow, this is more informative than I even imagined it would be today. Coach, thank you so much. It's a lot of fun. Continue. Good luck. Hopefully, we'll talk again.
Appreciate it, guys. Go Cougs.
All right, so a couple of thoughts here quickly after listening to Jake Dickert a second time. One, yeah, just yes. I'm a yes on Jake Dickert. I don't know whether he'll be able to stay at Washington State. He's from the Midwest. There's enough schools in the Midwest with some big money that I'm sure at some point will come calling because he's just too good at this for them not to offer a tremendous amount more money and resources than what Washington State can. Maybe he'll stay, but, the odds are probably against that. Two, thanks to Matt Lovelace, who sent over the actual YouTube video of that ending there where Serrano hits the home run in Major League, and it's got like a little arrow pointing at Jeff Dickert, that's Jake's dad. And yeah, I'll tell you what, it's a quality high five. Like, that's a good, I showed it to Heather and the kids last night. We've all seen Major League, of course. Heather's seen it a million times.
Forget you, Jobu. I'll do it myself.
Yeah, exactly. Well edited.
To say it nice.
Well edited.
Nicely, yeah.
And they're like, That's a really good baseball high five. Like, he looks like a real baseball player giving a high five.
You know, I didn't think about that. The pressure you would be under if you have to do it for a movie.
Yes.
Like, I think everyone's messed up a high five with someone at some point in their lives. I didn't think about that.
You know the secret, right, to a good high five?
You're supposed to look at the elbows.
Look at the elbow. Yeah. The elbow that's giving the high five, not the other elbow. Don't look at their off elbow. That will totally screw you up. But look at the elbow that's giving the high five, and it should go well every time. All right. Coming up next, Brock is in more. You sent something over last night that has the perfect word to describe these Seahawks. We'll tell you what that word is and what it means next on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
Tight end A.J. Barner is here.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
A.J., are you a guy that will go home and, watch the game?
For sure, yeah. I kind of have I call it a little sick addiction because, even when I have family over after the game, it's I have to see, the film right after. And it's sometimes it can kind of be I'm not ignoring my family or my company that's over, but it's we just finished the game. I have to watch this. So
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Saying goodbye to my electric blanket. That's right. I've got an electric blanket. It's John Curley. We're not going to need it anymore because Home Comfort Alliance installed my heat pump, giving me dependable heating and AC while improving my air quality and comfort without my good old electric blanket. As a top Lennox Premier partner, Home Comfort Alliance has a long history of 5-star customer satisfaction. Call the comfort people and ask for the Curley Cash discount. Currently up to $4,000 in combined rebates and discounts. Visit HomeComfortAlliance.com.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T level is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Text the word BOOST to 65555 to book your free T check. They have helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Text the word BOOST to 65555. That's BOOST to 65555. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Message and data rates apply. Message frequency varies. Text help for help and stop to cancel. ReviveMen'sHealth.com/privacy policy for how to opt in. Info will be used, and ReviveMen'sHealth.com/terms of use for terms of service.
After years of wear and tear, Joe had osteoarthritis in his wrists and shoulders.
I've pretty much worked out my whole life. I actually decided I'm going to train for a half Ironman triathlon.
The pain was interfering with every part of his life.
Basically, can't sleep, causing those kind of problems, very limited movement.
Joe had surgery, but it wasn't the fix he was looking for.
The doctor told me, he's like, hey, this is just going to be a partial fix. You're going to eventually need joint replacement.
That's when he decided to see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy.
And they're just getting better. I can basically do full motion. I don't have really any pain.
What kinds of things are you able to do now that you weren't before?
I like to golf, and it definitely has made my golf game not as painful. And sleeping. I'm sleeping better because I don't have that aching at night going on and having to roll over.
So, are you recommending this to others?
Oh, everybody I talk to. Yeah, it's a no-brainer.
Before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
You gotta love football season, but when it comes to your windows and doors, you don't want any fumbles. Steve Rabel here, reminding you to trust locally owned Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington to tackle your project. Their selection of windows and doors can't be beat, and they'll give you top-notch customer service with no trick plays. Right now, get 0% interest for 24 months with equal payments or 40% off qualifying installs. Schedule a free consultation with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Go to PellaPNW.com.
Hey, Bob Stelton here, preparing for another stressful holiday season, and this year I am prioritizing my well-being. That's why I went to my local Johnson Fitness and Wellness store. Their equipment is made for more than just a workout. It's made for better sleep and mental breaks. And their massage chairs, not just for relaxation, they're made for recovery, stress relief, and lowering blood pressure. The experts at Johnson Fitness and Wellness are here to get you through the holidays with flexible financing, white glove delivery, and treadmills, bikes, and ellipticals up to 50% off. Check out johnsonfitness.com or one of the 3 Seattle locations today.
Hey, Mike Salk here. You looking for a fun night out? Snoqualmie Casino's just the place to go. Breathtaking views of the Snoqualmie Valley, great live entertainment, amazing happy hour options, so check them out at snocasino.com. It is Seattle's closest Snoqualmie Casino.
Don't fall, just call Seattle Holiday Lights.
We'll hang them up, we'll take them down, we'll do it right. So call Seattle Holiday Lights. Seattle Holiday Lights.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so like everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are like so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football, it's a pepper thing.
Attention football fans, the season's heating up, and that means it's time for jaw-dropping plays, spectacular touchdowns, and memories that'll last a lifetime. So if you're looking to grab the best seats for all the excitement, Vivid Seats is your go-to playmaker. With an incredible selection of tickets and a game-changing rewards program, Vivid Seats is your ticket to every thrilling moment. Don't miss out. Experience it live with Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get his freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
Brought to you by Simply Seattle.
We're going to accuse you of manager.
It doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Saul.
All right, rolling along here, Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com. Don't forget, tomorrow we'll put together Here's the Thing. So please download the app, and if you've already done that, you can just leave us a little voice message, and Maura will be putting those together after the show today for tomorrow at 8 a.m. Good morning, Brock. How are you doing today?
Good morning, Michael. I'm doing pretty good today.
Yeah?
Pretty good today. You?
Yeah, I'm doing really well. Yeah.
Yeah?
I mean,
yeah, I'm out.
Been better. Yeah. I mean, like...
Well, the Yankees didn't get swept?
Yeah, it was kind of annoying. I don't want to give them life. We'll talk more about that whole thing later. I'm concerned that what we saw yesterday will be the start of another dynasty. I'll explain at 8, but I'm a little concerned based on history that this is the start of another dynasty. So we'll get into that at 8 o'clock.
Who was the Cubs fan they did the 30 for 30
That's
on?
Jeffrey Mayer. I'm sorry. No, that's
Steve Bartman.
Steve Bartman. Yeah, sorry.
Steve Bartman. What do you think Steve Bartman was thinking from his jail cell watching those two bozos yesterday? Like, they did a 30 for 30 on me.
Yeah,
on me. And I was kind of almost borderline innocent. And these two,
he hurt the home team.
Yokels.
No, he
these
hurt
two
the home
yokels
team.
Are trying to rip the hand of Mookie Betts off. They're trying to rip it off.
Not comparable.
And put it in their lawn like some of my neighbors do with these really creepy Halloween skeleton bones. And by the way, the creep factor on Halloween stuff, like it used to be, okay, there's some funky jack-o'-lanterns and there's maybe a witch. Now I got Grim Reapers in the neighborhood. I got Headless Horsemen. I got skeleton bones coming out of the ground. Like, do we need all of this?
Oh, is it starting to feel like New Orleans for you?
Yeah, kind of.
I know. Brock doesn't like New Orleans. Brock gets very, very creeped out by New Orleans. So I'm not surprised. Yeah, Halloween,
cemeteries
the
above the ground.
Yeah, this doesn't bode well for Brock. I'm sorry.
That's also kind of a wild thing to say about Steve Bartman. I don't think anything ever happened to the guy. They tried to protect him when he left that stadium.
Yeah.
No, if you watch the 30 for his life was miserable for a lot after that.
Yeah. No, his life was miserable.
Lyle.
But you were saying like from his cell or something like that. Nothing like that happened.
It was a prison of his own creation, Lyle.
Yeah.
I think is what it means. It was just a prison of his own creation.
It wasn't literal.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Maybe that was a little bit of a reach.
But
yes, but those two.
We'll get to them. You know what? We'll get to them.
Okay,
you want to talk about them now? Fine. We'll talk about them now.
Go.
No, we'll talk about them now. We'll deal with the other stuff later. We'll talk about them now. We're already in it. This is going to be the start of another freaking dynasty for the Yankees. I'm crushed. The last time they had some little scum truant fan do what he did, Derek Jeter ended up starting a dynasty in 1996 because a little Jeffrey Mayer, that truant who was supposed to be at school that day.
In right field, Tarasco going back to the track, to the wall. And what happens here? He contends that a fan reaches up and touches it. But Richie Garcia says no, it's a home run. Here comes Davey Johnson. Out to argue as Jeter comes across to tie the game. The contention by Tarasco is that the ball is descending and the fan touches it. He's right.
He's absolutely right. Jeffrey Mayer was supposed to be in school. Instead, he was out breaking the law and cheating in order to help the Yankees. If that play doesn't happen, did the Yankees ever become a dynasty in the late 90s or 2000? No, I don't think so.
They probably
not.
No,
You're making fun of Brock for his take on Halloween decorations, but you're acting like a child skipping school is the
the little
crime you
truant.
can commit.
Yeah. Also, that was a night game. What do you mean skipping school?
No, I don't think it was. I think it was a day game, and he was supposed to be in school. Jeffrey Mayer, the little.
Lyle just rolled in the video. Was it night or day?
It was a night game.
Maybe he was supposed to be in night school. Whatever it was, he wasn't supposed to be there, and instead he ends up changing the course of history. Now, I don't know what's going to happen with these two jamokes last night. Brock's absolutely right. I mean, just horrendous people clearly doing what they're doing out
Just
in right
when
field.
you think you want to become a Yankees fan, look at what they're two. And did one of them have a sliding mitt on?
I don't know.
I've heard some rumblings that one of them, yes. You know, like those sliding gloves they wear now?
Like the hamburger helper things? Yeah.
Along with his sunglasses at night. What a total buffoon. And not just trying to, like, interfere. Truly, trying to, like, injure Mookie Betts. Trying to twist his glove off and rip his hand off and take the ball. And not think you're going to be seen? Wow.
Yeah, I mean, there's a unique...
I'm no longer a Yankees fan, so no longer a Yankees fan. That was
you know who those guys reminded me of more than anybody? Were the two Red Sox fans that found the banner.
Oh, those guys.
Remember those guys? They quote-unquote found the banner.
Right.
Yeah, that's who they reminded me
We
of.
have our coffee. We're driving on McGrath Highway in Somerville, and I noticed a couple cars swinging, like moving to the right, and we seen something in the street. And he's like, Louis, what is that? I'm like, I don't know. What is it? So I ran across the highway to grab it. We brought it in the car. We had no idea what it was.
Yeah, no, they didn't steal it at all. They totally just found it on the highway.
We know that that's the original one.
We were told there was only one made.
Yeah, we were told there was only one banner made.
So at that point, that tells us. But then they told us they had a duplicate. So if they do try to put a duplicate up, you best believe we're gonna show up and say
we have the right one.
That's not the right. That's not the original.
So we're hoping that they don't make one and they put the right one up.
Same guys, just the New York version of
Don't
it.
they say they expect some reciprocity?
Yeah, they do. I do have that one in there somewhere, but it's kind of deep into this.
First thing I said, this belongs to the Red Sox. This is for Fenway Park.
Yeah.
Like, how do we have this? Like, nobody made this. This belongs to the park. I'm thinking that they hang it off the Green Monster.
Yep.
We want to give it back to them because it belongs to them, and it doesn't belong to us.
Yep.
But in reciprocation, we would like, maybe to go to a nice playoff game, or we're looking for something. We just don't want to hand
Those
it
are
over
real
to
humans.
them.
Yes.
I mean, handing
we
it
need to negotiate here. We're looking for,
we're working too.
Yeah.
I mean, my man had to run across 3 lanes, traffic.
Didn't the Red Sox end up being like, yeah, give it back and we won't take it to court and send you to jail?
Yes. Yeah, give it back. We won't prosecute you for stealing the banner.
That was not a skit. That was real.
That's a real deal, man. That is a real deal from the news. And that's what those guys were last night. Jesse Rogers found them later at some bar in New York. And they're the same thing, just the New York version of it. They happen to have front row seats. And what they did, look, you can't do that. You can't go.
They won't ever go to another Yankee game, right?
They're going to be there tonight. Are you kidding? They're going to be the heroes of New York.
No, that was in the article.
D-bag culture is going to erect statues for them, Brock.
Because this is the beginning.
You wait and see.
Just when you thought it was only Judge, there's Volpe hitting a grand salami.
Yep.
Making plays. There's the Yankees playing hard, doing the little things. Salk getting that walk, getting a second, stealing third, making the extra plays. Now it turns. Now I'm good, right? I told you. 4 games, company loses money. 5 games, we're even. 6 we make money. 7 we're in, big. So I'm fine now. Like, the Yankees can lose now. And after those 2 jamokes, I'm ready for them to lose.
Really?
Yeah, I'm done. I'm out.
You've been looking for an excuse to get out of this. I don't know that I really believe you.
Yeah,
I think you've been looking for an excuse. You're embarrassed about your
Lyle,
take.
you out? Lyle, you out as well?
Lyle's doubling down. He's all in.
Oh, is he really?
All I've said this whole World Series is I want to get to. Listen, both these teams spend a ton of money and actually try to win. So I don't care who wins.
Whatever, Lyle. All you're saying is that you're now basically wearing pinstripes to work every day.
All right, let's go with that.
Did you hang around, Salk? You probably didn't. You were probably out. Did you hang around and listen to the catcher's interview on the field post-game?
No. Austin Wells? No.
Verducci's like, so what was the mindset? How did things change? And he was like, I basically said, screw this. We're down 3-0. What about in the at bat and the count again, Tom? Like, screw it, just go for it, And they did. They played with a little bit more of just an urgent, cut it loose, let it rip mentality. I still think it's over. I think it's over tonight.
It has to be over tonight, or I'd be real nervous if I were the Dodgers.
Mm.
You don't want to let them win again tonight. I don't think they should have let him win last night, but okay, fine. You want to throw your little bullpen game and see what happens and give up 11 runs, fine.
Mm-hmm.
But you got to win tonight.
They've awakened the monster.
I mean, sort of. Right? I mean, Aaron Judge has 2 hits and a walk last night.
Yep.
Right? You want to wake up Aaron Judge, who was niftily sleeping? Instead, you throw a bunch of freaking bullpen guys from the back end of your roster and hope that it works out. Did it? No. Not even a little bit. You gave up 11 runs.
Mm-hmm.
The best hope for the Dodgers is that the Yankees used up their runs last night and the Dodgers shut them out tonight, and that's it. But Yankees win tonight. I don't like the way it feels.
Those two throwing out the first pitch,
you think?
You think those two Jamokes throwing out the first pitch tonight?
Those two guys are going to be like, parading down the middle of, Broadway. They're going to be giving their own show.
Painful.
They're going to be Connor Stallions if the Yankees win this thing.
Unbelievable. Just unbelievable. I hate the world. Look, come back. We'll give you guys everything you need to know. It's Brock and Salk, Sale Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy.
I was shocked to see so many Bills fans here in attendance. I do find myself of two minds with this because this is where I see the fan base split. If you want me to show up, then you got to win. On the flip side, you show up no matter what. What do you think?
I think both are right. If you want fans to commit to supporting you, you got to put out a product that they must see. Then you look at the side. If you are a true fan of your team, you support them no matter what.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here this Wednesday morning, and yeah, I've had a couple sports injuries through the years, a couple concussions, separated shoulder, dislocated finger, torn rib cartilage, dislocated ankle. I know a little bit about pain, but you don't have had to play football or pro sports to know what I'm talking about. I know many of you, as you hear my voice, have painful joints this morning from arthritis, and they can affect anyone and make it hard to do pretty much anything. And that is where my friend, Dr. Daniel Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine over there in Kirkland comes to play. He has seen so many patients suffering from chronic joint pain caused by arthritis, so don't let pain stop you from your quality of life. Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor in the state with over 3 decades of experience. Many have jumped aboard lately over the last decade or so in pain medicine techniques, not Dr. Dan. He's been in the business and in the game for over 30 years, so no matter what walks through the door, he's got an answer. Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit danielnelsonmd.com. That's 425-823-4000 or danielnelsonmd.com.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
You never get a second chance to make a first impression. Superior Linen Service will help your company with logoed apparel, uniforms, floor mats, linen, and more. Give us a call. We answer the phone. Superior Linen Service. It's what we do. Visit suplinen.com.
Direct savings and client focus, the cornerstones of the Diamond Dave philosophy.
Hi, I'm Diamond Dave Cantor. My team and I at Cantor Diamond can be your trusted friends with an inside scoop on the diamond world.
Just like they are to thousands of people around the world.
And just like we have been for over 34 years.
At Cantor Diamond, it's all about the diamonds and the savings, not paying for high-end retail locations or the overhead of a mall.
You stand to save big time with our by appointment professional office approach, combined with direct importing.
When you choose Cantor Diamond, you choose huge savings, top quality, and excellent service. Call, email, or message us for an in-person appointment.
Or sit back and relax for free FedEx shipping anywhere in the USA.
Call Diamond Dave at 253-272-7007. That's 253-272-7007. Or follow them on Instagram at Cantor Diamond. That's at Kantor Diamond.
Order for Jennifer C.
Is this my double shot, double cream, double froth, double pump, double hot, double whip, double sleeve?
Yeah. Can you handle that much caffeine?
Hey, did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Well, I do now.
Seriously, did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, you just said that.
Did you say I just said that?
Yeah, I'm cutting you off.
Did you say you're cutting me off?
You earn, we match. Unlimited cashback match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
The future of cool, comfortable sleep is here. Introducing the new Sleep Number Climate Cool Smart Bed. The only smart bed in the world that actively cools and effortlessly adjusts to both of you. Sleep up to 15 degrees cooler on each side. It actively cools to keep you cool and comfortable throughout the night. Save on smart beds now during our fall sale, exclusively at a Sleep Number store near you. Learn more at sleepnumber.com.
The Mike McDonald Show. The first word from the head coach after every Seahawks game.
We want to play a certain way, and you're just going to chisel away at it every day.
Presented by Emerald Queen Casino.
Make this holiday season extra special in the kitchen of your dreams while saving thousands. Hi, this is Chad Cicchini, owner of Heritage Homecraft. Our solid wood refacing system delivers a luxurious new kitchen, way easier and less expensive than a total tear-out. Book now, have your new kitchen before the holidays, and you'll save an additional 15% up to $3,000 off your new kitchen. Call now for a free in-home consultation. Heritage Homecraft, 425-485-1600, 425-485-1600, or heritagehomecraft.com.
Your business needs a network it can count on.
Power's out.
Comcast Business has you covered with Wi-Fi backup to help keep your business up and running, even when your power goes out.
Everybody in the warehouse good?
Lights are out, but the Wi-Fi's up. Let's power on.
It's from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Break room, you good?
Can't microwave my burrito, but Wi-Fi's fine. Let's power on.
Power on with the leader in connectivity, Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Keep your business connected with Comcast Business Internet and Wi-Fi backup. Or get started with reliable internet and advanced security for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card with a qualifying internet package. Don't wait. Call or go online today. Ends 11/17/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabit per second internet and security edge. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change.
O'Brien Auto Group has some of the best new car brands in the Northwest. Those great new vehicles make the best pre-owned vehicles as well. O'BrienAutoGroup.com for the best factory certified vehicles. O'BrienAutoGroup.com for a large selection of the best pre-owned cars and trucks. O'BrienAutoGroup.com. Choose from hundreds of SUVs, trucks, hybrids, EVs, and more. O'BrienAutoGroup.com. One site is all you need. That's OBRIEN Autogroup.com.
O'Brien. Need to know. Brought to you by Ben's Plumbing, Heating, and Air.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
The Yankees live, Brock. They have life. A bullpen day for the Dodgers was exactly what they needed to break out of their offensive slump. They drop 11 runs in Game 4. Anthony Volpe probably doing the majority of the damage.
New York kid, bases loaded, 2 out. Cranks the ball, deep left field. Volpe with redemption.
Yeah, he had made a dumb base running error earlier, but hit the grand slam later. He also got another 3-run shot from Gleyber Torres, and that pretty well neutralized Freddie Freeman because, yes, once again, he homered in the first inning.
Freeman cracks one deep to right field. And gone again. Freddie Freeman floating in the World Series. 4 games, 4 home runs. You gotta be kidding.
It is pretty ridiculous.
And then, too, at the end of the Braves World Series.
Right.
Six straight World Series games.
That's insane. It's like really kind of hard to fathom.
It's like Ken Griffey Jr.-esque. It's amazing. Game after game after game, you just kind of start to expect it. Like he's just going to do it yet again. And it really didn't matter the pitch. That one was kind of on the outside corner, and he just pulled it and yanked it. By the way, did you see with Volpe's home run, you know, they have all those StatCasts and metrics and everything else. Do you know how many other stadiums that would have been a home run in?
0.
That would be 0.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, those little right field Yankee Stadium home runs are a complete
Well,
joke.
that one was actually left field.
I would think that you know what? I was thinking of the Will Smith home run later.
Yes.
I was like, oh, there's a little dinky Yankee Stadium home run.
Yep.
I think I was also wrong about Shohei, by the way. He looked much more comfortable swinging the bat last night.
Thank you.
I thought don't you think?
Yes.
He looked totally different. Had his first hit since the injury. He can't run, though. You were wrong about his ability to run. He's holding his arm in place while he's running.
Yeah.
He's essentially can only jog out there. So, anyway, Dodgers.
Garrett Cole tonight. Let's go.
Against Jack Flaherty. Wait, I thought you weren't rooting for them.
You know what? Forget you, Garrett Cole.
Brock, old habits die hard. Once you become a Yankee fan, it's very difficult to go back. Clearly, you've made your bed. Now you're going to have to lie in it. Aaron Judge got himself out of his slump. He had a
Come on,
walk
Flaherty,
and
let's
a
go.
couple of hits last night.
Come on, Flaherty.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Dodger Blue.
Stop making me laugh. My head hurts this morning. Oh, man. Seahawks dropped to 14th in the ESPN Power Rankings. I actually thought they might fall farther than that, given the quality of that loss. So they get back to where they were before the win over Atlanta, 14th in the league. Again, it's not like I'm putting the ultimate stock into that, but I think it's an instructive way of looking at it. And again, the big problem is you can't run and you can't stop the run. That's it. And Mark Schlereth on yesterday with Wyman and Bob talking about what they do wrong in the running game defensively.
And just missed tackles and not getting off blocks. Like that to me, as I watch Seattle on the defensive side of the ball, that to me seems to be one of the biggest things that keeps kind of rearing its ugly head is guys are getting on you and they're staying on you and you're not defending or defeating the block. You know, you got to be able to, the game is played with your hands and feet, and you've got to be able to shock people. I always said when I was playing, first contact wins. So the first guy who makes contact usually wins that battle. And then it's about being physical at the point. But once you stun the offensive lineman, then you extend, what we call stacking a guy. Then you figure out where the ball is, right?
You got all that, Salky?
Yeah, you got to shock and stack.
You
I was
stack,
telling more earlier.
You extend, you shock, you stack, you extend, and you find the ball.
Right. They're not doing those things.
I don't think they did any of those things.
No, they certainly haven't shocked.
You know what they actually played the run game like, especially their D linemen? They played it with the same tone and tenor as Hankins' Spa podcast. Instead of like this like raging mosh pit, they played like his Spa podcast.
It's kind of chill.
And they got to turn it up.
Just kind of chill. Well, you're really going to have to turn it up before this weekend. The Rams, man, the Rams are coming. Dan Orlovsky, I think I kind of agree with this take that they may be the biggest threat in this division.
I would go a step further. I in my gut believe if they stay healthy, they win the division and they are the tough out in the NFC outside of the Detroit Lions. I, in my gut, totally believe that. I think their young defensive line is the best young defensive line in ball. And just watching how they can and want to play offensively, I think they can control the football. The quarterback's playing just as good as he did last year. They just got to stay healthy.
Yeah.
Push.
Now, again, he said just in his gut. There was no analysis around that, really. He's like, it's just what he believes. I'm kind of afraid he's right, though, and I don't think I'm the only one.
Yeah, now staying healthy is a big deal.
Sure.
Cooper Kupp's been unable to do that the last 2 or 3 years. They still are banged up on an offensive line. Yeah, they've got some nice young defensive line pieces, but they're still vulnerable on the second, third levels of those defenses.
Yeah, but
McVay's really good, too.
Yeah, I don't know, man. They make me very nervous.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Well, Dan Bilesma certainly got his team going. Whatever he said and did during practice the last couple of days certainly worked. They scored early. They scored often. They just destroyed Montreal. 8-2 the final in the Bell Center. It's not every day you see a defenseman with a hat trick, but Brandon Montour did it yesterday.
Brandon Montour carries the mail ahead for Chandler Stevenson. Reported by Oliver Bjorkstrand. Here's Montour with a shot. He scores! Brandon Montour with another long-range bomb.
That one was great, too. That one had a great little sound of the post and then going in. They were the better passing team, Brock, the faster team, the more physical team yesterday. And Joey Daccord, third straight start in net. He was excellent last night. So.
Yeah, the Hopatons had no chance. I mean, you put a 4-spot on them. You score in the first 25 seconds. You just kind of shock. You stack.
Yep.
And then you extend against those Hopatons. No chance.
That's exactly what they did. They'll be in Toronto tomorrow night. That's everything you need to know. 1:15 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show.
I'll tell you, in Blue 88, man, I actually watched. I had to stop. It was so maddening. Some of the just actual coaches tape of the Seahawks. I'm just
really? It was that bad. Yeah.
Yeah. Buffalo played. It was like Buffalo played. You know, when you're trying to fast forward through a game, you know, and you're just kind of skipping along. It was like Buffalo played at that speed, and you played at like normal speed.
Mm-hmm.
Like it was just
not good.
That was not good.
Yeah.
No,
that's what you were doing last. I was writing about Sherm. I ended up writing about that Sherm stuff yesterday. If you got a little time, it's up at seattlesports.com or on the Seattle Sports app. You can go read it. He's right.
Was it a misleading headline, by the way?
I mean,
Salk says Sherm is right.
Kinda. It says. I mean, he is right, just for all the wrong reasons and in the wrong way, and because it's all about him and all of that. I mean, like, he could be right if his narcissism didn't get in the way of, like, what he was trying to actually, I don't know. We can talk a little bit more about it later. There's so many interesting things going on in the NFL. Speaking of narcissism, guess who's having a little success in Pittsburgh? It's next on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
It was really good to see him back out there on the field. A member of the Seahawks defense with us, Reek Wallen.
Me being able to come back and play alongside those guys this past Sunday, it was a lot of fun, even though we didn't get the result that we wanted. This NFL, you know, it's a tricky way. And, you know, getting a win is hard in this league, so you got to keep being consistent and keep doing the little things right. You know, being disciplined. You know, we're a disciplined team, but we got to be disciplined more consistently.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, guys, I know it's cold, it's dark, the day's getting shorter, daylight saving about to change here next weekend, going to the gym or going for a run, it's harder and harder. You just kind of want to lie on the couch, right? A little comfort food action, but those moves have consequences. So why not enjoy your fall and lose weight at the same time with a sustainable program, real healthy foods, lifestyle strategies, great accountability. It's all with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic, and they got the secret for fast-lasting weight loss. They want to show it to you. All it takes is a free 15-minute phone consultation. I did it. I lost 35 pounds in 8 weeks and couldn't believe how easy the program was to do. Looked forward to the recipes, eating healthy, delicious meals. Wasn't hungry, and the number on the scale just kept going down. Pretty cool. Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. Healthy, sustainable weight loss that works without gimmicks, tricks, drugs, or injections. You can call them at 425-588-0080 or go to eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi, my entire family's obsessed with all things Wicked, but my kids can't stop watching the trailer, and now they're having a Wicked-themed sleepover. Do you think our internet can handle all of the streaming and memeing going on?
Well, we've engineered our Xfinity gateways to handle hundreds of devices at once, so they can all stay magically connected.
Wow. Are you a wizard?
I wish. No, just someone that won't let a bad connection burst your internet bubble.
Now through December 31st, get thrillifyingly fast 150 megabit Xfinity internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. Go to Xfinity.com to learn more. Keep the magic going from your screen to the big screen. And see Wicked, only in theaters November 22nd. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless plan and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply, currently $54 a month. Actual speeds vary.
Fall is near and it's time to break the huddle by taking advantage of Toyota of Kirkland's lifetime powertrain warranty. With a roster of over 70 Tundras and Tacomas, come scout the phenomenal team at Toyota of Kirkland. They'll pass you the keys so you can test drive your vehicle and take it to the house that same day. Big-time players make big-time plays at Toyota of Kirkland. Visit them today at their incredible showroom or online at toyotaofkirkland.com.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
Direct savings and client focus, the cornerstones of the Diamond Dave philosophy.
Hi, I'm Diamond Dave Cantor. My team and I at Cantor Diamond can be your trusted friends with an inside scoop on the diamond world.
Just like they are to thousands of people around the world.
And just like we have been for over 34 years.
At Cantor Diamond, it's all about the diamonds and the savings, not paying for high-end retail locations or the overhead of a mall.
You stand to save big time with our by appointment professional office approach, combined with direct importing.
When you choose Cantor Diamond, you choose huge savings, top quality, and excellent service. Call, email, or message us for an in-person appointment.
Or sit back and relax for free FedEx shipping anywhere in the USA.
Call Diamond Dave at 253-272-7007. That's 253-272-7007. Or follow them on Instagram at Cantor Diamond. That's at Kantor Diamond.
From whiplash to herniated discs, there are a few car accident injuries we've all heard of. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains that even the most common injuries differ from one another.
Pre-existing conditions, health history, beginning of treatment. There are hundreds of factors that make every person and every injury unique. While these variables aid medical treatment, the strongest case recoveries must also take them into account.
Could you explain a little bit more?
Our team at Pendergast Law is obsessed with turning over every stone to differentiate each case. This requires thorough investigation, diligent listening, and relentless research. We never pursue cases with a one-size-fits-all approach. We built our success by treating every injury and every case with the individualized attention our clients need and deserve.
Pendergast Law's individualized approach to even the most common injuries makes the difference in case outcomes. It's another reason why I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Sorry to report that there weren't a lot of mean tweets this week, bro.
Nope.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry to report.
There were like 3 or 4, one of which you couldn't even do because
Right.
it was so inappropriate.
Yeah, I'm sorry to report.
So inappropriate.
We won't get to do mean tweets today. We'll have to do ranked at 9:45 this morning. But we got a pretty good ranked for you guys, so we'll do that coming up at 9:45. It's nice to have a little fill-in, right? Ready to go, like come off the bench.
Yeah.
Veteran who's been around in the past, knows how to do it, knows what the playbook is, and they can just come right in and, fill in at 9:45.
Yeah,
so.
but you've got me working on it. So,
Hey.
Justin, if you're out there and you're listening and you want to come in for ranked,
Yeah, we'll see if we can get him in here for that.
I don't know, having me do it is what everyone wants.
Maura, you can take a break from that because we need you to help us go around the NFL. There are some bizarre stories in the league this week. Let's see if we can get to all of them.
All right, we were just talking about this with G in the break, but to everyone's shock, we heard Anthony Richardson explain that he took himself out of Sunday's game at a certain point because he was just too tired. If you haven't heard it yet, here it is.
Man, tired. I ain't gonna lie. That was a lot of running right there that I did, and I don't think I was gonna be able to go that next play. So I just, just told Sam I just needed a break right there.
Lie.
Yeah, don't tell the truth there. His own center, said they've talked about it. That's not their standard there. Head coach Shane Steichen said that Richardson taking himself out of the game wouldn't factor into his quarterback decision this week when he talked to reporters after the game. But then Anthony Richardson was benched yesterday. Here's Adam Schefter on that.
I spoke to some people on other teams, and when I said, hey, my sense is that they're benching Anthony Richardson, the reaction I got from some very smart people was like, of course they're benching him. Like it wasn't even an option.
Okay.
I mean, it was I couldn't believe how strong people were. And so when I heard that, I'm like, okay, this is happening. This is happening. And they met as an organization. My understanding is that they have informed each quarterback, and now the move has been made. And it's a seismic move on a lot of levels because you're benching the former 3rd overall pick, who now becomes the 2nd quarterback in that draft class to be benched.
So, do you know, don't look, do you know what Anthony Richardson is completing right now, percentage-wise?
I know it's not good. 52%.
So Joe Flacco is completing 66%.
Right.
Over 100 pass attempts, 7 touchdowns, 1 interception.
Right.
QB rating of 102.
Yeah.
Anthony Richardson is completing
52%.
Less.
Less?
Keep going.
46%?
Less.
No. 41%.
He's completing 44% of his passes.
It's not
in the
appropriate.
NFL.
Yeah.
59 of 133.
Well, how can he be so tired? He's not even completing passes to stay on the field.
4 touchdowns, 7 picks.
Look, the
QB
Anthony Richardson thing was always going to take time. He was always a project. The Colts are sort of mismanaging that from the beginning, and I can sort of stand up for him in that manner, but I got nothing for him on tapping out of a game as a quarterback. In my life, I've never heard of such a thing. Have you?
Never seen it. Never.
At any level, I mean, like, we give some grief to guys like Ben Roethlisberger who, needed everybody to know how tough they were and how they were fighting
I've seen
through
guys
injury.
like fake injuries, though. Like, don't tap out. Like, oh, my calf, maybe my hammy. Like, stay down. Tap out? Can't do
Especially
that.
not for being tired. Like, I mean, hey, I'm hurt. I can't throw. Okay.
And there, hold on a second. And they mismanaged him. They brought in a young kind of whippersnapper coordinator who's a creative guy who wanted to use him creatively. Unfortunately, he hurt himself last year. And then this year, he can't play. I mean, it's all 44%.
That's not. Yeah, you can't do that. It's just a non-starter.
I mean, you point fingers at Shane Steichen in Indianapolis. I don't. I mean, those numbers are so bad. So bad.
How is that even possible? How are you completing so few? I mean, like...
And it's not like you're in the Dolphins situation where your backups are horrible and it doesn't matter. Like, Joe Flacco's actually playing well when he comes in.
Really well. Really well. With the same personnel. Good line, good run game.
I've barely
Decent
watched
pieces.
them. Have you watched them much? Like, I've barely had a chance to watch them, and it's too bad because I'm interested in him.
I know
because
you were intrigued by him. He's an unbelievable athlete. And I
Physical
remember
freak.
sending you like 3 plays. I'm like, this is him. He'll make one throw where you're like, oh my gosh. And then the very next throw, he'll sail 6 feet into the 3rd row of the stands. Like, I don't get it. I don't get it.
And then the third play won't be out there because he's tapped out of the game. Sad.
All right, we didn't get to talk about this one yet either. On the Jaden Daniels Hail Mary Sunday, Bears defensive back Tyreek Stevenson has taken his fair share of heat for, when you see the video, he was focusing more on heckling the Commanders fans than attempting to break up the Jaden McDaniel Hail Mary that won the game.
He should have tapped out.
He ran in at the last second, and I think it was actually his fingertips that caused that ball to spike up, but I don't think that's where he was supposed to.
Of course it was.
Was he not supposed to be back there with Noah Brown, who caught the ball?
Correct.
Yeah, so he messed up. This was him talking about what he had to say to his teammates.
I actually don't feel like I should publicly share what intimate side of me that I share with the guys because, I let them down and them guys hold me to a high standard, such as everybody in this building. But to give you the brief message, just, I apologize to them boys for letting them down. I let the moment get too big, and it's something that, can never happen again and won't ever happen again.
I do feel bad for the guy. Like, he did apologize. He obviously feels terrible. It was a horrible mistake. So, I do have some level of sympathy, grace, for him.
Was it Quan? Was that the guy in Show Me the Money? What was his name? Quan? Show Me Cuba Gooding Jr. in that movie. What was the name of his of the play? That's what he reminded.
Isn't it Tidwell?
Tidwell, but then he had something like some nickname of like.
Maybe.
Oh, yeah, he. That's what reminded me. What do you do? Like this? Is this a movie? Is this Any Given Sunday? Is it what do we do? You're out here. The play's going on. You're in the crowd. You're yelling at the crowd. Like, this is you can't script this stuff.
Well,
and then he's in a total panic of desperation. So now I gotta go make a play.
You know what
I gotta be the hero.
You know what that reminded me of? Honestly, it reminds me of all of the stress dreams that you have, right? Where
when you wake up.
Well, like you go back to school and you don't have, you haven't studied for the test all year. You can't find the classroom. You haven't been to class, or, you have football, but you can't find your cleats. Baseball, you can't find your bat or your glove. Like, I have those dreams all the time. That's what this guy lived in that moment where he's just like, the play's going on. And he's like running over to the play.
Let me get in here and make it worse.
Right, and he completely screws it up. And he'd have been better off continuing to wave to the crowd than getting involved in that play. Poor guy.
On the flip side of that matchup,
Bad dream.
Jaden Daniels was impressive under pressure yet again. Maybe not his best game, but just the composure that he continues to show is pretty great. And Dan Orlovsky even thinks that he might be in the MVP conversation, which a rookie has not won the NFL MVP since 1957 with Jim Brown.
You could put him in the MVP conversation, no question. I haven't had him in there till yet. It's crazy to watch one person change the whole place. I mean, he has changed the whole place, the belief, the confidence. I'd also say this, the offense in Washington, I think outside of Detroit, is the second hardest offense in that conference to handle. I don't think this was a very close game. Now, the ending was unbelievable. I thought Washington dominated the football game. They just couldn't score in the red zone that consistently.
It's interesting because he didn't do that at ASU. And he didn't particularly do that at LSU either, where they were 8-4. I know he won the Heisman, and he was a total stat stud and stat monger. But it wasn't as if his mere presence transformed either of those places. I mean, heck, Lyle ran him out of town in Tempe.
I know.
Yeah, I ran him out of town.
I mean, was he in the bars with you guys?
Maybe
was he taking shots.
Maybe he grew up later.
Yeah, no, because he was a freshman when we were seniors, so no.
Okay.
Maybe he grew up later.
Maybe.
I mean, like that.
I mean,
is
he's
possible,
always
right?
had composure. I remember watching him as a freshman. He's like 168 pounds, chewing on his mouthpiece. I'm like, this guy is so skinny, but wow, is he composed?
All right, learning from some of those, experiences, what happened in Arizona State, what happened in LSU, and trying to take it to Washington, and he maybe meets the right coach and Dan Quinn, and kind of everything.
Well, there's no question.
Happily ever after.
Yeah, that came across too harsh because both those places were, especially ASU, dysfunctional with Herm. But he is poised, man. He is calm in the chaos, is what Macy Heward would like to tell you. Calm in the chaos. And Dan Quinn's done a great job. I think he's been a steadying force there, too. The new ownership group there.
Is Dan Quinn going to be the coach of the year? If things go down this road, it's either Dan Quinn or Dan Campbell.
Why does Andy never, why can't undefeated winners get their due?
Nobody cares.
You don't like winners?
No.
I like winners.
Boring.
Same reason Pete was never in consideration. They like the from the bottom to the top.
I
mean, winning in Washington, given where they've been, winning in Detroit, given where they've been, building a culture from zero. Yeah, I think that's probably more impressive than what Andy Reid's doing this year.
All right, guys, we doubted Mike Tomlin when he decided to go back to Russell Wilson, but so far he's looking pretty wise. Colin Cowherd yesterday drew some Seahawks comparisons.
And the truth is, their defense is good. The second half was so Pittsburgh Steelers. It was defense, it was special teams, and, you got to give Russell Wilson credit. He went to Denver. It was a bad fit. But in Pittsburgh, it looks a little bit like Seahawks light. Defensive coach, defensive culture, couple of playmakers, strong run game, better than average special teams. It is a sturdy ship that needs a sail, and Russell Wilson has become their sail.
Salk's nodding.
Yeah.
Let's see it against Baltimore. Let's see it against some heavyweights, right?
Washington. Yeah, you're going to have to play some better teams than the Giants and Jets.
Quite on board yet.
But he played really well.
But that may be, there's a little hater in me for Russell Wilson. I'm not going to lie. I'll admit it.
My hater for Russell Wilson is not necessarily about how he plays on the field. It is always, I've been steadfast about this for years. The Russell Wilson stuff off the field is really more comedy than anything else. It's bizarre. The Russell Wilson on the field is stop it. The Russell Wilson on the field is when you allow him to try to throw the ball all over the field, he's bad. He's not a cooking guy. But when you let Russ be in a situation where he runs the ball and manages the game and a couple of deep shots a game, he's one of the best in the league. I've never wavered from that thought, ever, and I won't ever again.
Well, I know you keep talking about how much you're enjoying the nostalgia. All I'll say is be careful what you wish for, because if he keeps playing well, at some point Mark Rodgers is going to come out of the darkness and make all this about him.
No, I don't want that. All right, you're right. Boo.
You know what else he has? This Pickens dude. He can run.
Yeah.
And he can jump out of the gym. We saw that last year in Seattle at the end of the season. I was at that game in person. He makes a play, the body control, that I'm like, whoa, whoa, whoa.
Yeah, you know what's cool about him is when he gets up for those balls, he catches them.
Yeah, he's also got a tight
Russ
end.
never really had that before.
Freiermuth that is a weapon as well. So you give him a tight end, you give him play action, you give him
I love Pickens.
a deep shot moon
What's
ball
not to like?
Mm-hmm.
You give Russell Wilson a big, tall, physical deep threat who will actually go up and catch the ball. That's cool.
What are you doing?
I see what you're doing.
That's going to make him dangerous.
What are you doing here?
What do you? We're running out of time here. Do you guys want to hear a little behind the scenes of how the Packers ran a play with Malik Willis that wasn't even in their playbook? Do you want to do some Aaron Rodgers?
Aaron Rodgers.
Okay. All right. That's always the answer. Aaron and Rodgers and the Jets have lost 5 straight.
Aaron and the Rodgers.
Aaron and the Rodgers. That's pretty much what he feels like
a
this team is.
1950s doo-wop band.
In the darkness.
So they've lost 5 straight, and now it's not just Rodgers talking about living in the darkness. We played some sound of his head coach and his tight end the other day talking about the darkness. And Rodgers saying, you just got to get comfortable in it. Now apparently he says one of his teammates has introduced him to what he calls the fountain of youth, which is just cayenne pepper water, I think.
Yeah, makes
lemon.
sense. That'll work.
So maybe that's going to fix things. Here was Shannon Sharp going off on him on Get Up the other day.
It couldn't happen to a more smug, cavalier, condescending guy. Oh, that's even low for you. Now, who else you gonna blame it on? You running out of people to fire and demote. You fired Robert Saleh. You gonna fire Olbrich now, the interim coach. You've demoted Hackett. What you gonna do? Demote the new offensive coordinator? Who else you gonna trade for? Who else you gonna bring in?
I know Schlereth was going off on him on Wyman and Bob yesterday.
What does
too.
Schlereth say?
He said something about I don't care what kind of ghee butter you want to put on your butt cheeks or something. I can't remember. There was quite a few details in there.
Oh boy.
What is ghee again? What is that? Is that like melted butter? But there's something else to it. What is ghee?
I think it's like a keto butter.
Okay.
Let's see.
Interesting.
It's supposed to be high concentrations of monosaturated omega-3s.
Oh, yeah?
So more healthy fats.
That sounds good for you.
Sounds healthy.
Sounds like Captain Tom smoked salmon.
Does it?
It's just dripping with that.
Dripping with ghee?
Omega-3s.
All right. Anyway, I don't
He has, beyond the personality, he just doesn't have his legs. Right? He doesn't have his movement. Like the one thing about Aaron Rodgers for all those years was the subtle just creativity and extending plays and the threat of a little bit of movement. You strip that away, not much there.
Yeah.
Not much there.
That's really too bad because he's just, I'm really rooting for him to have some success this year. That's everything you need. I'm sorry, that's today's trip around the NFL. Sorry, I got a little distracted.
I should say
there.
not as much there. There's still, Duke can still throw it, unlike very few human beings, but that just, you take away the threat of and you said this the other day, look at all the top guys, man.
Yeah.
You got to have some dual threat too. You got to have some movement too. You got to have some Josh Allen, some Jaden Daniels. You extend plays. And
yeah. Doesn't
the
it also
inability
hurt
to
when
do
you're a
that.
horrible leader and
Yes.
you're a distraction to everybody on your team and you're creating constant discord inside of your organization when you're supposed to be the guy who is the voice of poise, as you've said a few times? It feels
Yeah,
like
that
those
probably
things
hurts,
also hurt your team.
Yes, it does.
So yeah, the legs are part of it, but also the horrific personality and the way he's used it to completely tear apart his organization. That feels like maybe that's a relevant piece of the puzzle as well. Let's do some Blue 88.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88.
Blue 88! Blue 88!
We take you to the field as Brock Ewart breaks down 3 football questions as only he can.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Ewart and Mike Salk.
All right, Brock, I know you watched Coach's tape. By the way, ghee is clarified butter. I don't know what clarified means, but that's what it is.
Okay.
How do you clarify butter? Like you make it more clear?
Sounds like something for the text.
Spell it out. B-U-T-T-E-R. Let me be very clear. It's butter.
Mm-hmm.
Is it salted? Is it unsalted? I need more information other than just clarified butter.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you watched the tape.
Well, the film was clarifying. How about that?
Yeah, what
The
was
eye in the
clarified
sky-
on film?
The eye in the sky never lies. TV copy can. right? As it follows the ball, and you lose sight of sometimes what's happening at the line of scrimmage. Yeah, this is a people moving issue. You're not doing it on your offensive line, and you're getting owned on the defensive line. In these games where teams are running for $140, $150, $160, $170, like, they're just taking your double team and they're moving you off of your spot. And then for the Seahawks in their run game, and there were not that many at bats, Salk, to really study, so it wasn't that hard. But I'm like, when you hit that sled and we watch those guys hit the sled, right? What do you always see? You have to leverage, right? You have to get down. Actually, you remember the old line coach Callahan? He's in Tennessee with his son now. Over the last couple of years, he is, and I don't know if it's sold well. It seems kind of like a niche deal. I don't think I'd invest in it. But he has built this contraption of a sled where if you don't leverage it appropriately, like you don't hit it from the ground up, it doesn't move. So it's trying to kind of teach and incentivize getting your pads down and move people.
Low man wins.
It's not happening. Like I was double teamed the other day, and it was Christian Haynes in his one series with Jarrell, and it was like, you two guys, you're 600 and something pounds, and you're powerful. And this dude right here taking both of you on is not only like not moving backwards, he's actually even winning. Like you're doing nothing with him. Like you've got him move him off the ball, so you affect then the linebacker, who then all of a sudden just comes right up into that gap and hits Ken Walker before he can even get going. So yeah, it was not pretty tape in any way, shape, or form. I reached out to Baldy. I'm sure he's going to get back to me here because he said he was studying the Seahawks yesterday on tape. But that O-line, D-line, and then Byron Murphy, you're getting moved off your spot. You, Hankins, you're getting moved off your spot in that double team. Anchor down. Create some movement. Because if you don't do it, Sean McVay is going to keep dialing it up. Matthew Stafford, Cooper Kupp, Puka Nacua. No. You know what Sean McVay remembers, and probably one of his fondest memories, was 2017 and Todd Gurley running up and down that field, imposing their will. That is the essence of really that system with Shanahan and McVay. Yeah, you better bring it. You better turn that intensity and the fundamentals up to a 10 come Sunday afternoon.
All right, question number 2. You got anything valid that maybe helps explain the problems Seahawks have had defensively, or maybe offer some hope?
Yeah, can you? I think you got that. You have that Schlereth cut for me, talking about some of the complications. Mike was sharing this with us. He didn't get through the full breadth of his playbook. I think that's what Bob and Wyman were asking about, just the complexities of this defense here with Stink with the boys in the afternoon yesterday.
I talked to Jordan Brooks this weekend in Miami, and I spoke with him for a while and sat down with him and talked to him and just asked about their scheme because they're really simulated pressure, a lot of different moving parts in Miami. They're a pretty good defense, and just asking him kind of the difference between what he was in Seattle on this, and he's just like, Seattle was under Pete was really basic stuff. Like we were just going to be play very, very vanilla stuff, but we're just going to execute it really well. He goes, this scheme, like every one of the big plays we give up is because we're not on the same page, and there's a learning process, getting to know one another, playing beside one another, and kind of understanding if a guy's going to do something, how I can freelance off of him, or he freelances off of me, or I cover for him. And so there's a lot of that learning curve that goes on. And I don't know, that might be a part of what's happening in Seattle right now.
I think it is, because I'm not seeing that stuff. I'm not seeing simulated pressures. I'm not seeing guys reacting off one another. I'm seeing Mike line up in pretty vanilla fronts with 4 down pretty consistently, playing a shell coverage pretty darn consistently, and not being able to do what I just said in that last answer. Fundamentally leverage. Fundamentally play with the right pad level. Fundamentally get your hands on people and get them off of you, so then we can get to chapter 2, chapter 3, chapter 4. So it's like learning Spanish. If you don't get the early verbs, you got no chance. Right? You got to learn language, and you've got to have the fundamentals behind it before you add on to everything else. And not doing any of it, unfortunately.
It's too bad. Question number 3. By the way, that's sort of what I wrote about last night. And if it is so complicated, maybe it would have been helpful to bring some folks from Baltimore who already understood this system rather than having everybody other than McDonald in the building
but it's
doing
not,
it for the first
time.
time.
But the complication of it right now is not what's hurting them. They're not doing all these things and busting assignments. They're not all of a sudden blitzing a guy's running free. They're trying to do the sound stuff, right? They're trying to play buttoned-up, fundamental sound.
I still feel like having guys that knew how to do it and have done it before, feel comfortable and confident in it, might have been helpful in retrospect.
Well, the couple guys they could have brought, one was a safety that couldn't run. I don't think he's playing particularly well. You know, I guess you could have overpaid for Queen if you wanted to, you know, bring the linebacker with. It's not like college. This isn't James Madison, Salk. This isn't Kurt Signetti bringing 13 starters with them. These guys are
But, Brock,
under
you brought
contract.
0 coaches and 0 players. I'm not saying you needed to bring 50, but you brought 0. And I get it. We've really complimented them for, you know, his ability to go out. And absolutely. And I like it. Not the old boy network or any of that. That's great. But maybe it would have been in retrospect. This isn't like a huge criticism, but in retrospect, maybe it would have been helpful to have been able to bring some folks with him that understood how to do this already.
Yep.
Just a thought. I guess that's Blue 88. We ended up arguing through the last
What
one.
was question 3?
It was something about trades. The Seahawks going to make another trade? Probably not.
Probably not.
Yeah. All right. So anyway, there you go. That's Blue.
Because you're probably counting on Abe Lucas. You're probably counting on George Fant. You're probably counting on a couple of these pieces. Right, to come back.
We got so many texts on Gee.
Yeah, when you clarify butter, apparently you remove all the milk solids and water and are left with butter fat, so there's a higher smoke point.
A higher smoke point?
Oh, a higher smoke point.
That makes sense.
You know what I like to do? I like to mix butter and olive oil for a higher smoke point.
That makes sense, too. I've done that. Yeah. 253 says, that's rich. Salk gets on listeners for asking questions. Just Google it, dude. I'm in the middle of doing a radio show. I'm not like, I could Google it later, but I'm literally hosting a radio show right now. I'm busy. I can't do it in this moment. All right. Since we got distracted earlier, we were going to talk about the Yankees at 8 o'clock, but I don't have it in me to do it again. So I will come back to what we were going to do at 7, Brock, which is this word that I don't particularly like, but might be the most accurate way of describing these Seahawks. It's next on Brock and Salk.
The Mike McDonald Show, the first word from the head coach after every Seahawks game.
It's a taste reality right in your face, and you got to take it on the chin. We have to grow from this. That's who we are. You know, we're a resilient crew, and we need to grow. We need to grow. We need to look at everything, especially in the run game on both sides of the ball, and grow from it. And that's the mentality we're going to have, that we're going to get to the point we're going to get to, and we're going to chase it like heck until we get there. So it just needs to be more consistent from week to week as a coaching staff and as a football team, but we got to grow from it.
Don't miss the Mike McDonald Show the morning after the Hawks game at 9:30 on Seattle Sports.
Hey, we got some exciting news here. Mike Salk and Riverside Roofing 710. We've renewed our partnership into a new deal that's going to carry us into our 8th calendar year working together. Pretty cool. And just want to say thanks to Don and Brandon, Jordan, the crew over there at Riverside. Terrific roofers, good businessmen, but even better people. And I've gotten to know them over the last couple of years, which has been fun, texting, playing golf, the whole deal. And just awesome people that you can trust. And that's such a big deal in the roofing business, right? Really, in all businesses, people want to work with people they like, but really people they can trust. And that just defines Riverside Roofing. You've heard me say it for years. You'll continue to hear me say it as well because it works. So if you do have an upcoming roof replacement, they got to be your first call. A huge thanks. A congrats to Riverside Roofing. You can find them at riversideroofingllc.com. They are the roofing company you can trust.
Key here is employee satisfaction. There is no expectation for customer satisfaction if the people that work with us don't feel taken care of and supported and loved. I'm proud of this Lily Johnson Auto family. I'm proud of our stores. And I need everybody to share in that mindset because it makes a better experience for the customer. It also makes it a better place to work. Walking away from an interaction with a customer that says, I can't believe how easy this was. I can't thank you enough for helping me. Receiving a handwritten letter that's personalized to a salesperson or a service advisor or a technician expressing gratitude, and then taking that home and sharing that with your family and hanging that on your refrigerator, that's the difference.
The LJ way is
The Lee Johnson Auto family.
Here at NC Machinery, people always ask, what can you do with Cat compact equipment? Well, here goes. Build gardens, patios, and parking, set posts and poles, plant trees, remove pipes, stumps, and rocks, clear snow, brush, and trees, trench, grade, and maintain. Landscape your backyard, your front yard, your neighbor's yard. Get through doorways, alleyways, and fence gates. Build roads, trails, fire breaks. Move gravel, wood chips, and hay. Clean pens and barns. Break concrete, asphalt, and gravel. Use tools like hammers, tampers, trenchers, mulchers, and mowers. And for the doers doing, the landscapers, contractors, and landowners digging, call NC Machinery to get 0% for 60 months on select compact equipment. Terms and conditions apply.
Have you tried the dining district at the Bellevue Collection? Grab lunch with friends, meet up for happy hour, and stay for dinner and beyond. You can sample international flavors and local favorites from talented chefs. Try a new cocktail on a rooftop bar or watch the game with friends. And explore the lively nightlife scene. The dining district at the Bellevue Collection, where your taste adventure begins. Learn more at BellevueCollection.com/dining district.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T level is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Text the word BOOST to 65555 to book your free T check. They have helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Text the word BOOST to 65555. That's BOOST to 65555. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Message and data rates apply. Message frequency varies. Text help for help and stop to cancel. ReviveMen'sHealth.com/privacy policy for how to opt in. Info will be used, and ReviveMen'sHealth.com/terms of use for terms of service.
For tank and tankless hot water heaters, for clogged drains, for leaky faucets, for toilets that won't flush. Stop freaking and call Beacon. Beacon Plumbing, Heating, and Mechanical is your trusted source to solve all your plumbing needs. 1-800-FREAKIN or beaconplumbing.net. Don't let cold season make you miserable. Try the quick, drug-free solution for nasal congestion, Navage. Navage uses gentle suction to flush out your sinuses with refreshing saline, helping you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier all winter long. And here's even better news. Navage is now available at select Costco locations in a great new value pack. It's everything you need to start breathing better fast. Check out Navage at your local Costco today. Navage, Navage, breathe easy.
Are you putting off your new kitchen plans? Why wait? Hi, Chad Cicchini, owner of Heritage Homecraft. Call today for a free in-home estimate. Years of experience, thousands of happy customers. Heritage Homecraft, 425-485-1600 or heritagehomecraft.com.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get in the freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Presented by Simply Seattle.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Saul.
I don't know if this is the word you would ever want somebody to describe your team as, but it seems to be pretty darn accurate. So Benjamin Solak of ESPN wrote about the most confusing teams in the NFL. Probably not a huge surprise. Guess where the Seahawks were on this list? On it. Not a big surprise at all. They are confusing. They are inconsistent. They are week to week. It would be difficult to argue with anybody who said that this is kind of a confusing team, right? They've shown signs of being a threat. They've shown signs of being a doormat, and I don't actually think they are either one of those two things. I think it's more likely that they're an inconsistent team that is probably destined to finish somewhere around 500. I'm not sure if that's the best thing for them. They might be better off being either a threat or a doormat, but I get the sense they're just going to be up and down, inconsistent, and finish somewhere in the middle. Oh, hold on. We need to turn Brock on. Hold on. Let's get your mic on. There we go.
Jeez, Lyle, what are you doing? Are you muting me, Lyle?
Yeah.
What did I do?
Yeah.
What
You've
did I
been
do?
shadow banned.
Sheepers, creepers.
Shadow banned. Sorry.
You know, when I get into this
6
part
days
of the
before the election here, Brock.
college
Sorry.
football season, so thanks. In the games, everyone
Tensions are
remembers
hot.
in November and into December. Like, I look at my boards as I have Houston and Kansas State, one of my favorite programs in all of college football, and I start to look at these stats and these numbers. I'm like, okay, yeah, this is a real number. Like Anthony Richardson, 44% through 7-8 games, 150 attempts. Like, that's a pretty real number. Right? 29th in rushing offense, 29th in rushing defense. Those are real numbers. Is it really that terribly complex? I mean, I appreciate the article. I appreciate, yes, sometimes the play can be confounding because they win 3 in a row, they lose 3 in a row, they go to Atlanta and beat a really talented team, and you come home and you just get absolutely walked in your own building. You've lost 3 in a row in your own building. But to me, it is fairly simple. And I know DJ is going to say the same thing in 20-some minutes. Baldinger is going to say the same thing. Like, yeah, bro, if you're not good at the point of attack and doing all those things that Schlereth was talking about, and you can't stop the run and you don't run the ball, it's going to be really hard to even be a 500 team, to be honest with you. Like, if they stay 29th, I think I'll say this confidently and definitively. Now that my mic is on, Lyle, I'll say this confidently and definitively. If they stay 29th in rush offense and rush defense, they will not even touch 500 at the end of the year.
Yeah, I think that's a good
Rams
confidence
twice,
statement. I
Cardinals
appreciate that.
twice, San Francisco, Green Bay, Minnesota. I mean, if they stay with those kind of numbers in production, you're going to be a 7-10 win team. 7-10.
Yeah, I appreciate that thought, and I don't necessarily disagree with you, and it feels pretty easy to say today. But I also want to remind you that last week you were talking, and, I think very convincingly.
So it was the top 10 to 12 team when they have all their horses. Because when all their horses were there, they were 4-0 defensively, and then you put out that effort.
I understand.
And you play that game.
It was terrible. But I think that, again, trying not to be overly reactive to each one of these games, there is another view of this team that is, well, they look really good this week. They look really bad this week. They look pretty good this week. They look pretty bad this week. And that over time, that inconsistency will ultimately lead them to somewhere around 500, maybe just below, because you got to be a little bit more than just inconsistent to get above 500. So, okay, maybe it is, 7 wins, 8 wins, somewhere in that range, just below 500. But I'm trying not to overreact to them looking like complete garbage this past weekend against Buffalo. And remember that the week before, they beat a good Atlanta team.
They did.
I still think that, the problems are significant, but I'm also pretty open-minded to the fact that they could get better over time as a new head coach starts to figure it out and guys start to figure him out. This was always supposed to be the case.
Yes. Can the guard-to-guard get better? Guard to guard, can you get better? From Lincoln Tomlinson to Connor to the Bradford Haynes combination, can those guys get better? Right? Or, if Abe Lucas comes back, can George Fant slide in? Jason Peters, I saw on the sidelines the other day. I know he's here for leadership purposes. And if a break glass in case of emergency, can certainly still go out there and play some tackle for you. But guard to guard, Salk, over the next 10 weeks, can you actually get better and be in any way a group that imposes your will instead of being the sieve that you've been, that's been pushed around and beat up and on Sunday humiliated at the line of scrimmage? Can you do that? Defensively, I think defensively I feel more optimistic that those guys, right, that the Murphs and the Leonards and the Jarens and all the edge players you have,
in some
that
ways,
those
I feel
guys can
less
play
optimistic.
better.
They're just watching them. They're just getting run over. Even in the Atlanta game, Brock, where they won, it wasn't because they were able to stop the run. I mean, we talked about this, and I know this is sort of a uncomfortable way of looking at it, but if Atlanta doesn't decide to stop running on their own, I'm not sure Atlanta doesn't win that game. They just randomly came out after. Remember the drive? 8 out of 9 plays on their touchdown drive were running plays. They came out the next drive and threw 3 straight. You're like, thanks. Appreciate it. I don't know why you're not running, but thank you. If they had run 3 straight times, they might have 60 yards downfield.
Well, I'll tell you this: the 2 guys that are going to be operating Sunday, Matthew Stafford and Sean McVay. If you're vulnerable in the run, you know what they'll keep doing? Run. And run and run and run. And even though they got Puka, and even though they got Cup, and even though they got all these, nope. If you can't stop the run, that guy will be unapologetic about it.
Absolutely. Text from Andrew and Elma, who's been all over it today. He's really excited about the Jake Dickert
butter?
and the clarified butter. Yes. You guys asked Lyle to help get the ratings up, and then when he mutes Brock, you reject his guidance. Even a Yankees fan is right occasionally, especially when muting another Yankees fan.
That's not funny.
That's pretty funny, actually.
You missed it.
It's pretty
we
good.
found out that Lyle's podcast has the 4.7 Apple review rating that we've been looking for.
Isn't that annoying?
We've been stuck at 4.6.
We're still 4.6.
How many reviews do they have, though?
6.
Like, how many reviews
Lyle's mom,
does it
Lyle's
have?
brother, TJ's uncle.
Right.
I think they have 6 or 7.
Wow.
I don't think, not none, but probably not as many as this show.
I think that's actually pretty relevant information in this whole rating thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we have, as we've said, a 4.6 rating on Apple Podcast. It's about 1,900 ratings.
All right.
I got to check, I guess, what the marine layer is at, right? Let's see.
To be fair, Lyle didn't bring up his podcast review rating. Someone sent it in. He wasn't like, mine are way better than yours.
They're a 4.7 rating, and that's really impressive. Honestly, it is.
It is.
Only 47 ratings, though. So they got like a little way to go.
What are we doing here? You're not even qualified. Not even.
It is kind of a small sample size.
I mean, you've got to have at least 100 pass attempts to qualify for anything. What do they got? 47 attempts?
It's 47. Yeah, but hey,
it's barely ahead of Anthony Richardson's completion percentage.
Oh,
barely.
That's not nice. No, I give them credit. The marine layer, that's awesome. 47 ratings and a 4.7 review. I mean, that's tremendous.
There's not 47 people listening to the show. There
aren't.
Well, not from the numbers we see. No.
You don't even have 47 people listening to that?
No, I'm saying there's more than that.
Oh, sorry. The way you said it.
I am saying of those 47 reviews, how many of them have the last name Goldstein?
Oh, man.
Just not that many people sit and write a review, I guess.
Poor Lyle's he's like befuddled when this happens. I think his generation isn't used to dealing with the actual criticism by voice. They're used to seeing this online and then just kind of ignoring it and moving on.
Well,
but getting somebody to like actually tease them in person, they don't know what to do with this.
Can I give a shout out, by the way? Can I give a 5-star Apple review rating to Matt Lovelace on Twitter?
Oh, yeah, you like that.
Oh, at Matt Lovelace. Do I love it? Yes, I retweeted it yesterday. Thanks for sending me the text, Lyle, like I didn't already retweet it yesterday. Sheesh, Matt Lovelace. Great appearance by Coach Dickert with Brock and Salk this morning. Good conversation about building a winning culture, but perhaps no better revelation than this. Jake's dad, Jeff, high-fived Roger Dorn and hugged Pedro Serrano. Puts the video together and then circles.
I don't think he put it together. I got the sense that was already in existence on
Are
YouTube.
you sure?
No,
because
but
I
got
see
that
Jake
sense.
Dickert on Brock and Salk on the top left of the video. So I don't know.
I got the sense that had already been put together on YouTube years ago, but maybe I'm wrong.
Okay.
Maybe he put it together, which would be even more impressive.
Well, Matt Lovelace, if you put it together, let us know.
It's a good high five, isn't it?
Tremendous. It was a good.
It's a
hug and
high quality high five.
It was.
Like it looks pretty real. Like he took his acting job seriously there and did a greght job of giving
Do
Serrano.
you know how
a
many
big
people
high
I
five.
heard from in college football yesterday that saw that tweet and texted me like,
really?
How did anybody never knew this?
Yeah.
Little nugget out there that he just dropped on us at the very end of the show.
Yeah.
Coach Dickert.
Well, that's the kind of important information that the Brock and Salk show is able to squeeze out of its guests if and when they come on. Maybe we'll get something like that out of Daniel Jeremiah coming up in 20 after Need to Know next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy.
This is just the season for the Seahawks. They're going to lose another game, believe it or not, Stacy. They're not going to win the rest of their games.
I know.
It's all about building and getting better. I know y'all don't want to hear that. I understand it. But take this team for who they are right now. They are a team that is still struggling defensively, but are working on some things and getting better personnel-wise. Let's give Ernest another week and watch that film. And offensively, they're a team that struggles to run the football but can throw the rock. It was missing their best receiver last week. This is who they are.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Where did October go? How in the world is today, October 30th, tomorrow, the final day of Breast Cancer Awareness Month? How is that possible? This month has just flown by, but the need for research and treatment, well, it continues to go on and on. That is why we have teamed up with the Harnish Auto family and the Carol Milgar Breast Cancer Center to make a difference. And there's just a couple days left to do so. And a couple of ways you can help. Number one, go test drive any new or used vehicle, any of them, at any of the 6 dealerships, and Harnish will donate $25 on your behalf with absolutely no purchase necessary. Another way is go get an oil change, or you've been putting off getting your service done. Once again, go get it done today or there tomorrow, and Harnish will donate in your name. Plus, you'll love the friendly team and how easy they make buying a vehicle. So don't wait a day longer. That's all we got. Visit Ward up at Chevy of Everett, Eric at Kia of Everett, Sace at Chevy Buick GMC, and Volkswagen of P-Town, or my buddy Ryan down there at Subaru Puyallup as well. Mention I sent you. Let's make a big impact this month and help out the KIRO Milgard Breast Cancer Center by the end of October. Just a day to go. Visit Harnish Auto Family. It is a Harnish Auto Family where people matter.
Upgrade your furnace or heat pump with Home Comfort Alliance. And for a limited time, save up to $4,000 in combined rebates or enjoy 12 months, same as cash, no interest financing on a new Lennox system. Call the comfort people, homecomfortalliance.com.
Don't fall, just call Seattle Holiday Lights. We'll hang them up, we'll take them down, we'll do it right. So call Seattle Holiday Lights. Seattle Holiday Lights.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Hey, what are you doing up on the step stool?
About to clean these light fixtures. The whole family's coming over. And if there's even a speck of dust in the house, my abuela will find it.
Here, I got a Swiffer duster to help with that.
A Swiffer what?
A Swiffer duster. It has this cool extendable handle that reaches 6 feet to get high and low, with fluffy dusters that easily trap and lock dust.
So, no more step stool?
No more step stool.
Easily trap and lock dust from hard-to-reach places with the Swiffer duster. Love it or your money back.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
Headed outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nellie on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on seattlesports.com.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and, of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
Paid political announcement.
On average, premiums in Washington went up nearly 25%.
The average annual premium spiked 26% in 2024.
Homeowners in Washington state are paying the price for wildfires before they even ignite. These premiums tripled.
Insurance rates are skyrocketing with no end in sight. But you have a champion.
I'm Phil Fortunato. The insurance commissioner has the power to lower your insurance rates, and that's what I'll do for you.
Vote Fortunato for insurance commissioner. for lower insurance rates. Paid for by Phil Fortunato for OIC Republican.
At aimyourdigital.com, we'll help you target the right audience, build your leads, and crush your quota. Take your business to the next level. Our digital marketing strategies help grow awareness of your product or service, all while building trust in your business. Our approach involves leveraging multiple tools and strategies to deliver exceptional results that are customized to your unique business needs. Don't wait to run out of sales leads. Keep your business growing. Get started with aimyourdigital.com today.
Need to know. Brought to you by Ben's Plumbing, Heating, and Air.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
The Yankees have life, Brock. The Yankees have life. I really did not like the Dodgers throwing a bullpen game last night. I'm not sure they had any real choice, but I still just didn't like it. And my fears were proven accurate as the Yankees found their offense. They destroyed the back end or the non-leverage portions of that bullpen and score 11 runs. Volpe with a grand slam.
New York Kid, bases loaded, 2 out. Cranks a ball, deep left field. Volpe with redemption.
Yeah, you also got a 3-run shot from Gleyber Torres. Catcher hit a home run. 11 runs in the game. And Judge got himself back out of his slump. He had a walk and a couple of hits in the game. So, yeah, I mean, is it likely that the Yankees come all the way back from 3-0? No. Is it possible? Yeah, absolutely. And certainly, most teams that get down 3-0 lose in 4. The fact that they didn't gives them life. It starts to put the pressure on LA, and that pressure will really build if the Yankees are able to win tonight with Garrett Cole on the mound at home in Yankee Stadium.
First time in
I'm a little
54
nervous
years,
about it.
Salky. First time in 54 years that a team was up 3-0 and didn't just sweep away that opponent. And it kind of felt that way when Freddie Freeman once again goes off and hits a home run, 3 batters in. And yet all of that is not the story.
No.
No, it'd be Lloyd Christmas and the other guy, just Dumb and Dumber out there.
Fly to right by Torres. Betts in the corner. Does he have room? Fights with the fan. And they're going to say that it's an out and fan interference. So an out, 1 gone in this first. It's the second time that Gleyber Torres has hit a ball that has ended up in fan interference in this series. He had the home run turned into a double back at Dodger Stadium. And yeah, Betts has that ball in his glove, and this fan literally tries to take his glove off.
And then his hand off to use as a Halloween decoration in his yard. What a moron. Absolute moron, and should never be allowed back in Yankee Stadium. How about that?
I bet you he throws out the first pitch tonight. They're going
How about I would have probably, if I was Smoltz, would have said exactly that last night. Joe, I walk around the neighborhood and I see all these skeleton bones and hands sticking out of yards. I think that's what that idiot was trying to do. And then he was debating. Did you see him debate with security? Like, oh no, he came after me.
Yeah, Mookie Betts attacked me while I was innocently sitting in my seat. That's pretty much how it went.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Seahawks are moving the wrong direction in the ESPN Power Rankings. Not a huge surprise. They're down to number 14. And the problem, as we know, running and stopping the run. Lofa Tatupu on yesterday with Bump and Stacy explains just how bad the problem is on the defensive side.
James Cook, phenomenal running back, but I saw 4 runs where he didn't get touched for the first 6 yards. And any running back in the NFL is still going to get 4+ yards after that if his initial contact isn't until 7 yards down the field. So I just think that's an area that we could probably, try and get creative with.
I think it's more, is that mislabeled? Honestly, I think that's Tim Hasselbeck. I listened to that cut. There's no way that's not Tim Hasselbeck talking. I've been talking to Tim Hasselbeck for 18 years. There's no way that's not him. No, that's Tim Hasselbeck. I don't buy it for a second that that's anybody else.
Did we cut any Harold Reynolds with us yesterday or not?
No. Jake Dickert?
We didn't have any Jake Dickert?
We do. I just don't have it here. Need to know.
I got you. We got to check in on how the Hasselbeck brothers are doing out there with Grandpa separating them, fighting, and everything. So I will let you know on that. But Lofa is 100% right. It really wouldn't matter. I mean, Daniel Jeremiah told us about the Giants guy. He was a receiver at Purdue and ran for 100 and something on you. If you don't hit these guys no matter who they are at the point of attack, and you let them get going, they're going to have 100-yard days, and there's been way too many of those.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Well, Dan Bilesma, I got to give him some credit, man. He got his team going after a couple of really lousy efforts. Called up John Hayden, said that he wanted a little more physicality. Didn't use him in the game. Maybe he just wanted it at practice because it set his team off yesterday. They scored just 25 seconds in.
Out in front just by Eli Tolvanen. Jamie Oleksiak tipped in. Eli Tolvanen out in front, and Oleksiak from downtown. Good pressure right off the faceoff. 25 seconds in, the Big Rig has his first goal of the season.
Yeah, that was one of 8. The Big Rig, Jamie Oleksiak.
The Big Rig?
Yeah. I mean, he's been here for every season of Kraken hockey.
How many goals has the Big Rig scored?
More than you'd think for
how many times have we played a Big Rig
defenseman.
highlight on this show?
A few.
That's the first.
No, it's not.
That's the first time I've ever heard the Big Rig.
Well, that's on you.
No, it's not.
He calls him the Big Rig all the time.
I'm telling you, that's the first time we played it.
Well, you don't watch a lot
show.
of Kraken games.
I'm not talking about watching it or on the broadcast. I'm saying on these airwaves, on this show.
Have you seen Riker Evans yet?
I've seen Riker.
Avery's a fan.
McCann stays with it, still holding on to it. He'll draw it back a bit, stop and start, take it deeper in the zone. Now Eberle thinks about the slot, goes to the point. Evans shot, scores! The puck has eyes for Riker Evans.
Big fan.
Oh, like
big fan.
Like a cutie.
Just big fan.
Oh, okay.
Really, really big fan. Apparently looks like somebody from Outer Banks. Anyway, nice job. We got a hat trick last night from Brandon Montour, and the Kraken win 8-2. Joey Daccord in net once again, and they will be in Toronto tomorrow. It's everything you need to know. Quarter past every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. I should mention, Brock, tomorrow at 8 a.m. we'll have Here's the Thing. So hopefully people will either download the app, or if you already have, you can go leave us a voice message there, making fun of us, making fun of each other, whatever it is that, making fun of the teams in town, whatever's on your mind. We are ready for you guys to leave some messages and more. We'll put those together a little bit later for Here's the Thing tomormo.
I like it.
Yeah.
I like it.
You never heard him say the Big Rig.
I saw, again, do I need to be like clarified butter?
Yes.
Okay.
I think you do.
I have heard the nickname.
Oh.
Not played on our show. I've not heard it on our show. Not heard it on our show, the Big Rig. Because I don't know how many times we've played the Big Rig's goals as highlights on this show.
I mean,
but
look,
when you
he's
have
not
8 of
like a
them,
big goal scorer. He's a big, giant defensive defenseman. But
correct.
You get him out into space, and he does seem both he and Larson seem to find ways to find the back of the net more often than you would think. And you had a defenseman last night have a hat trick.
Yes, you
How
did.
about that, Brandon Montour?
Or the defensemen and those big guys scoring are blacksmiths. They're not the creative forwards, right? They're not the artists.
No.
They're the blacksmiths.
Generally, yes.
Yes, but they can still get it done.
Oleksiak's not even the best athlete in his family. His sister, Penny Oleksiak, won 4 medals at the 2016 Summer Olympics as a swimmer.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Wow.
She's one of the most
Little rig.
decorated.
She might be a big rig herself. Wow. That's pretty darn impressive. All right, good. Thanks for the information, Maura. We appreciate that. Coming up next, Daniel Jeremiah will join us for our weekly visit. We got a lot of questions for DJ. Certainly coming off the challenging loss for the Seahawks on Sunday. What do they do to start dictating rather than reacting? We'll ask DJ that and more next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
Tight end AJ Barner is here.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
AJ, are you a guy that will go home and watch the game?
For sure, yeah. I kind of have I call it like a little sick addiction because even when I have family over after the game, it's I have to see the film right after, and it's sometimes it can kind of be I'm not ignoring my family or my company that's over, but it's we just finished the game, I have to watch this. So
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Yeah, it's going to be pouring later today, and really, I think for the next few days, everybody's looking to get inside. Not just people, but small animals, rats, mice, other rodents. They want to get into your house, right? They want to be in your attic, in your crawl space. And then when they do, maybe they reproduce, maybe they start eating the insulation, destroying it. It's just gross. You don't want any part of that. But even worse, it starts getting colder in your house because the insulation isn't doing what it needs to, and then your heating bills go up. All of this is a long way of saying Crawl Pros will go where you don't want to. They'll check that out. And they've also partnered with Puget Sound Energy to provide special rebates on insulation work. So if you are a PSE customer and your home was also built before 1990, you might qualify to receive a rebate on up to 95% of the cost to properly insulate your crawl space or attic. That's huge, man. 95%. Take advantage of these enormous rebates today. Call Crawl Pros, figure out what's going on back there, and learn what energy rebates you're eligible for. Do it now before this cold, wet weather is any worse. If you're worried about critters, mold, water damage, insulation issues, or anything else related to your crawl space or attic, schedule a free corner-to-corner inspection at crawlpros.com.
So I formed Davis Law Group about 30 years ago, and I would get, the same questions from people about what to do in the case of an accident. Do you need a lawyer? To the point where I decided that I would at least write a book which would answer the common questions that I would receive as a lawyer. Once I wrote my first book, it proved to be hugely popular. I decided to write then a series of books in different accident cases so that we could really teach people about their rights, how to protect them, and how to decide on whether they need a lawyer and what lawyer to hire. I've found in my career that having a client that is educated and knowledgeable about their particular type of case really helps the client and also usually ends up making the case or the claim more successful. To get your free copy of any of my Washington accident books, visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
When the hot water needs to be hot, when the drain needs to drain, when the toilet needs to flush, you need to do two things. Stop freaking and call Beacon. Beacon Plumbing, Heating, and Mechanical. On call and there when you need them most. 1-800-FREAKIN or beaconplumbing.net.
Tune in this Sunday as your Seattle Seahawks take on Los Angeles. Kickoff at 1:25 p.m. Muckleshoot Casino Resort, proud sponsor of the Seattle Seahawks and the Northwest's biggest and best casino.
Big Trees is Washington's premier tree sales and transplant company. With over 30 years of experience, Big Trees provides trees of all sizes and professional services for residential and commercial projects. Our 30-acre nursery features thousands of trees and hundreds of varieties that thrive in our Pacific Northwest climate. From flowering or fall color to mature evergreens for privacy, Big Trees has it all. For hours, directions, and to see our wide selection of trees, visit BigTreeSupply.com. That's BigTreeSupply.com.
If you haven't heard yet, Toyota's Camry called an audible with the brand new hybrid 2025 Camry. And at Toyota of Kirkland, they're excited to put it in play. Backed by the lifetime powertrain warranty, the incredible team at Toyota of Kirkland will set up your test drive so you can take home that 2025 hybrid Camry the same day. Come check it out at the amazing showroom at Toyota of Kirkland or visit online at toyotaofkirkland.com.
Hawks Live.
Tomorrow night from 7 to 9.
Live from Bellevue Square Center Court.
Geno Smith has himself a day.
Presented by the Dining District of the Bellevue Collection.
On Seattle Sports.
Matt Coker here from West Coast Men's Health. Guys, Viagra is not the answer for your problem. I know you think it is, but Viagra has horrible side effects, and for most men, the longer you're on it, the less it works. Viagra is not a curative medication. It's not fixing your problem. It's a Band-Aid for a shark bite. Acoustic wave therapy is the newest technology that can correct your problem, not just treat it. We can do something that no pill can do. We can restore your blood flow naturally. Get off Viagra today. Change your life like the thousands of men who already have, regardless of your age or your medical history. If you're tired of dealing with Peyronie's disease or erectile dysfunction, then call West Coast Men's Health today.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Have you considered surgery or even joint replacement? Hey, it's Dave Wyman, and before you make that decision, see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Why? Because he gives it to you straight. Dr. Wagner said my right knee needs replacement, and I appreciate his honesty and expertise. My left knee is fine right now, but the minute it isn't, I'm heading to Dr. Wagner for his expert opinion. I want to avoid another surgery, and I've heard so many patients rave about results from their 90-minute outpatient stem cell procedure with Dr. Wagner. He's a board-certified Seattle physician with over 30 years of experience and has performed more than 20,000 stem cell procedures using a person's own stem cells to regenerate cartilage in their own joints. People with severe osteoarthritis, even bone on bone, are back doing what they enjoy without pain and without surgery. Whether it's a shoulder, hip, elbow, ankle, wrist, or knee, before choosing surgery, see Dr. Mark Wagner first. Go to drmarkwagnermd.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Bad news, maybe more. Justin might be busy. 9:45. I don't know if he's going to be with us. I know.
Well, I mean, we've got a list done. I just didn't think you would enjoy it as much unless he stopped by.
It's not just a list.
I'm
it's
sorry.
a ranked. It's a ranking.
My fault.
What is that bumper music again? What's the name of that band?
That's Tantric.
That's right. Tantric.
That's the old Evan
We did this
Long.
for Jake Dickert yesterday, too. Kind of got my water moving before, Jake came on, and now we get DJ.
Yeah, it's the old Evan Longoria walk-up music. That's why I think we keep that in the system. Yep, Daniel Jeremiah joins us every week at this time. Good morning, DJ. How we doing?
Good. You want these names? You want these Halloween ideas?
I was thinking. I was wondering whether we were going to get Halloween ideas today. All right, we're just a couple days away.
Yep. I don't love any of them. I'll be honest with you. There's no obvious connection like Dolph Lundgren was for Brock. So this is bear with me. We got some options here. If we want to go political, in a political year,
sure,
you could shave. Maybe a little extra cardio, Pete Buttigieg. Buttigieg? Is that how you pronounce it?
Buttigieg, yeah.
Yeah, Salk's guy. Salk likes him.
Okay, big fan there.
I go as the transportation secretary.
Yeah. There you go.
I like it. I like a good transportation secretary. That makes sense. Sure.
And we could go. Wouldn't you just love to throw on an old school Utah Jazz jersey and go as John Stockton?
Well, the hair. Yeah.
See,
maybe Jeff Hornacek.
Well, he wore the same short shorts at BB&N. And he tried to wear the spandex underneath it. It was a tough look.
I think that me and Stockton, you may find some slight different political views if we are talking about
on the
politics
other team.
this time of year. I don't know that we're on the same team.
So we got two teams. We got Pete B and we got Stockton.
I'm going to probably go with Pete more than John, but okay. Yeah, all right.
We've got you there. We could go, again, this would, I believe, would require a shave.
Yeah.
But we could go Kevin Pollak, A Few Good Men.
Oh, yeah. That makes sense. Yeah.
And lastly,
who's going to do it? You.
You, Lieutenant Weinberg.
The
last one is, this would require some balance because you would need some stilts, but you could go as Vlade Divac.
Oh, wow.
Whoa.
Wow.
Smoking heaters. You got the heaters.
I can do that.
That's what I'm saying. Stilts and a couple heaters,
Yeah.
and you're off and running.
I always like Vladdy. I mean, there's nothing not to like there.
Yeah. Nice.
How about Kevin Pollak in? Can I go as Kevin Pollak in
Grumpy Old Men? What else do you like?
No, in whatchamacallit? Oh my gosh, the movie about the heist.
Oh yeah. That's oh gosh, with the
this is awful.
Kaiser Sose.
Yes, it's one of my favorite movies of all time.
Movie. Yeah, I know.
Why are we drawing a
I don't
blank on
know.
this? What's the name of that movie?
We probably should be talking about football instead, but I'll just be like, really? I live in Queens.
No. We're
Got a
getting
team
the
of
name
monkeys
that.
working around the clock on this one.
Oh my gosh, what's the name of that movie? It's
just
literally
look at the text toy, Salk. Someone has
time.
texted it in.
I'm sure somebody will text it in immediately and let us know.
Usual Suspects.
There you
Thank
go.
You, just came to
Gosh,
me.
probably seen the movie 100 times. We're getting old, man. We're getting very old. All right,
you wanna talk
DJ.
football? Sorry
You know
about
what's
that.
not getting old, DJ? The Seahawks inability to stop the run. It's not getting old.
Actually getting really old watching them not stop the run.
29th in rushing offense, 29th in rushing defense. Fix it, DJ. What is going on?
Well, we can go to the defense first. It's chunks, man. It is big chunks. 7 explosive runs. That's a problem. Look, there's blood on a lot of people's hands when you watch the tape. That wasn't Julian Love's best game, with some missed tackles coming down inside there. There's not – we always talk about, like, things being connected. I think we do that offensively, more like, hey, the run game, the linemen got to be connected, the running backs, the receivers have to be connected to the line. Like, all these things have to be connected. It's the same with run defense. I mean, when you're slanting one way and you don't have a linebacker that's scraping, and then you're just left with these huge voids, and that's where you see some of these runs come from. Ernest Jones out there, I don't know what the deal is with his arm. I don't know what that injury is. He's got that huge brace on his arm. but he couldn't really punch off blocks. He got completely flat-backed on one of them. I think it was Deion Dawkins who pulled up in there and got him. But
that's the one where his helmet was rolling like the headless horseman, like Ichabod Crane into the end zone on that play. Yeah, Crane. Sorry, Ichabod Crane.
Yeah. So I mean, I think that's you had Witherspoon miss a tackle on one on a long one. So there was not just one guilty party, but I would say more than anything else, just they're not super connected right now between their front and their linebackers.
So maybe this is a dumb question, but I wrote about it last night, SeattleSports.com, so I'll ask you. I mean, when McDonald came from Baltimore, he didn't bring anybody with him. He didn't bring any defensive coaches with him, or certainly not any near the top of the food chain. And he didn't bring any players with him who had specific familiarity with him and his system. At the time, we were like, hey, this is great, right? Not playing the old boys club thing. He's bringing in people that he thinks are great teachers. And I'm not sure I haven't changed my mind on that. I think all those things are true. But would it have been helpful to have brought in a few people that maybe either could help coach it or help do it on the field in order to make sure that they were all kind of working on the same page?
Yeah, I think there's something to that. Just some familiarity of having been in the defense, and maybe having just, in an ideal world, you have one of those guys in every room, in every position group. It doesn't have to be a starter, it doesn't have to be a stud, but just somebody who can be a kind of a sounding board and help kind of relay the message. I definitely think there's something to that. I also think, let's have some patience and let's let them go through a draft cycle, another draft cycle, bring in more guys and kind of get the right fits for how they want to play. I don't think that just magically happens there. But I do think there's merit to bringing guys that have familiarity with you, even if it's just terminology, just from that standpoint, having that down pat.
Looking at this copycat, nature of this defense, right? You talked to us about that early in the year of how many different programs now in the NFL have taken pieces of this Baltimore defense, and McDonald's running it. You're seeing it every weekend in L.A. I'm kind of curious. We're going to do some compare and contrast between those Chargers and Harbaugh 8 weeks in and where their culture is, and the Seahawks naturally with the first-time head coach where he is. But from a defensive standpoint, right, same system, are they doing the simulated pressures? Are they exotic? Are they getting to a lot of creative stuff? Because right now, and McDonald told us on Monday, we're just not getting to the depth of the playbook because we're not doing the fundamental things even well. Have they been able to progress in that nature down in L.A. with the Chargers?
Yeah, they have. I mean, it's maybe a little less than I thought in terms of all the exotics and all the sim pressures, but they've stopped the run really well down here. And, I mean, they've got the number one scoring defense in the NFL. They haven't played great quarterbacks. That's another thing that emboldens you a little bit to be a little bit more aggressive on those down and distances. So they're putting themselves in opportunities to make those calls, and they're not really facing the quarterbacks that could hurt you with those calls.
So how are they stopping the run? Number one scoring defense.
Ford is a big part of it.
Don't even say that. I'm going to spit that name out my mouth.
That can't be right.
Get your name out my mouth.
He's played his butt off. He has played
Daniel
his butt
Jeremiah,
off
don't
here.
you ever say something like that on these airwaves. You text me ahead of time before you're going to say something like that. Puna Ford is the difference in the run stopping for the Chargers.
He's played great. And Salk's favorite play-by-play guy said this last week during the game that Puna Ford's going to get Pro Bowl votes. That was from Matt Money Smith with the way Puna Ford has played this year. He's been good. He's got knockback. Tier Tart, who not many people know who he is, has played really well. Tito Abonia. It's like a no-name front, but they've stopped the run and they've got knockback and then you've got physical linebackers behind them. So they haven't had it. I want to see. When you see teams that can really work the tight end and get him involved, like Arizona had some success with McBride. But the Chargers defense, from a linebacker standpoint, Denzel Perryman, he's one of the best run-stopping linebackers in the NFL. They're built to stop the run.
All right, so before we get to the other side of the ball and figure out why the Seahawks can't run the ball either, last week when you were with us, I think you very presciently said that the Seahawks might need to do something at linebacker, that they, maybe that would be a place where they could make some changes. And later in the day, they did. They traded for Ernest Jones.
1 hour later.
Did you know that, by the way? Did you have a sense that was coming? Impressive. All the more impressive.
No.
Who is Ernest Jones?
I did not know that Puna Ford was not popular in Seattle, and I did not know that.
No, he's a great guy. He's a 5'11" fire hydrant with long arms, big hands. He's a Big 12 Defensive Player of the Year.
It's sad to see him be the difference in stopping the run somewhere else when he used to be, here being just okay. I think that's all. Yeah. Who's Ernest Jones? Why did they go out and trade for Ernest Jones, and what can we expect?
Yeah, I was just kind of surprised with his career path because I liked him a lot coming out, and then he played well with the Rams, and then they decided they didn't want to pay him, so they traded him to the Titans, and here he is getting traded again. So to be on his third team at this point in his career, I did not anticipate that happening. But he is someone who has range, who, when fully healthy, can actually get off blocks and be physical as well. So he's a talented player. He played some on the line in college as well as off the ball, so he's got some versatility that way. When I watched this tape this week, I don't know if it's, again, I don't know the extent of the injury he's dealing with, but he wasn't quite as physical, just being able to take on blocks and get off blocks, as I remember. And it's going to take a minute for him to just get comfortable in the new surroundings. But he can run. He is instinctive. He's a good player.
Yeah, 15 tackles, right? Sometimes tackles like passing yards or kickoff return yards, not always the greatest to have in volume, but he'd have a bunch of that. Okay, let's flip sides. Okay, let's put on this Seahawks run game. And I'm not even going to preface it with anything. What did your eyes see with the tape?
Usually one guy kind of costing them. It wasn't, like all of them are getting blown back off the ball, with all this penetration. It's, miscommunication where you've got a puller and he's not trusting when you've got a crack. He's not trusting that the receiver is going to get the crack, and so you end up 2-on-1, and then you end up with an unblocked defender where if you just trust it, you end up with Kenneth Walker out the left side, and it could be an explosive play. Like, there's not a ton of trust going on right there, and that showed up a bunch. The other thing is Kenneth missed a couple of them vision-wise. He did not hit it. I didn't think he was quite as decisive. There's one where he presses the hole, comes to a complete stop, tries to kind of belly back, and that ends up being a negative play. But it wasn't, when I watched it, I thought, okay, man, they must, are they getting just blown back? Are they getting beat across the board? That really wasn't the case. Tomlinson was one on kind of the assignment stuff that there's just not a lot of trust there.
I hit in Blue 88 last hour, DJ. I just didn't see much movement. You got a double team with Christian Haynes and Gerald. And as I say that, I'm like, well, why do you think they're two rookies, 3rd and 6th round pick? But I see a double team and I don't see any movement. I just see we're just standing here. And no, your job at 600 and something pounds is to move that 300 pounder into the second level that they, being Buffalo, were doing to you. And I just don't see much. And I think that's what Ken's not seeing is just much movement at the point of attack.
Yeah, I mean that's fair. I mean there's 3 levels to it, right? Ideally, you want to be knocking people off the ball and off the line of scrimmage. An acceptable thing is to just stay attached, and what you can't have is getting blown back, or giving up run-throughs. Now, if you want to look at the glass half full, I didn't see a lot of that.
Correct.
But it is more of a stalemate run game right now than it is, creating a lot of movement. And the other thing is they're not great out in space either. And that shows up like in the screen game. Like Bradford had an opportunity out there. They couldn't pick anybody up off in space. So they're searching a little bit for their identity. But I honestly, it's not a football-y term, but I really think that trust is a huge deal, man. Like if you're not trusting that unblocked defender who's supposed to be accounted for by somebody else is going to get picked up, that's a problem, and you end up with a lot of 2-on-1s and a lot of guys unblocked.
Is that trust? Could it appear? I mean, is it lost or is it just not there yet? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think playing with each other longer helps with some of that, but I think that's kind of more of a personality thing that gets kind of just slammed into the team of like, hey, this is how you've got to do your job. It's the old cliche, do your job, let the other guy take care of his job, but you can't try and do everybody's job or nothing gets done. That can be kind of drilled into people, and I'm sure that's something they're having conversations about and talking about this week.
Which is closer to being which could be fixed quicker, the rush defense or the running offense?
I think they have the guys to fix the defense. I still think there's talent upgrades that need to take place along the offensive line. I think defensively they have some really good pieces there. They've got to get connected with the linebackers and the safeties coming down and helping out and being where they need to be and filling spots. I feel better about the talent level of the defense to fix that. Personally, I think they need better players up front on offense.
How do you feel about the level of depth and darkness with Grim Reapers, Headless Horsemen, Skeleton Bones out of grass? How do you feel about the Halloween? Do you have a bunch of that in your neighborhood like I do, DJ?
We don't actually. We're not. I don't think we're a big Halloween neighborhood, which is ironic because this is the neighborhood that I used to trick or treat at when I was a kid, and we moved away for 20 years and came back. And the only reason I bought this house that I'm in now is because they used to hand out full-size Snickers, and I thought that's when you've made it in life.
You Rancho Santa Fe guy?
Neighborhood. No, I'm in East County where all the poor people are. It's like I don't know what you can't say anymore. It used to be like you say you're the tallest midget. Like you can't say that anymore.
Right.
No.
Yeah.
Tallest little person.
There we go.
So that's the neighborhood that I'm in.
All right.
But full-size Snickers.
Hey, when you talk about trust, how much trust would you have in your quarterback if he tapped out of a game because he was tired?
Yeah, I've never seen it before. I said it right afterwards that you can't do that. And I literally gave Bucky on our podcast a multiple choice test, which was, okay, if you're a quarterback in the NFL, say you just have that crazy play and you literally can't catch your breath. I said these are some of your options here. Number one, you, as the play call comes in, you put your hands over your head and you just shake your head like you didn't get the call. You bang a timeout.
Right.
Okay? I'm going to catch my breath. Number two, you fake a cramp. I fall on the ground. I grab my leg and let the trainer come out there and I just, hey, take your time. Just take your time. That's number two.
Okay.
Number three, I'm just going to change whatever the play is and I'm calling a run play. And I'm going to say, look, I was gassed. I just need to run the ball. And I could keep going on and on and on and on before I would get to the option of tapping my head. Like, you can't do that. You just can't. You just can't do that. So, there was an infinite number of other ways you could have got the same thing accomplished, which was buying a little time for you to catch your breath.
Is Richardson salvageable?
It's so early, He's not super accurate, and that's always
44%.
That's always a concern of how much. I think you get a little bit better there. I don't know how much better you can get there. He just doesn't possess a lot of touch, and then he hasn't proven that he can stay healthy playing, an ultra aggressive running brand of football. So. Yeah, I would put it in the very concerned category. I'm not gonna issue the final verdict right now, but it's gonna be a long process.
Okay, one thing, Salk, we haven't talked about 3 days, by the way. This hasn't even come up with all the other storylines of the Seahawks game and everything else. And you mentioned Anthony Richardson tapping out. How many times do you see a quarterback throw a football at their opponent and get an unsportsmanlike penalty?
Ooh, I've missed this, by the way. What was this?
Which NFL quarterback lost his cool and threw a football at a defender on the other team's sidelines on Sunday afternoon? Yeah, that'd be Geno Smith. Yeah, that was.
What Geno? Did he really?
Yeah, that was Geno. Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah,
I didn't show up on the tape.
Throw is a generous term. He tossed. He didn't whip it at him or anything.
No, he didn't whip it at him, but you can't throw a ball.
Right, you can't.
He totally pouted. He lost his cool, composure. He also ran to the bench after a screen got tipped and twice an interception and ran over there, and the cameras catch him over there kind of pouting on the bench. And that's the part of it, man. I am the biggest fan and proponent of Geno the thrower. And we've talked about his anticipation and his accuracy. And Daniel, in 3 years, I think I've seen 2 wobbly passes. The dude can spin a football, but that personality, that elevating everybody around you, that calm in the chaos, is that still a work in progress for Geno?
Yeah, I didn't see that play, but it's not a great sign, and you don't want to be thought of as someone who's a pouter. That's definitely not a word you want used when things are not going well.
Yeah,
I'm not going to defend him from that standpoint, Brock. I'm just saying when you go through and you watch You're inside the 5. The ball snapped 50 feet over your head.
Yep.
You're at 4th and goal, and you trip getting away from the center. Like, if there was a game that featured a lot of frustration, you mentioned the screen that gets tipped and picked. Like, I get being frustrated.
Were you
by the way, have you ever thrown a ball? I've thrown a ball. I thrown a ball at a teammate in practice. Have you ever done that?
No, I'd never do something like that.
Brock ripped the fingers off a teammate in practice.
No, I threw a ball a little hard at Derek Mays, and it kind of ripped the top of his finger off. Don't worry about that. DJ, were you
I did not have that problem.
I am a little worried about it for Derek Mays, mostly.
We had a kid. We were doing like a Thursday, like kind of like a perfect practice thing. This is in high school. This isn't even college. This is in high school. It's like and so you got the scout team out there, and we're throwing like it was like a tunnel screen. So you're going through your script for like the opening part of the game, and we're not obviously we're not even in we're in t-shirts, and this defensive end, this like freshman defensive end, jumps up and bats the ball down, and I'm like, hey, what are we doing? Stop. So then we run like the 3rd or 4th play in the sequence, and it's like a curl or something, and so there's no rush lane, so you're not going to have any way to throw the ball because everybody just kind of stands at the line of scrimmage. He jumped up and batted it again, and the coach is getting pissed at me.
Right.
So he batted the ball, and I caught it, and then I chucked it. I did not feel good about it. I felt bad about it immediately, and I was. I
think you're in the right. I'm with you. I got your back.
I'm like, we got enough Thursday All-Americans out here. I don't even know what that meant at that point in time when I was in high school, but I had heard the phrase once, so I used it.
Hey, I got a couple of quick around the NFL questions for you. How does the Aaron Rodgers story end?
I would say it's not going to end well there this year. I think that they kind of slip. They'll win some games. They'll be under 500, and that'll probably be it for his NFL career. He'll retire in his most kind of enigmatic kind of, I would say, subjects of criticism from the media, and rightfully so. He will then go turn around and join one of those outlets that's been ripping him profusely.
How long does this Russ story last? Because it's kind of fun.
Oh, I think it works. You know, I think he can ride this thing out through this year, next year. I'll give that. I think that's a 2-year. I think that series has a 2-year run. Is my prediction.
They're using him the right way. I mean, like they're not letting him throw it all over the building and throw it 40 times a game. They're letting him manage the game, throw it deep a few times, and make a few plays. And when you let Russ do that, he's pretty darn good.
Like the Chargers do with Puna. I mean, very similar.
There you go. Man, imagine where you guys would be. The when I was watching that game, I talked about it on Monday with Bucky. I said I saw every version of Russ in that game when I watched the tape. I saw young Seattle Russ, which was deep play action, which was moving the pocket, taking deep shots down the field, and then if it wasn't a deep shot, he's on the perimeter. Does very, very easy throws, scripted throws. I saw the shotgun era Russ where they were, wanted to throw it all over the place, and I saw some of the good stuff there, the middle part of his career. And then there was a couple, pure drop back worm burners like that represented maybe the Denver Broncos era of his career. So I saw all 3 iterations of Russ in that game.
All right. Well, Scout Team Hero, so super mad at you. We're getting texts from a lot of Scout Team heroes who are mad about you.
That's one thing I never did, DJ. I had a lot of faults, but those guys
you know
on the
why?
other side.
Because you're freaking 6'5" and you're throwing over that kid. I'm not. Okay?
How tall are you?
So I'm 6'01", 6'011". I'm
6'011". Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds like you're
official.
5'11".
I walked around my whole life thinking I was 6'2". My first year in scouting at training camp, they were teaching us how to do heights and weights, and they put me up there, and they're like 6'011". I'm like, what? I'm 6'2". Like, no, you're not. You're 6'1".
Sorry, bro. All right, DJ. Well, we appreciate it. You're 6'2" in our hearts. How about that? Thank you for your weekly half hour, and I would say go Dodgers, but I know you don't want to hear it. But go Dodgers tonight.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh man.
Go Dodgers.
Terrible.
Don't let the Yankees back into this.
Next year's our year. Next year.
See you, DJ. There you go. There's Daniel Jeremiah every Wednesday at 8:30. We'll replay Thursday morning. Washington Wednesday is next. It's Brock and Salk. Seattle Sports on 710 and SeattleSports.com.
The Mike McDonald Show, the first word from the head coach after every Seahawks game.
It's a taste reality right in your face, and you got to take it on the chin. We have to grow from this. That's who we are. We're a resilient crew, and we need to grow. We need to grow. We need to look at everything, especially in the run game on both sides of the ball, and grow from it. And that's the mentality we're going to have, that we're going to get to the point we're going to get to, and we're going to chase it like heck until we get there. So it just needs to be more consistent from week to week as a coaching staff and as a football team, but we got to grow from it.
Don't miss the Mike McDonald Show the morning after the Hawks game at 9:30 on Seattle Sports.
Paid political announcement. A Bob for Bob update. In 2021, Bob pushed decriminalizing fentanyl just like Oregon. In 2023, more than 1,000 citizens in King County died from fentanyl overdose in a single year. While other states enforce and arrest fentanyl dealers, Washington, under 12 years of Bob, has become a leader in fentanyl deaths and last in law enforcement officers per citizen. It's simple. Vote Bob if you want more crime and less safety. Paid for by the Bob for Bob Committee, 128 Puyallup, Washington, 98371. Top 4 donors: Steve Gordon, Fremont Dock Company, Brian Haywood, and Susie Burke.
Hi, I'm Scott Rurecka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. With rising interest rates and banks and credit unions continuing to tighten, the demand for our private portfolio loans has never been stronger. Therefore, for a limited time only, Legacy's Opportunity Fund is paying 7% interest on short-term cash with just a 90-day commitment and a 30-day notice to withdraw. It's the perfect place to park your short-term cash. And at 7%, I would challenge you to find a better short-term opportunity in the marketplace today. Don't let your short-term cash sit in a savings or money market account when you can get 7% with Legacy's Opportunity Fund and join the over 800 local investors with over $200 million invested.
Act now to receive Legacy's Opportunity Fund one-time offer of 7% on short-term cash. Visit Legacy Group Capital at LegacyG.com. That's LegacyG.com. Legacy Family of Funds investments are available to accredited investors only. 7% APR is current rate for the Legacy Group Capital Opportunity Fund. Terms and conditions at LegacyG.com.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Don't let cold season make you miserable. Try the quick, drug-free solution for nasal congestion, Navage. Navage uses gentle suction to flush out your sinuses with refreshing saline, helping you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier all winter long. And here's even better news. Navage is now available at select Costco locations in a great new value pack. It's everything you need to start breathing better fast. Check out Navage at your local Costco today. Navage, Navage. Breathe easy.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T level is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Text the word BOOST to 65555 to book your free T check. They have helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Text word BOOST to 65555. That's BOOST to 65555. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Message and data rates apply. Message frequency varies. Text help for help and stop to cancel. ReviveMen'sHealth.com/privacy policy for how to opt in. Info will be used in ReviveMen'sHealth.com/terms of use for terms of service.
Ready to take your Seahawks game day to the next level? From pregame sideline passes to postgame field goal kicks, create unforgettable memories with friends and family this season at Lumen Field. Visit Seahawks.com/game day experiences to level up your game day.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour is brought to you by Muckleshoot Casino Resort.
Give me a freaking auto! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
Styled by Simply Seattle.
And Brooke Eward. And Brooke Eward.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Eward and Mike Salk.
All right, final hour of our morning here on Brock and Salk. We will have some ranked for you guys at 9:45 today, which is always fun. It's also a Washington Wednesday. I'm having my own little Washington Wednesday today, Brock.
Yes, you are.
I'm going to be at the University of Washington tonight watching the women's volleyball team.
Yes.
Kind of excited. I've never been to a college or professional volleyball match in my life. I'm kind of excited for it.
Yeah,
you ever
you'll
been
be
to one?
Yes, you'll be blown away.
Really?
Yeah. Like, it will blow your mind, especially, and no offense, to watching middle school volleyball.
I'm not expecting it to be similar.
Nope. It's kind of like watching, middle school hockey versus, college hockey or NHL. It's, the speed, the jumping, it will blow your mind.
Because there's really bumping, setting, and spiking as opposed to just hopefully desperately getting the ball back over the net.
There you go.
Right.
Yes, for sure.
No, I understand the difference. I'm expecting something a whole lot more, legitimate. But
yeah, probably running a big bro, right? With
I
Brooke
would
on the
assume,
team. Yes, very
I'm
cool.
hoping to see Damon over there and see his daughter Brooke play a little volleyball. And the one thing that is odd I've noticed about volleyball, and we'll do Washington Wednesday here in a moment. You watch hockey, and I've grown up watching hockey my whole life. They substitute in hockey while the play's going on, right? They shift on the fly. Guys come in, guys come off. It happens all the time. Have you ever seen how complicated it is to substitute in volleyball?
Yeah, like raise their hand.
Why is it they have to touch? They have to grab hands with each other. They can only do it in this one little place.
Right.
Like, why are the rules so strict for substituting in volleyball? Honestly, in these middle school games that I go to, there's like every time the referee has to like stop everything and be like, no, I need you to substitute. It's like, who cares? It is bizarrely like draconian, the rules on substituting.
But when you think about it with basketball, it's the same. You got to go to the, to the clock.
Yeah, but you go there, they go, and then you just run in, run off. Like, the referee doesn't make you touch each other and like grab hands and like number 23 is coming in for number 42. Like,
I don't know if that happens at college.
Dude, it's insane. I've never seen anything like it. Totally, completely bizarre. The amount of control the refs in volleyball seem to need just to like get them to sub in and out. I'll report back after tonight. Right now, let's talk some Washington football.
Washington Wednesdays. Brought to you by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
Are things in a bad spot right now for Washington?
Well, 4-4, over under of 7.5. Could be hard to get there. Going to be underdogs with USC. Going to be underdogs at Penn State. Going to be underdogs at Oregon. A Friday night with UCLA in a couple weeks will probably be the only game you're favored in. So once again, when you're looking at going to a bowl game, taking care of business at home and taking care of a equally 4-4 USC team versus Penn State and Oregon on the road. Probably not going to happen. Haven't been great on the road. Been pretty good at home. So this is one if you want to get bowl eligible. And I think for this program, Salk, and for Jed Fish, man, those 15 bowl practices or 10 or whatever it ends up being and the recruiting that goes on through that process is pretty important. So the magnitude of this one, really key.
Well, you mentioned process, Brock. The results have not been great. So what do you do when you're the coach? You focus on the process, and that's exactly what Jed Fish said.
I told our guys, you got to divorce the outcome and marry the process, marry the moment. And right now we've got to sit there and look at what can we continue to do to get better at the moment and embrace the process of improving. And each day we have to find ways to improve. Each day we have to find ways to get better. And we had a great shot back at home. 3 out of our next 4 against foes that we know.
Yeah, and I know. And I've had both these teams the last 2 weeks. So I had Washington and Iowa. I had USC just on Friday night, and have seen both of them sulk. And this is one, again, unlike Oregon or Penn State, where we play the old playground game. Okay, here's 22 starters of USC or Penn State or Oregon, and here's 22 of Washington. And how many are you taking? You know, this is a game defensively where you probably take 6 UW guys. You know, linebacker, a couple D linemen, both corners, maybe a safety. It's like 6'5". Challenge is on the other side, you're taking all 5 SC linemen. You're taking 2 of their receivers. You're probably taking Jonah Coleman at running back and Denzel Boston. And then, you know, comes down to Will Rogers, who was basically flawless first half of the season. I think had 1 pick, 12 touchdowns, was just off to an extraordinary go. And then, unfortunately, both at Iowa and Indiana, here come the turnovers. And then when the turnovers come, do you know what happens? Woo, a lot of the fan base. I want the freshman. Give me the backup quarterback. And Jed Fish asked about Damon and Will Rogers and what are you doing at that most important position?
Damon's improvement has been really good for the last 8 weeks. Each week he's gotten better. Each week he's gotten more comfortable. When he goes in the game, he's more comfortable going in. You know, Damon's going to be ready to take this team over at some point in time. You know, I think that right now, Will's continues to give us the best chance. He's completed 73% of his passes. I certainly don't blame him for the first interception. That's about as a fluke can get. He's thrown 4 picks all year. We got to make plays around Will.
So here's the challenge. Here's the dilemma. You tell me what you want, Salk. I know you like dual threat, guys that can run, create, can erase, right? There's certainly a part of that. When you have one of the most challenged offensive lines, and if you think the Seahawks offensive line is a challenge, the Husky offensive line is extremely, extremely challenged. It was the one place in the portal that they could not get the answers that they needed, right? They found him at running back, brought a bunch of the Arizona kids, got a really nice corner, got, you know, the D tackle from Montana State, Valdez, been awesome. Like, they've addressed and got some really key pieces defensively, at receiver, at running back, through the portal, but did not get it up front. And, you know, you've got Portland State, you've got Iowa Western, you've got San Diego State, you got a kid from Ohio State, Vienak, that, you know, had 1 start in 5 years at Ohio State with injury. Like, it's very problematic. So do you want the veteran, get the ball out of my hand, I've thrown for 13,000 yards and play on time and rhythm and, you know, nose protections and nose blitzes and can get it out? Or do you want the guy that can run, who will also get hit in the back now, who's also going to get some sacks, who doesn't know the protections, who doesn't have the vastness of the playbook?
I think that the question is probably bigger than that, right? It's at what point do you need to start finding out who Damon Williams is?
Yeah.
Because is this season going to lead to, you know, something that is worth getting to? And that's not saying that they couldn't make a bowl. They could, but is it going to be a premier bowl? I don't even know what bowls you look for now in the Big Ten. Like, is it still a Holiday Bowl that you'd hope to get to?
It's
or
6
Alamo
and 6.
Bowl?
No, it's 6 and 6. It'll be at the bottom of the bowls. But again, it's.
And I'm not saying you shouldn't try to
practice.
get there. That's great.
Yes.
But is it relevant to try to? I mean, is that practice worth more than Damon Williams getting playing time? I think those are real questions that you got to ask. And maybe this week is too early to figure that out. But after this week, I think it starts to become much more of a conversation. Fish was asked how important it is to just win this week.
It's important to win at home. It's important to beat a longtime Pac-12 foe. It's important to stop a 2-game skid. It's important to get better. And we're going to do everything we can to do that. We got a great challenge. It's important for them also. And I think you got both teams that are going to play desperate for a win and excited for that opportunity.
Yeah, and, you know, for SC, the 4 losses by 14 points, right? All 1-score losses, all ahead in the fourth quarter in the inability to finish. And they should get a bunch of their secondary guys back that missed last Friday. But this is a 2.5-point game for a reason, right? Husky Stadium, they have played pretty darn well. To me, this is Jonah Coleman touches the ball 20 times, and you see if USC can tackle him 20 different times, and the answer is probably going to be no. And then defensively, you know, you got to play with great reckless abandon and speed and win in the red zone and win on third downs and do the things that, you know, they've been pretty good at and why they're a 4-4 team and have largely been in just about every game this season.
I'm going to guess if they don't win this game, we see Damon Williams next week.
At Penn State?
Yeah.
In a whiteout?
Well, I don't know if that's necessarily the place to do it. All right, fair enough.
You want to do that?
I don't know. What do you got after that? What's after that?
Penn State, if Penn State, Ohio State this week, Penn State beats them, could be number one.
All right, so if it's not that, what's after Penn State?
Then I think it's UCLA on a Friday night.
That sounds much more like a perfect entry point for Damon Williams. All right, let me edit that statement. We got everything you guys need to know coming up next. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
It was really good to see him back out there on the field. A member of the Seahawks defense with us, Reek Wolin.
Me being able to come back and play alongside those guys this past Sunday, it was a lot of fun, even though we didn't get the result that we wanted. This NFL, it's a tricky way. Getting a win is hard in this league, so you got to keep being consistent and keep doing the little things right. Being disciplined. We're a disciplined team, but we got to be disciplined more consistently.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Well, here's the one thing that is not hard or difficult. If you've been with the same insurance agent, you're sitting there wondering and assuming, golly, do I have the right coverage? Why are my rates going up? Why are my premiums so high? If you're asking all those questions, then do what Molly and I did. Take the First Mark Insurance Challenge and find out. We heard so many of these First Mark Challenge victories, like so many others that save people money. We decided we need to take this challenge, and boy, am I glad we did. Here's how First Mark goes to work for you. Number one, they fully analyze your current coverage, making sure you're not overpaying for the wrong coverage, and they will tell you flat out, if you got the right coverage at the right price, you're good, and they'll let you know that, but more than likely, you don't. And that's where, unlike you and me, they go to the market. Dozens of major carriers to find you the best fit, and that's it. No stress, no confusion. Think of it this way. They're your teammate, and they spent the last 30 years building the trust and the connections in the market to find solutions for you, helping thousands of families, including mine, successfully manage this world of insurance. So please don't wait a morning longer. Take the First Mark Challenge totally free, and you might be the next First Mark Challenge victory. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com. Your teammate that goes to work for you.
The biggest and the best in the Northwest is now bigger and better. Hey, it's your boy Cliff Averill. Muckleshoot Casino Resort is all about what you do. If what you love is dining on the finest steaks and freshest seafood in town, then check out Smoke and Cedar, high atop the Muckleshoot Casino Resort Hotel. Just voted best steakhouse with the best views and best date night out in the Seattle Times best in the Pacific Northwest. Book your table now at muckleshootcasino.com. Muckleshoot Casino Resort is what you do. Please game responsibly.
Can't fix everything for everybody, but you can be there and listen and try to help with what you can. You're there to support them, and that's the best that you can do.
Justin Meek. He's the leader and caretaker of the 380 people who consider Lee Johnson their home.
This is my life. This is my family's life. The people that work here, they're my family. When something's not right with them, it's not right with us. My wife and 3 kids in the house, there's always something wrong with somebody at all times. And if there isn't, then something's wrong. When you have 388 employees, there's never a day that everything is good everywhere. You have to be okay with that. You have to look at that as opportunities to gain a better relationship with people and help them through what they're going through.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto Family.
Saying goodbye to my electric blanket. That's right. I've got an electric blanket. It's John Curley. We're not going to need it anymore because Home Comfort Alliance installed my heat pump, giving me dependable heating and AC while improving my air quality and comfort without my good old electric blanket. As a top Lennox Premier partner, Home Comfort Alliance has a long history of 5-star customer satisfaction. Call the comfort people and ask for the Curley Cash discount. Currently up to $4,000 in combined rebates and discounts. Visit homecomfortalliance.com.
Do you wrestle with your CPAP machine every night? Tired of lugging it through the airport and on vacation? Hi, I'm Dr. Nick Kugler with the Washington Center for Sleep. We specialize in treating sleep apnea with CPAP alternatives. My patients have ditched the CPAP and get restful, healthy sleep every night. If you're tired of wearing a mask to bed, let us help you. Visit us in Seattle, Bellevue, or at wasleep.com. That's wasleep.com. Sleep better, feel better. That's the Washington Center for Sleep way.
Seahawks Player Spotlight.
Man, it felt good to go out there and be able to contribute.
Exclusive interviews with your favorite Seahawks.
We got a genius as the head coach.
Every day with Wyman and Bob.
Your business needs a network it can count on.
Power's out.
Comcast Business has you covered. with Wi-Fi backup to help keep your business up and running, even when your power goes out.
Everybody in the warehouse good? Lights are out, but the Wi-Fi's up. Let's power on.
It's from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Break room, you good?
Can't microwave my burrito, but Wi-Fi's fine. Let's power on.
Power on with the leader in connectivity, Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Keep your business connected with Comcast Business Internet and Wi-Fi backup. Or get started with reliable internet and advanced security for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card with a qualifying internet package. Don't wait. Call or go online today. Ends 11/17/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabit per second internet and security edge. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
You gotta love football season, but when it comes to your windows and doors, you don't want any fumbles. Steve Rabel here, reminding you to trust locally owned Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington to tackle your project. Their selection of windows and doors can't be beat, and they'll give you top-notch customer service with no trick plays. Right now, get 0% interest for 24 months with equal payments or 40% off qualifying installs. Schedule a free consultation with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Go to PellaPNW.com.
Need to know. Brought to you by Ben's Plumbing, Heating, and Air.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
I don't know if the Dodgers really had a choice last night. I don't know that they had a starting pitcher to go to, unfortunately for them. Despite the $300 million payroll, they got so many injuries that they just don't have enough starters to run another guy out there last night.
At 6-4 in the 8th inning, they could have run out one of their leverage arms.
And they didn't. Yeah, they decided that was not part of the plan yesterday. They weren't going to make their way back into it. And I don't know if it was a mistake or not, but they've definitely given the Yankees life. They got a grand slam from Volpe, and they got a 3-run shot from Gleyber Torres. They got a home run from Wells. They got Aaron Judge with a couple of hits and a walk, a couple of hit-by pitches, which seemed to tick them off. And then I don't know what to make of. Look, the fact that this fan in right field essentially assaulted Mookie Betts is not good. It's not good for baseball. I hope it doesn't get recreated, etc. But I don't know that you can deny that it did seem to fire up the Yankees, which is just shows how obnoxious they are.
Fly to right by Torres. Betts in the corner. Does he have room? Fights with the fan. And they're going to say that it's an out and fan interference. So an out, one gone in this first. It's the second time that Gleyber Torres has hit a ball that has ended up in fan interference in this series. He had the home run turned into a double back at Dodger Stadium. And yeah, Betts has that ball in his glove, and this fan literally tries to take his glove off.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen anything like that.
Never.
Now, would it surprise you to learn that the fan knows and is friends with one specific former NFL tight end, Rob Gronkowski?
And here's a little fun fact. That guy right there grabbing Mookie Betts' glove
Don't tell me you know
was
him.
my friend in college.
Gronk, stop it right now.
He was on the ice hockey team, the club, Arizona Wildcats team, ice hockey team. And let me tell you, the whole hockey team, they were absolute maniacs. They were undescribable, just how wild
Animals?
these guys, animals, yes, how wild these guys were. Him doing that represents him very well. I mean, he is all in for his teams. He is all in for the Yankees. I remember him talking about the Yankees all the time, how he loves them so much. And that describes him perfectly, just doing whatever it takes to help his team out. But he's a beauty. He is a beauty.
Okay,
and I just want to say congratulations.
Congratulations!
For shining when your moment came.
Gronk. That's on Up and Adams. That's Kay Adams in the background there.
Gronk calls you a psychopathic animal.
Right. What does that say
what
about
kind
you?
of species of human are you? Truly.
So not only is he a Yankees fan, he went to the University of Arizona. I feel like it says a lot about this guy. I gotta be honest.
But Gronk is like a lot of other people who were going to glorify it. I got a text with my buddies, and they were like, "Did you see what this guy did? This is awesome." And the other three of us were like, "No, it's not. It's horrible."
Salk. Imagine if that was Albert Bell. He would have punched that dude.
That actually would have been worth it.
He would have sent his nose out of that stadium.
I wish he would try to do that with
Betts
Albert
is like one of
Bell.
the most likable guys,
Correct.
too. So you want to be like, get off of him.
Gary
Really,
Sheffield
Mookie
would have
alone.
done
Danny
to that guy.
Tartable.
Right.
Would have ripped his head off.
Gary Sheffield.
You're trying to grab my glove. I'm going to pull you
Punch
out of
him.
the stands and beat you to a pulp.
Absolutely. That would have been a much better ending. Anyway, Game 5 tonight, and I'm going to say Dodgers need to win tonight. It's not a must win, but the Dodgers need to win this game tonight. They don't want to go back to L.A.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Are the Rams the big threat now in the NFC West? That was exactly what Dan Orlovsky said yesterday, Brock. And when he makes the point, I think it's pretty hard to disagree with him.
I would go a step further. I in my gut believe if they stay healthy, they win the division, and they are the tough out in the NFC outside of the Detroit Lions. I, in my gut, totally believe that. I think their young defensive line is the best young defensive line in ball. And just watching how they can and want to play offensively, I think they can control the football. The quarterback's playing just as good as he did last year. They just got to stay healthy. And that's the big question mark. Can they and can those perimeter guys? But there's no one I believe in more when it comes to, like, can they get it done really outside the Rams and the Lions offensively.
You know, I think that gut is built in many ways, like mine is, on Matthew Stafford and Sean McVay. That just, if they're healthy, the track record has shown that they're going to be unbelievably productive. And now you throw in a couple great young defensive line pieces they've drafted the last 2 years, and Verse looks to be a monster, and we loved him. And right in the difference makers they found the year before.
Yeah, and there's also just a history in there, right? I mean, yes, some of it's staff, some of it's just the history of, like, yeah, until you know,
San Francisco's roster
you
is
kill
still
them
better.
until they're dead,
Right.
they still are alive.
San Francisco's roster is still better. But Matthew Stafford is a lot better than Brock Purdy.
Man, Sean McVay is a lot better than Kyle Shanahan. And so put those things together, and the fear factor doesn't go away with that team until it's 100% gone. Going to be a very, very interesting battle this Sunday, and I think the Seahawks are going to have their hands totally full.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Give some credit to the coach, Dan Bilesma. Got his Kraken playing real well yesterday. After a few real soft, kind of lousy, quiet games, they came out like a house of fire yesterday, scored 4 goals in the first period, ended up scoring 8 on the day, including a hat trick for Brandon Montour.
Brandon Montour carries the mail ahead for Chandler Stevenson. Recorded by Oliver Bjorkstrand. Here's Montour with a shot. He scores! Brandon Montour with another long-range bomb.
8? They put an 8 spot on the board last night?
They put up an 8 spot, yeah. And that's a natural hat trick, by the way.
I honestly thought they were going to outscore the Seahawks for a minute there.
Oh, jeez.
Whoa. Oh, more.
More,
They were only 2 goals away. They were.
I mean, they outscored
scoring
the
left and
Dodgers,
right.
that's for sure. That's a natural hat trick, Brock. You know what that is?
No.
3 consecutive goals.
Like a turkey.
Yeah. 3 goals a hat trick in a game. 3 consecutive goals is a natural hat trick.
Mm-hmm.
Does not have to be in the same period. I used to think it did, but it does not. But any 3 goals in a row, you get credit with a natural hat trick.
And that's a defenseman.
That's a defense, which is
With
even
a
crazier.
natural.
A natural hat trick
That
for a
doesn't happen.
defenseman.
That doesn't happen.
Doesn't happen very often. They're in Toronto tomorrow night, and that's everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour here in the Brock and Salk Show. Would like to point out Joey Daccord has now played and started 3 straight games, which I would like to continue to see. I know that they may go with Grubauer tonight, or tomorrow rather, try to mix it up, and I'm not saying that Daccord should start every game, but that sort of 75-25 split, that sounds about right to me. I'd like to see Daccord start 3 out of 4. That sounds just about the right mix for me.
Does it feel about right that line in the Seahawks game, like last Thursday, the Seahawks were favored versus the Rams? Rams win, Seahawks lose.
Yeah, that changed.
And now the Seahawks actually 2.5-point underdogs in their own building.
Yeah.
Man, it's amazing.
Are you surprised by that?
Week to week. I'm not. I was a little surprised they were favored, but coming off the Atlanta win, right? Just kind of back to the volatility of this team. And I don't know what you've got planned or set up, but I did like 2 words that Daniel Jeremiah used, both offensively and defensively with us, that I think speak exactly to the issue.
Is it one of those 4-letter words?
No.
5-letter word.
Yeah, 5-letter word.
5-letter word. 5-letter word. I can count. It's a 5-letter word. And
Is
it's
that the word you were thinking?
I think so. It's definitely 5 letters, not 4. You would think Wordle would help me with that.
Might start and end with the same letter, too?
I think it does. Right. Yeah, much like Puyallup, Brock. I don't know if you know this, but it's the largest town that begins and ends with the letter P.
City.
Largest city. Yeah, it's Atlanta-friendly people. You can just talk to Ezra Meeker about that. We'll come back in just a moment. It's Brock and Salk, Sales Sports on 710.
And you've never been the
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy.
I was shocked to see so many Bills fans here in attendance. I do find myself of 2 minds with this because this is where I see the fan base split. If you want me to show up, then you got to win. On the flip side, you show up no matter what. What do you think?
I think both are right. If you want fans to commit to supporting you, you got to put out a product that they must see. Then you look at the side. If you are a true fan of your team, you support them no matter what.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Are you looking for a fun night out this weekend or maybe even before? Only 30 minutes from downtown. I'm talking about Snoqualmie Casino, and it is the place to go. You know what's going on there with the expansion? This is pretty awesome. It's going to be open in early 2025. New hotel, expanded gaming floor, destination spa, 2,000-seat entertainment convention center, more parking, and 2 signature restaurants with a third to open later as well. Yeah, we're almost there. Early 2025. Pretty darn cool. It's already a great place to watch sports and everything that goes with it. Maybe enjoy a little happy hour as well. It is Seattle's closest, only 30 minutes from downtown, online at snocasino.com. It is Snoqualmie Casino.
The holidays are here. Don't let your plumbing issues get the last word from your relatives visiting. Talk to the Hawk. When you need reliable septic, plumbing, and drain cleaning services, Flowhawks is there. Right now, mention KIRO and get $25 off any home septic service, $35 off any home drain cleaning service, and $45 off any home electrical troubleshooting or repair. Just mention KIRO. Flowhawks is the #1 name in septic and plumbing services. Talk to the Hawk. 1-800-FLOWHAWK or flowhawks.com. That's 1-800-FLO-HAWK or flowhawks.com.
At the Home Depot, we know you can't control everything, like when your guests arrive too early for Saturday college football. But you can control your grill. With the Traeger Timberline XL, you can watch the game, not the grill. Monitor your football feast from anywhere using the Traeger app. With the Timberline XL, you can bake, smoke, sear, fry, and saute. That's Desmond Howard level versatility.
Huddle up, the food's done.
Defend your game time with Traeger and the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Paid for by government. Now is the time to fill your vault with Morgan Silver Bars. Grab your piece of America's silver legacy with this special offer. These spectacular shining silver bars featuring a crisp image of the iconic Morgan silver dollar, a legendary coin that has captivated collectors for generations. Americans treasure owning silver bars and coins, putting them away for themselves and their loved ones. Call now to secure 1-ounce silver bars minted in 99.9% pure silver and made in the USA. You'll be glad you did. Hurry, don't miss out on this special deal. Save $10 per silver bar. The more you buy, the more you save. Limit of 25 bars per customer. Call to learn more. Plus, with qualifying orders, you'll receive a free Morgan silver dollar. That's a $59.95 value and free shipping. Call 1-800-222-3967 now to secure your 1-ounce Morgan silver dollar bars. That's 1-800-222-3967.
Build better benefits for your employees with the MBA Health Trust. The Master Builders Association of King and Snohomish Counties offers quality and affordable health benefits for local construction businesses. Learn more at mbahealthtrust.com.
Don't fall, just call Seattle Holiday Lights. We'll hang them up, we'll take them down, we'll do it right. So call Seattle Holiday Lights. Seattle Holiday Lights. 4 down territory, going inside the game with Michael Bumpus.
I like this. More quarterbacks should start doing this.
Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
Hey, Brock Ewart here with my buddy Dave Taylor from First Mark Insurance. So glad, so thankful that Molly and I made the call. Had heard so many First Mark Challenge victories, we needed to take that challenge. What does happen from your perspective when that caller, when that email, when that person reaches out to you for a First Mark Challenge victory?
That's a great question. So there's several steps we go through in the process. The first step is we're going to gather information, find out all we can about that client and what their needs are. The next step is we will go out to the market. We have dozens and dozens of carriers that will compete for the business. At the end of that process, we will then bring those findings back to the customer, show them what we found, and who the eventual winner was in that competition.
And it may be who they're with.
It might be, yes. And sometimes that's the best we can do is recommend they stay where they are, but maybe modify a few coverages to put them in a better position.
So go take that challenge today. Go be the next First Mark Challenge victory. It costs you nothing, and they will be there with you every step of the way. FirstMarkInsurance.com. FirstMarkInsurance.com.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
This hour is brought to you by Muckleshoot Casino Resort.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
I'm shook. I'm sorry. I'm shook. I wish I could talk about that. I can't, but I'm shook.
We are going
You
to
just shook me to my core.
At some point, we are going to make a pay-for-break content.
I don't think you could put. I don't think it would.
You wouldn't be willing to even put that discussion.
I don't know, man.
I mean, when G's like, Brock, you can't say that. When G says that to me,
wow,
and it doesn't even include
Brock's
any curse
blown
words
my
or
mind.
anything.
That wasn't even inappropriate, which is usually Brock's problem. It was just juicy.
Yes,
conspiracy theory gossip.
Just juicy conspiracy gossip.
I'm sorry we can't tell people about it. Honestly, I really am, and I wouldn't have brought it to the air, but
Yeah.
Brock just finished telling it to me, literally as the music was starting there, and I mean,
your head is spinning.
Oh, my head is.
What do you like to say? You sometimes would say that.
I'm shook.
No. But I'd say so fast, I make your head spin. What do you? What is that line?
You always imitate me saying that. I don't think I've said it in a long time because you've been in my head. It's like Blowers with the oh boy.
By the way, can we talk about what Brock said to
Daniel Jeremiah? Yeah, I think we can. I actually have sound of it.
Say? Oh, no.
You don't know what you said to Daniel Jeremiah?
Like Ichabod Keen. Oh, that's fine. That's normal.
We had to keep moving because Daniel Jeremiah was making a good point, but
Ichabod Kane.
Ichabod Kane's chicken down in Arizona, right? Across the south. Go to Ichabod Kane's chicken. All right, Daniel Jeremiah, when we weren't telling him about made-up characters like Ichabod Kane, had a couple of interesting points about the Seahawks and specifically their rush defense and offense.
Yes.
Two words.
Yeah, so you heard Schlereth, we played it earlier, very specific with technique, right? Shocking, stacking, disengaging. And that's a guy that's been in the phone booth and in the trenches and done it for a long time in Schlereth, right? And just knows the combat, the hand-to-hand combat that goes on. Daniel Jeremiah, a little bit like yours truly, wore a red jersey, played quarterback, and never did any of that contact. So kind of looks at it a little bit more globally. And for him, with the rush defense, Salk, it was really... We talked about a 5-letter word. This is a little bit more than that on the rush side. I'll get to the offense in a second. But the rush defense side was about connection.
I mean, I think that's you had Witherspoon miss a tackle on one, on a long one. So there was not just one guilty party. But I would say more than anything else, just they're not super connected right now between their front and their linebackers.
They're not. Lopezatupu kind of mentioned that a couple weeks ago with us, right? Talking about playing off the big guys in front of you. And, man, you just sometimes got to uncoil, and you got to hit it at the point of it. Well, but if I don't know exactly what he's going to do, and is he going to win that double team? Is he going to split that double team? Is he going to leverage that double team? Is he going to get blown back into me? So am I connected? He talked about Julian Love. He talked about Witherspoon. I could talk about Tariq Woolen till the sun goes down. Like, man, you've got to do it all 11. You just do, or you get exposed in this league. You know, if it's a hole in your swing. And Aaron Judge, if you can't hit down and away right now, you're going to get down and away until you stop swinging at it or you prove you can hit it. And right now, teams are going to run the ball at you and run the ball at you and run the ball at you. Maybe save for Atlanta. Don't know why they went away from it after 8 of 9 times. But until you prove that you are a connected crew. And the opposite of that was put on the Buffalo defensive run stopping tape. Like, that crew's connected. You see those linebackers, Salk, boom, hit into line of scrimmage. Some of these red zone plays, you see the safety, boom, right there at the line of scrimmage. Like, they are working as like one unit. All 11 is one, and right now that just defensively, collectively is not happening.
Okay, so that's the connection. The other word, the word that begins and ends with the same letter, 5 letters, is
trust.
Trust.
And it's maybe less so. Maybe you have so evolved and grown me, Salk, that, you know, I used to say trust every one of my broadcasts, and I probably use more baseball analogies now than I do even the word trust anymore. But that, I know early in our career of doing this together, 10 years ago, if you listen to one of our football shows during this football, like, the word trust is going to come about because that was constantly preached to me, from Mike Holmgren to Tony Dungy to the NFL level. Man, if you don't trust the people around you, you've, again,
I hear
got
talking
no
about
shot.
it was Troy Aikman, as he was in his very subtle Troy Aikman way, because he doesn't rip people, but he was destroying Daniel Jones in that game on was that Sunday night or Monday Night Football, obviously, and he's going, he just doesn't trust it.
Yep.
Like, he's got to see it and know it, and he just doesn't trust that his receiver's going to be there, and that's why this gets intercepted or knocked down or whatever the case was.
Yep.
So you do hear that word a lot. It's a good point. How is it affecting the Seahawks right now?
Because really on both sides, again, if you're going to use Mike McDonald's buzzword, he didn't use with us this week, but he has the previous 3 weeks. The only way you play with anticipation is to trust. The only way we can do a radio show, the only way Benetti and I can do a broadcast well, is I trust I'm going to get the ball back. I trust that you're listening to me. I trust that, you know, we're going to go back and forth here, and it's not just going to be I say something, you say something. I got my points written down, you got your points written down. Like, you know, I had an old producer say when we had a 3-man booth, leave some meat on the bone for Mike Bellotti. Like, if you just eat it all and you just take it all, you leave nothing for him. When you watch these studio shows, the really good ones with Shaq and Barkley and Kenny, they tee each other up. They listen to everything. They have fun with one another. They leave meat on the bone. They trust that Kenny's going to go do his tape breakdown. They trust that Shaq's going to mumble a few words and Barkley's going to say something like Ichabod Kane, right? And just silly. But and then Ernie is the ultimate facilitator of all of it. They have total trust in their communication. It's not that much different in a huddle. I call play, right? And I got this protection. I'm going to trust that you're going to block these guys. And DK, I'm going to trust when I throw that in cut that you're going to come sharp down. I'm going to put in that spot where you're going to get it. I'm going to trust that you're going to get to, you know, to your spot, as Daniel talked about in the run game, that when we run a counter or we do a polar, I'm going to trust you're going to hit your guy so I can get my guy. And if we're in between and we're hesitant, then we can't anticipate and we can't play with any kind of just force.
Usually one guy kind of costing them. It wasn't, you know, like all of them are getting blown back off the ball, you know, with all this penetration. It's, you know, miscommunication where you've got a puller and he's not trusting when you've got a crack. He's not trusting that the receiver is going to get the crack, and so you end up 2-on-1, and then you end up with an unblocked defender where if you just trust it, you end up with Kenneth Walker out the left side, and it could be an explosive play. Like, there's not a ton of trust going on right there, and that showed up a bunch.
Yeah, he also went on to say that he wasn't sure that was something that would grow, that maybe over a long period of time, but that generally it's got to be coached that way, and maybe that's something to think about. I will admit, and maybe this is a little self-confirming, but, you know, wrote last night about something that I think would help the Seahawks team, and I do think that it is related to this idea of trust, and that was coming coming from Sherm's point that he thought they needed a Bobby Wagner, which I think is wrong. I don't think they need Bobby Wagner necessarily on this team. But the idea of bringing up a veteran, and specifically, I would say a veteran who understands and has been around Mike McDonald and his system, I do think it would be helpful. And we kind of glossed over it. I'm going to come back to this again. I wrote about it. You can read it at seattlesports.com. We kind of glossed over it in the offseason. The expectation was, like most coaches, that he would bring in, A, some coaches from his system, and B, some players from his system. That is sort of the norm. That is the accepted standard. And when he didn't, it was surprising. But I really did like the explanation, and I believe it. I don't think it's made up. I think it's real. He wanted teachers, right? He wanted the best teachers, not necessarily the people that understood it best. And then, okay, there wasn't necessarily a perfect fit for a player that was ideal to have played in his system and come in here. Okay, fine. But as you sit here today at 4-4, don't you think it would have been helpful? Essentially, Mike McDonald is the only one who came into this year with full understanding of the system.
Hey, Lyle,
that has to be hard.
Lyle, you want to do a little homework today? You want to do a
Depends
little
on
homework?
what it is, but what is it?
I got production meetings with Climate. I got tape to watch. Just a little bit of easy homework. As you're sitting on the couch watching, Game 5 of the World Series, peruse and Google a little bit. Be really curious to see how many of these other first-time head coaches Salk did that. So Jim Harbaugh did. So you don't have to do the Chargers. He did. He brought his D coordinator from Michigan, Minter. Right, he brought his old guard buddy, his OC, pulled out, whose name is escaping me right now, and I don't know why, because he was with the 49ers for all those years with him as an OC. So he did bring some of his pieces with him. Dan Quinn hired Cliff Kingsbury, totally outside the box. Right, obviously did not bring him from Dallas and brought him from USC sidelines.
Brought in Bobby Wagner, though.
He brought in Bobby. Yes, he did. I'd just be kind of curious.
Somebody
to
that
see.
had played in his
100%.
system that he knew very well.
100%.
He brought in Bobby Wagner.
Yep. 100%. So I'd just be kind of curious if a couple, you don't got to go through all of the head coaches. And I don't even know if Dave Canales, right, had connections in Tampa Bay to necessarily to pull with them or to bring with them or otherwise. But I'd be kind of curious. It strikes me that it's probably harder than it is easier. Both contractually, the guys
I'm sure
aren't free agents.
Again, this isn't criticism. I'm really not criticizing. And maybe I'm making an excuse more than anything else, but I'm just trying to imagine being Mike McDonald. And I want everyone in this building, and how many people are in the building that need to understand the system? Between coaches and players, roughly, how many people? 100? Does that sound right? Let's call it 100.
On both sides of the ball?
Total. I was going to say total. Right? Total people, you got 53, maybe 60, with the practice squad, et cetera. You got to have 30, 40 coaches, a few other people. All right, maybe it's 150, but somewhere in that range. If you're the only one, maybe there's a couple of very low-level coaches, because I know there were a couple of other folks. But you're essentially the only one in the building who needs to explain to 150 people how you want that done and what that image looks like when it plays out on the field.
I think it's a little less than that for a couple of reasons.
Offense?
Offensively.
All right,
like
but
he's
Brock,
learning
even
the
then,
offense.
how many? Grubb only has one guy with him to help him understand that. Huff, right?
Yes.
It's
So
not
he
like
did.
he had a whole bunch of UW kids that he brought up with him.
Nope.
So, all right, maybe you want to split it in half. Fine. But even then, he's trying to explain this defense to, all right, let's say 50 to 75 people, none of whom have real, legitimate, intimate experience with this process and with this idea. That has to be a challenge. And then, by the way, he's trying to institute a new culture. It's not Pete Carroll's culture anymore. He took down the hoop. He takes down some of the stuff on the walls. When things go awry, who's this guy in the room who says, no, trust me, I've been around Coach before?
Leslie Frazier's got to be the guy. But again, he wasn't
He's
with
not
him.
a player.
He's not.
And he's not been around him before. Who's the player who's like, hey, guys, I got it. Trust me.
Got to be Leonard Williams.
But he hasn't been around him. What if Leonard doesn't trust him?
Understood.
That's why the Sherm thing, I disagree with Sherm. Bringing in a Bobby Wagner, I don't think it helps with that. Bobby's got no familiarity with this guy either.
Correct.
If anything, it's just another connection to the past rather than the present. But look, maybe Geno Stone isn't the right player. Maybe Patrick Queen was too expensive. There are a couple other guys. Was it some of the guards that we talked about, et cetera? Maybe none of them were the right fit.
Yep.
But could one of them have come in and just been like, hey, guys, this dude gets it?
Yeah, you know what's interesting? They tried to do that. Remember, they traded for the linebacker from Michigan.
I know, but he was he didn't make the team.
Late round pick.
And they just grabbed that Josh Ross guy who also was at Michigan. And maybe one of those guys will end up helping. But you're talking about the very, very end of the roster. Not going to play special teams, maybe don't make the team, maybe not active.
Yep.
Mike Morris was at Michigan with them.
Yes. Yep. Okay.
But again, not a lot of cred, not a lot of equity, not a lot of juice because he hadn't done much. So yeah, no, I'm not like disputing the point, and I think it's and even Daniel Jeremiah said, yeah, there's probably absolutely some truth in that. And you know what else there is? Most importantly, it's a 37-year-old guy doing this for the first time who has been vulnerable and transparent with us, telling us that, yeah, man, I am learning. Look back at my first team meeting, thought I did a good job. I was like, wouldn't do that again, wouldn't say that again, right? So, I mean, you throw all that into the mix. It's all new. It's all new. And yet you're 4-4, and you've shown flashes of greatness. You have shown some flashes of bleakness, and Sunday before this bye week is an awfully big one. If the Atlanta one, Salk, after losing 3 in a row, felt like a must-win because you've got to stem the tide, this one before a bye week feels like a must-gain trust, must-gain connection, must-gain just further equity with one another, believing in, that this plan is pretty good, instead of, on the other side of it, that's losing 5 of 6 going into a bye, and you don't want that taste in your mouth at all.
All right. Well, if you want to go read more on it, you can go to seattlesports.com. Right now, Brock, with not enough mean tweets this week, we'll rank.
Got a list? Time to put it in order.
Fred Dwumfor's house. Top five meals that I have ever had.
This is Ranked.
To be honest, that list was really biased.
Every morning at 9:45 on Brock and Salk.
Top 10 list. I'm not buying it.
Ranked.
Well, with the degenerate Yankee fans trying to steal the ball away from poor Mookie Betts last night, Brock, thought we would rank steals.
I like psychopathic animal.
That's what Gronk said.
And it's also Greg Roman. I know better.
Greg Roman.
Gosh darn it.
How did you not know that?
I don't know.
Same way DG and I couldn't come up with
usual
suspects. Yeah.
Steal? You're ranking steals.
Steal.
No Justin Barnes here.
No, Justin's busy. He's in a meeting.
Ridiculous. With the big boss?
Yeah, with the big boss.
Whoa.
I know. So here we go. Steal ranked like Ben Harper.
Because I always have to steal my kisses from you.
That's cheesy.
Steal
right?
like S-T-E-A-L or S-T-E-E-L?
Yeah, it's radio, Brock. There's really no need to spell. This isn't a spelling test. It's just steal.
I asked the same question.
Were you
Brock.
a good speller, Salt? Spelling bee? Did you guys have spelling bee growing up?
We had spelling tests.
No spelling bee? No school spelling bee contest? No regional district spelling bee? No state champion spelling bee?
There was like 10 people in my elementary Catholic school class.
We didn't have
There wasn't a need for a spelling bee.
Lyle?
I was a decent speller. Maybe it was the only thing I was good at in school.
You ever see Zoolander, Lyle?
I haven't.
You ever heard of Zoolander?
Heard of it. I couldn't tell you much about it.
No. So you don't know about Blue Steel.
What would you say your trademark is, if you have one?
Well, I guess the look I'm best known for is blue steel.
What's that look like? It's impressive.
The Blue Steel, Brock.
Yeah.
The Blue Steel.
Yeah. He's gone kind of political, huh? He's kind of jumped aboard
Ben
the
Stiller?
Political train.
Is he?
It's kind of fun. It's funny to see who jumps aboard the political train and who just leaves that.
Arnold Schwarzenegger jumped back in today.
Did he?
Saw that, yeah. He endorsed. Let's see. From my childhood, you couldn't go 2 feet without hearing Johnny Most in this call.
Now there's a steal by Bird. Underneath the DJ, lays it in. Right at 1 second left.
As you know,
By Bird.
I did not grow up a Celtics fan. I grew up a Laker fan in Boston, which is dumb.
Boo.
I know, it's crazy. But Johnny
I
Most
don't know how
voices.
you can get on them for rooting for the Yankees when you cheered for the Lakers at the height of their. That's like the same thing.
Not really.
Yep.
Not really.
It is.
No, the Lakers were Showtime. They were fun. Worthy, Magic, the whole thing.
A lot of people
Is that
felt
why
the
you went
same
to
way about
Pomona?
them as people feel about the
Is that why he went to Pomona?
That's on them. It's part of the reason.
But also, that was the biggest rivalry in sports back then. You rooted for the other team growing up in the opposite city.
I know. Yeah. Lakers were awesome, man. I didn't
Just
just
as
root for
obnoxious
them.
as them rooting for
I
them.
had my Laker socks, my Laker Converse.
You ever get punched for that, by the way?
No.
No, remember my shock when I found out that he's never been punched
No?
before?
Only been punched once. Ronnie punched me in the side of the
Oh,
head.
yeah, the one time.
One time, yeah.
No,
More of a
Peter
shot.
punched you in the
Really?
kidney.
Yeah. Anyway, Johnny Mo's voice is crazy.
His voice is nuts.
Yeah. Pretty amazing. We got the Beastie Boys rhyming and stealing.
Are they still touring at all? Are they still doing it?
Not really. Not since MCA died, like a decade ago.
Oh, darn.
Yeah, we had some Ty Law sound.
It's funny how the great ones are. I got to tell you a story about Peyton, too, because Peyton would try to get you after you have these things with Peyton. And once you get over to the Pro Bowl, you're on the same team. Peyton try to get you drunk and then try to dig into your brain. What did you see? What did you do this and that? But it's on me. Try to feed you all these what it was my ties. He wanted to keep feeding you all those.
He wanted to steal. Peyton is very, behind the scenes, manipulative like that.
Try to steal it.
It's just what I've heard. We got Steel Panther. We got Steel Pulse, the reggae band.
Life without music, I can't go on.
Don't steal a minute from Bump and Stacy. Let's go.
I don't know. All right, well, I want to make sure I get Mr. Steal Your Girl.
It's Mr. Steal Your Girl.
I should go by that, Mr. Steal Your Girl.
Did you
got
ever
the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Did you ever steal a girl from someone's song?
No comment. Stealing Beauty. Got Superman, Man of Steel, Steel Magnolias. Remember the boxing ref, Richard Steele?
Oh, no.
Really?
Actually,
Like in the Tyson years.
not really.
You ever read
You ever
read Guns, Germs, and Steel?
Will you get to your top 5?
I'm working on it.
Goodness
Number 5 is
Thank you, Brock.
Steelheart.
I'm glad I don't.
When I got Bob to come on the show and sing, I tried to get him to sing this song. He wouldn't do it. Said he couldn't hit the high notes,
That's
which I thought was sad.
high note.
Yeah.
High
He doesn't mess around, that guy from Steelheart. Yeah. He's got
That's the name of the band, was
Steelheart. Yeah.
Where were
Kind of
they
one-hit
from?
wonders. I don't know where they're from. It's a good question. Number 4 is Len.
One-hit wonders.
They were definitely one-hit wonders for sure. Yes. Yep.
Wow.
Now, I was wondering if you would come up with one of these, Brock, because this band recently made quite a bit of news as they broke up very publicly on stage.
Is that when that old man singer went and attacked the guitarist?
Yeah. It's Jane's Addiction.
Old man.
This has been caught stealing. Yeah.
He was really upset.
He was very mad.
That the guitar was drowning out his voice. That the background was,
He's losing his mind.
Yes, he is.
That was not an impressive display from Barry Farrell. That guy invented Lollapalooza, though. I mean, you got to give him some credit.
Did he really?
Yeah, he's like he's what he created Lollapalooza.
Huh.
Yeah, Barry Farrell. Okay. All right, let's see. That's number 3 in Steel rank. Number 2.
Clowns to the left of me, jokers to the right. Here I am, stuck in the middle with you.
You know who that is? That's Steelers Wheel.
Ah.
I thought you would have come up with George the Animal Steele. I was waiting for you to say that.
Where's he been? He's not number 1?
He's just a mention. No, he's just
eating the turnbuckle, ripping it apart.
He's
not
just
number
a
1?
mention. George the Animal Steele.
Oh.
Really? Really? He'd have been number 1 on your list?
Probably not.
Okay, so whatever.
He, too, was a psychopathic animal.
I mean, he literally was the animal. He was George the Animal Steele. It was
Yes,
right
he
there in
was.
his name.
Is he the one that went after Graz?
I don't know.
Graz's famous story that he tells.
I forget.
I think it was the animal. It was.
Might be.
Yeah, Graz was doing play-by-play.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Number 1 is Steely Dan.
Oh. The Kings of yacht rock.
Yeah. I saw them last year. They opened for the Eagles. They're old.
Oh, guys, breaking news. The New York Post is reporting that the 2 Yankees fans that participated in trying to rob Mookie Betts last night will be banned from the stadium for Game 5 of the World Series.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Keep the animals out.
But they will have their tickets refunded.
They will?
Yeah.
What? No, steal our money.
No.
All right, we got to go. Bump and Stacy are coming up next. That part is definitely accurate. Go give Lyle a positive review on the Marine Layer podcast. He's up to 48 and counting. But he's got a higher review rate than we do. Man, maybe that'll come up tomorrow. And here's the thing. You got a few more minutes if you want to leave a message. You got to do that on the app. We'll be back tomorrow morning at 6 a.m., Brock. Until then, the hay.
Oh, the hay is in the barn.
See you, everybody.
Get to the chopper!
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy.
This is just the season for the Seahawks. They're going to lose another game, believe it or not, Stacy. They're not going to win the rest of their games.
I know.
It's all about building and getting better. I know y'all don't want to hear that. I understand it. But take this team for who they are right now. They are a team that is still struggling defensively, but are working on some things and getting better personnel-wise. Let's give Ernest another week and watch that film. And offensively, they're a team that struggles to run the football but can throw the rock and was missing their best receiver last week. This is who they are.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
In the Pacific Northwest, choose Star Rentals for construction equipment. With 18 locations, they deliver superior service and unmatched follow-through. Visit starrentals.com. Star Rentals, the preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
To me, the LJ way is to provide an experience that people really enjoy being a part of. And they enjoy being a part of it because they're getting great service. They're talking with somebody that actually they feel cares about them. They care about what their impression is going to be walking away. It's also understanding you're now part of our family, and thank you for doing the business with us. And this is how we're going to show our appreciation through customer service. We're going to show our appreciation with taking care of you if you ever have an issue. Majority of the people that are coming to see us are within our community. These are people who are providing maybe services that we also use in our community. So the LJ way, to me, somebody can come into a retail setting and not feel like they got to have their guard up. And that's been a long-standing thing in the car business that, we've tried to shake.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
As the Lennox Premier Partner, Home Comfort Alliance has a long history of 5-star customer satisfaction. Get a dependable, energy-efficient new heat pump and save up to $4,000 when you mention the Curly Cash discount. Call the comfort people, homecomfortalliance.com.
Guys, your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, weight, and even ED. Schedule your free testosterone level check with the team at Revive Men's Health Seattle. Text the word BOOST, that's BOOST, to 65555 or visit revivemenshealth.com. Message and data rates apply. Message frequency varies. Text help for help and stop to cancel. ReviveMen'sHealth.com/privacy policy for how to opt in. Info will be used, and ReviveMen'sHealth.com/terms of use for terms of service.
Imagine your team always looking and feeling their best in high-performance technical workwear. Cintas can make it happen. They have garments for almost every job imaginable. And with the Cintas Workwear program, you get freshly laundered garments delivered every week for everyone on your team. Great garments without the bother of laundry. That's a real perk for employees. Find out how Cintas can boost team image and morale. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
This is the story of a very special woman. Just a few knew about her superpowers. In a matter of seconds, she turned herself into a great mathematician. She masqueraded as a regular person at work, but as a superhero at home. Everyone knows her as Gabriella. I still call her Mom.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need to help, complete with tips and resources at aarp.org/caregiving. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi, my entire family's obsessed with all things Wicked, but my kids can't stop watching the trailer, and now they're having a Wicked-themed sleepover. Do you think our internet can handle all of the streaming and memeing going on?
Well, we've engineered our Xfinity gateways to handle hundreds of devices at once, so they can all stay magically connected.
Wow. Are you a wizard?
I wish. No, just someone that won't let a bad connection burst your internet bubble.
Now through December 31st, get Thrillifyingly fast 150 megabit Xfinity internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. Go to Xfinity.com to learn more. Keep the magic going from your screen to the big screen. And see Wicked, only in theaters November 22nd. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless bill and auto-pay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply, currently $54 a month. Actual speeds vary.
For many of us, it's happening. Your hair is thinning. Your crown is disappearing. Hair loss had me feeling like I was losing my identity altogether. Well, I've got some good news. It's a simple one-day treatment that worked for me. The Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair. It starts growing new hair the very next day, and it's guaranteed to grow for life. We've all seen the pills and lotions that come with monthly memberships. Those can help retain what you have. But what if you want your own natural hair in specific areas like I did? You decide how much, how thick, and where. From Advanced Hair's state-of-the-art facilities to the world-class leading doctors like Dr. Perungo, it's not a maybe your hair will grow. It's guaranteed that your new hair will grow. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 425-449-8185. Advanced Hair is the winner of the 425 Business of the Year, and they are the team that I personally recommend. That's 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
In a controversial decision yesterday, the Colts benched second-year quarterback and former fourth overall pick Anthony Richardson 10 games into his NFL career. This morning, Colts head coach Shane Steichen said the team's decision to bench Richardson and start Joe Flacco is because Flacco, quote, gives us the best chance to win right now. It's a difficult thing, Steichen said, but it's my obligation to the 53 guys in this organization to win football games. And right now, I'm focused on the present, winning football games. We'll get to the future when we have time to get to the future.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. Before I get to our topic here about quarterback development, and I can't wait to talk about it, Bump, do you know how many people were tweeting at me yesterday during this game saying that I jinxed your Dodgers?
Because you did.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did.
I did not.
You did.
What did I even say?
They're going to get it done. They're going to win. I told you to change that energy.
I barely remember yesterday.
I'm sure. But it's convenient.
It was all a blur.
It was all a dream, as Biggie said.
Look, no team in the World Series has fallen behind, gotten into a 3-0 hole, and then climbed back into it. I would love, in theory, for this World Series to go 7 games because it's fun to watch, but I didn't think, and Curtis said it too. I'm deflecting. Curtis did it too.
Wow.
Curtis, roll the tape. When we played Hype Train yesterday, both Curtis and I said, we think the Dodgers are going to sweep today. And Bump said, no, absolutely not.
It's you who said it.
Okay, fine. But I didn't jinx them, okay?
You did.
I didn't do anything.
It was just you.
No, New York.
Nobody else.
No, the Dodgers chose to have a bullpen day and make some decisions.
That was so frustrating. I understand it, though. You want your arms.
Sure.
You be ready for the final
and
three if you got to go 3.
House money.
I get it. I understand it, but I'm watching these guys go up to the plate or on the mound. I go, Knack? His nickname is Snacks, okay? His nickname is Snacks.
We've seen great defensive players.
Honeywell, Honey Bad. No, I'm looking at these guys. And, of course, throughout the season, you've heard of them and you've seen them do their thing.
Sure.
But not so early in the game. I understand what the strategy is. Make sure your arms are ready. You got a 3-0 lead. But it felt all bad from the beginning. And when Volpe hit that grand slam, I knew it was coming. I just felt it. It's destiny. He's from New York. In 2009, he was at the parade. They keep zooming in on him, telling him that story.
He was the story of the game.
It's all set up for him to do it. And then I'm looking at Freeman hit his home run the game prior.
It was so cool.
It was beautiful. And that stadium is so janky. So when Wells went yard, I go, this is a janky stadium.
See?
No wonder Judge got 58 bombs.
Not my
because
fault.
half of his games are here, and his stadium is janky. But you take the L on the chin, and you get ready for tonight. If they lose tonight, then I'll be a bit more nervous.
I have the following thoughts about this game. Number 1, every shot of a crowd in Yankee Stadium is exactly what I would imagine Yankees fans to look like. Like, I don't know how else to describe it other than every Yankee fan looked like, in my mind, what a Yankee fan is.
Everyone.
Like, every single one.
There was a guy in a cardigan and a
I hate
dad
the Yankees,
hat.
but I loved it. I was
Cardigan
the
and dad
character
hat.
of this stadium. Exactly.
It's like all the stereotypes.
Yep.
All the stereotypes were fit. They made sure they showed everybody. They showed
It's so
the lady
perfect.
who looks like she's married to a millionaire. They showed the billionaire.
Yes.
They showed
They
the
showed
guy from the
three guys
Bronx.
whose names are probably all Tony.
They got it down, man. They did a good job, filling the stereotypes. And I'm sure when they watch the Dodgers play at home, they're like, oh, there's the Vato in the outfield, Oh, there's the actress right there. So, yeah, it fits.
It was a fun game until it got out of hand. And regardless of any rooting interest of mine, games that are that lopsided are never that fun. So by the time you get to 7th, 8th inning, you're like, all right, I'm kind of over this. Let's go to Game 5 here. And they will. We'll talk about it more in NFL headlines. Right now, though, we're looking at whether the NFL has a quarterback development problem. This is not a new topic of conversation that has arisen simply because Anthony Richardson was benched, nor did it arise simply because earlier this season Bryce Young was benched. But it is a topic that I know you and I both find really interesting, and a lot of people, including quarterbacks, have talked about it. So let's climb into it. Anthony Richardson and Bryce Young both have us wondering whether the NFL has a quarterback development problem. We aren't the only ones who wonder this. There was a tweet that I sent you guys the other day of someone who was looking not just at a lot of quarterbacks who had been benched or given up on by their team, but also on older quarterbacks who had found another life with new teams and wondered, like, is there something wrong here? Something going on? Baker Mayfield is one of those quarterbacks. He found another life in like a third or fourth stint. This is what he said with Kevin Clark on Kevin Clark's podcast.
For me, it was just I needed to get into an organization that was going to put me in a position to succeed. And unfortunately, there's only a handful of those around the league that are going to give you the opportunity to be yourself and play the best you can. And so that's where I was evaluating the free agency spots.
So again, I just needed to be put in a spot to succeed. And unfortunately, there are only a handful of those spots right now. I think that's true. Bump, I found myself wondering, like, why doesn't it work for some guys? And the answer to me was simply not every single team is built to help a quarterback succeed.
I don't think they are. And I also think it starts in college. You think about a guy like Baker Mayfield. In college, I'm sure he studied the game, but he didn't have to study the way a 3-star who is on a team that is winning 5-6 games a year. He's just physically more talented than everyone else, and he has weapons around him. The gap between the really good teams in college and the average teams in college is huge. And a guy like Baker Mayfield can go out and wing it at times. Johnny Manziel made a college career out of winging it. He didn't study. He didn't practice hard. He just got it done. He's physically more talented than these guys. So now these guys go to the NFL. And for the first time maybe since high school, they really have to study the game. Even in high school, they're probably just better athletes than everyone else. But for the first time, they really have to study the game. And now they're a couple steps behind because they didn't have to apply themselves the way that you would like them to do in college. And now you're going to an organization that isn't very good. And the head coach, the offensive coordinator are on such a short leash that they don't have time to be messing around. Either you get it or you don't. And if you don't get it, then we are going to move on. If these coaches knew they have 3 or 4 years to really try and develop this quarterback, then I think maybe things will change a little bit. But they don't have that. So it's a combination of guys not preparing in college, guys getting to the NFL, having to take the accelerated program, and they're not ready for the accelerated program. And then when they get their opportunity, if you don't win right now, you're going to sit down. That's the reason why I'm okay with Anthony Richardson sitting down. Because sit for a couple years, sit for a year or two, sit for the rest of the year, and just continue to learn. He clearly wasn't an accurate quarterback in college. Why is he going to come to the NFL and surprise, now I can throw the ball accurately. I'm good. You drafted him because of his physical. You didn't draft him because of the mental makeup and his accuracy as a quarterback. So you put yourself in this situation. That's why you always get yourself a veteran quarterback on this roster who can take over or who can lead. It's a combination of things, man. It's not just the NFL. It's not just the quarterback themselves. It's not just the college program. And now what we're going to see, because these quarterbacks are the ones getting the millions and millions of dollars in college, or looking for the millions and millions of dollars, they are going to bounce around, and they're not going to be in the same system. A lot of them aren't going to be in the same system for 2, 3, 4 years and learn and develop. They're going to bounce around chasing a check. So then they get to the league, they're even further behind. So there's a development problem in football in general, and then it's with the most important position in football, and if they do not succeed, they're going to get benched or kicked out.
I agree with you that in an ideal world, you give a lot of these guys like 3 years of trying to figure it out, of getting experience, of being willing to lose and roll with the punches and roll with the ups and downs of a new quarterback, of a young quarterback. And you saying teams don't have that. Offensive coordinators know they don't have that. Coaches know they don't have that. But maybe that's what more guys need. I don't know. Everyone likes to use Josh Allen as the epitome of this. And it's because Josh Allen was drafted with all the physical upside in the world. Big arm, can run all over the place, but he had accuracy concerns. And in his first 2 seasons, that didn't change. He was sub 60% completion. He was hovering above 50% completion as a rookie. He had 10 touchdowns to 12 interceptions. Like, he did not only did he not answer questions about his accuracy as a rookie in the league, he cemented those concerns.
Right.
But then the Bills stuck with it. And maybe it's because the Bills could afford to do it, right? I mean, granted, in his second season, when he still did struggle with accuracy, he was also still a very mobile quarterback and ended up going 10-6 as a starter with that team. So the Bills, improved very quickly. But I don't know. Everyone points to Josh Allen and says, maybe you need to be patient because you never know when, after a year or two, a guy could just take off. Is that something that's maybe more unique to Josh Allen? Or do you think that there are quarterbacks in the league that should have been given more time and weren't?
Well, why is Josh Allen, or was Josh Allen, given that opportunity? They saw the physical and said, we can work with this. They also had one of the best defenses in the game that were going to help him win some ball games. Typically, when you are drafted high and you are a sought-after quarterback, you're going to a team. The offense is bad. The defense is bad. The culture is bad. There's so many things that are wrong with this organization, and you're putting your faith into a 23-year-old and saying, please save us. You look at the Bills. In 2018, they had the number 2 defense in the game, and they're saying, okay, we can work with that. In 2019, they had the number 3 defense in the game. Josh is getting better. Okay, we can work with that. In 2020, they fall off a little bit, but then that's where Josh Allen starts to ascend a bit. You start to see his potential. He does have turnover problems. He's had turnover problems his whole career, just now fixing that stuff. But you got to have something to work with. You can't bring in a quarterback and say, save us. You got to bring in a quarterback and say, get better. We'll surround you with talent on offense. We'll make sure that defense is good to go. And let's give it 3 or 4 years and see what happens. The hard part about playing quarterback is that there's always some young man in college tearing it up. Always somebody tearing it up who could be the next best thing, the next Tom Brady, the next Pat Mahomes, the next Lamar Jackson. So when you don't have that type of success, your head coach is on a short leash. The GM and the owners are looking like, well, maybe we just got this wrong. Let's go down the road and look at this guy coming out of Colorado or wherever you want to look at. That's the thing, is there's no stability in the position in your first 2 to 3 seasons. What the Bills did right is that they were patient, and they gave him a good defense and allowed him to make his mistakes and started to grow. Same thing with the Baltimore Ravens. The fact that the Ravens got Lamar Jackson with the last pick in the first draft is crazy to me. You know where he went? He went to an organization that is known for its defense. Baltimore Ravens. Since I was a kid, you play the Ravens, you have to play a physical type of game. For me, that's the only way a team's going to succeed with the rookie quarterback. Mr. Irrelevant, he gets to the 49ers, weapons for days, an offensive coordinator who's proven, but he has a defense over there that's going to make up for his mistakes, and he didn't make that many mistakes, not as much as Josh Allen. It's a collective effort, and the patience is so thin in the NFL. It's a right now, what have you done for me lately? No time to develop. And I think we're starting to see that. That's why I love seeing Jared Goff go off. I love seeing Gino do his thing, Baker Mayfield, Sam Darnold. We like it because now it's proven. Maybe you don't have to wait 7, 8, 9 years in their career for you to figure it out, but give them some time and don't put it all on them. And you get pressure from the media and the community. Like, say Geno Smith, he wasn't surrounded by a good team. You are in New York. Years before, you made it to the AFC Championship games, and people are expecting him to come in and ball right now and not looking at what's around him. So it's tough to be a quarterback, but that's why they get paid so much money, because when you find one and you believe in him, you want to hold on to him for dear life because you realize how tough it is to find the next guy.
Someone said, well, and the best college quarterbacks go to the worst teams. No protection, no receivers, destined to fail. I mean, that's ultimately the biggest part of the formula is that the worst teams have the top picks. Of course that's part of it. But some of those picks succeed and some don't. And the question that I'm asking is why? Does it have to do with patience? Does it have to do, to Bump's point, with the teams where those young players succeed typically having maybe one or two things that under the radar they do very well, like defense, right? Like if the Titans were to have the number 1 overall pick, that would be a pretty decent spot. I mean, I don't know about their weapons offensively, but that's a pretty decent defense. Like they've got some pieces there to be able to support something, whereas a team like the Panthers had no weapons, new head coach, figuring it out, absolutely nothing. Bryce Young wasn't the right pick. Like, he wasn't the right pick. He was undersized. They should have taken C.J. Stroud. That's very obvious now. But even then, I don't think C.J. Stroud going to Carolina has the season he did with Houston.
We don't know.
We don't know, but I don't think he does.
I don't think he would, but we don't know. It's clear that but most positions, most guys drafted don't mount up to what you think they're going to be.
Yes.
That's the
ultimately
NFL.
What it is.
It's just amplified because it's the quarterback, the most important part of the team. Throughout the history of the NFL, most guys do not make it. They don't amount to what you expect them to be. That's why there are only, 200-something guys in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. There's 1,500 players in the league every single year. You got 200-something in the Hall of Fame. That's how hard it is to have that amount of success with a football team. So when these quarterbacks do get paid, that's why Dak got paid. Look at Dak. Dak, say what you want about Dak. During the regular season, he's won a lot of games. He gets to the playoffs and they flop sometimes. The Cowboys paid Dak because they're not for certain. They're not for sure that they can go out and find a guy that will elevate this team. You got to get guys around Dak. That offensive line isn't great. The defense isn't great. Guys are banged up. There are a lot of things. But when it comes down to it, if you find a quarterback you believe in, you're going to pay market value, or you're going to pay more than market value because it's that important and that hard to find.
Exactly. It's fooling as NFL fans, as NFL viewers, as analysts. We collectively, as a group, fool ourselves into thinking it's easier, into thinking that, oh, C.J. Stroud, look what he did as a rookie, and not realizing that the rookie season C.J. Stroud had is an anomaly.
Yeah.
Like, he's a statistical anomaly. Rookies typically, as quarterbacks, make far more mistakes. A good rookie season would be like 22 touchdowns, 12 interceptions. I'd be like, solid. Really solid rookie season.
You'll take that from Gino right now.
Right now.
Yep.
So, again, I love this conversation. We'll get back to it a little bit later. Right now, let's get to headline rewrites.
Extra, read all about it.
Headline rewrites.
We must make headlines.
The real story behind the headlines in today's news with Bump and Stacy.
Headline number 1, the Yankees staved off elimination against the Dodgers, forced to Game 5 with their win on Tuesday. What's the real headline?
This really just gives the Dodgers a chance to win it all at home. Bump, I'm going to say it now. Dodgers in 5. It's happening.
You heard it here first.
I refuse to accept that jinxes are real. I'm not jinxing this team. I'm not doing anything to this team. I was wrong that they were going to sweep with a win yesterday, but I'm right today. They're going to win.
Right today.
But I'm right today.
I'm going to say what I used to tell my mom when she used to pick me up from my best friend's house as a child. I don't want to go home. I do not want to go home. I don't want to go to L.A. and have to try to figure this out. Because what's going to happen when you go home? That means you have a day to sit and think about it and apply pressure. And you're back at Dodger Stadium. Who's gonna start the show off this time? We already used Ice Cube. Tupac is gone. Like, who we gonna use this time to get us going?
We don't anymore.
And the way Ice Cube was rapping and talking to the Yankees, setting the tone. I know people say some people are angry about, I just want to watch baseball. Okay, I get it, but
whatever. It's the World
Series. That is gonna be tough to do, man, because you know what the Yankees are capable of, and they're doing this without. They did that last night without Aaron Judge being Aaron Judge.
Yeah.
They're scary. You got Garrett Cole on the mound tonight against Flaherty. It's going to be tough.
I think they need to bring out the big guns. I think they need like they need like a multi-prong approach to whatever they do in terms of entertainment. You know what I mean? Like, you need different genres. You need to get, Kendrick's doing the halftime show, but you need to get some kind of like rap hip hop superstar plus roll out the entirety of the Red Hot Chili Peppers plus rollout.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Just bring out Tom Hanks and be like, I just need to remind you all that you're in LA.
Bring out Phil Jackson. Let's have Phil wave at everybody.
Have Denzel throw out the first pitch.
Vanessa Bryant, you come out and set the tone because Kobe would have been there.
The entirety of the Lakers. Someone do something.
Someone do something, please.
I'm very excited for this one, and we opened the show by talking about the World Series a little bit. We mentioned Freddie Freeman. It is a bummer that Freddie Freeman did something so cool. The three of us all texting each other going, oh my God, football God. And it was overshadowed by a loss. What if he does it again? He won't. That would be 7 straight Worlds. It's essentially a complete World Series at that point.
That'd be crazy.
Headline rewrites.
Headline number 2, Anthony Richardson told the Indianapolis media the Colts head coach Shane Steichen didn't necessarily explain to him why he won't be Indy's starting quarterback anymore. What's the real headline?
Yeah, I don't think an explanation is all that necessary here.
You know what you did.
You know what you did.
My man, you're completing 44% of your passes.
44.
4 touchdowns, 7 interceptions. You're not even running the rock the way we were expecting you to run the rock as far as scoring touchdowns. 1 touchdown, 242 yards. Listen, this ain't a bad thing. I know people want instant success. They want this guy to come out and be something he's never been. Mm-hmm. At Florida, he completed 50% of his passes. Why do you expect him to go to the best league in football and
do better
and just excel and erase everything that he was in college? No, this takes some time. So why not learn from a Super Bowl champion in Joey Flacco, a guy who took the Browns to the playoffs, a guy who has shown you don't have to be the most athletic to succeed in this game at the quarterback position if you know what you're looking at and your mechanics are on point. A guy like Anthony Richardson, who is probably the most athletic quarterback in the game, can learn from him. Let him take his time. I'm all for this. Anthony, stop acting like you don't live in reality. You're not playing good football, my man.
Do you think that if he hadn't pulled himself from this game, he'd be benched? Because you're right. He's not playing good football. Even without him saying, yeah, I was tired, so I exited this game on 3rd down when my team was trying to win it in a 1-score game. Even without that, you could have made the case for starting Joe Flacco. I mean, we were talking about whether or not they should stick with Flacco when Anthony got healthier, and I said, no way. He's your 4th overall pick. You have to play him.
I guarantee you conversations were being had about this. Coaches are sitting in their meeting rooms, they're watching film and saying, Joey's just ready to go. He gives us the best chance to win. That's your job in the league. Win as many games as possible. Anthony Richardson just wasn't doing that. So conversations were had, and I guarantee you they tapped out. Man, they got on the headset. So you see that? You see that? That's why we got to play Joey. Yes. Joey can get popped in the chin. As long as he's conscious and the NFL ain't pulling him out, he is playing. So this is going to be good for Anthony Richardson. Sit back, learn, and let Joe do his thing.
I just thought of something. The 206, when it comes to pregame entertainment or like who the Dodgers need on their side in Game 5, said, no, Ice Cube, go Snoop and Dre. Do you remember when... Was it the Super Bowl in LA?
Yep.
The halftime show? Rams-Bengals, the halftime show was so
one of the best.
Good. One of the best halftime shows. Do that.
Bob Stelton would disagree, but one of the best.
Well, Bob Stelton doesn't know what he's talking about. If it's not Metallica, he's not interested.
Headline rewrites.
Headline number 3, Brandon Montour had a hat trick last night in the Kraken's 8-2 blowout victory over Montreal. What's the real headline?
Hear me out. They should have a hat trick every game.
That's a great strategy.
It's just my coaching advice.
Yeah.
As a non-hockey expert.
Yep.
Simply have a hat trick every game.
Hat trick, scoring every power play. Be the most physical team out there. Possess the
every
puck.
Single attempt or shot on goal.
Exactly.
It's just these little tweaks that I would make.
Easy game. Well, I'm glad they got this done for Shane Wright. Remember when he was drafted?
Yes.
And Montreal passed on him, and he gave him a nice little look.
He was staring that table down.
I'm gonna remember this. Don't you forget, because I'm not gonna forget.
Mm-hmm.
They probably don't spend too much time thinking about it, but us fans and analysts, we do. I'm happy for Shane Wright, but I'm happy for the Kraken. It seems like their brand is changing a bit. The feel of this team is changing, and see if they can keep this rolling.
Yeah, I don't think the rest of the hockey world is paying a ton of attention to the Kraken right now, and why would they? I mean, they weren't a playoff team last year. The novelty of being a new franchise is worn off. Now you just have to prove it. But I do think they're hovering just beneath the surface, improving 8th in goals scored. Still some things to clean up. Obviously, you need to take this next step forward, a couple steps actually, to get into that elite group. But it's nice feeling as though you're beginning the season with some improvement or something to build off of. So speaking of the Kraken, coming up next, fresh off a big win, and Joey Daccord is fresh off a big contract extension. He joins us in 5 minutes.
Hawks Live.
Tomorrow night from 7 to 9.
Live from Bellevue Square Center Court. Join former Seahawks Michael Bumpus and Paul Moyer as they go deep on the Hawks with player interviews and opponents' analysis.
Rookie Michael Jarrell, what's your approach? Are you the talking type?
I'm pretty much quiet until somebody get me riled up or like we make a big play. I'm gonna talk a little bit. We get a first down, I'm gonna talk a little bit. Or our pancaking, I'm definitely gonna talk. So it's like
Presented by the Bellevue Collection.
Every Thursday night throughout the Hawks season.
Matt Coker here from West Coast Men's Health. Guys, if you're taking Viagra or any other pill for ED, I want you to ask yourself this question. Do I want to continue to do this for the rest of my life? If you're like most men, the answer is no. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we can restore blood flow naturally without pumping your body full of chemicals like you've been doing. Guys, you need to come in today and fix this problem now. Why are you putting this off? Viagra's not going to magically start working next week, and you don't want to use shots or go under the knife. Call us today and speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. Change your life today like the thousands of men who already have. If you're tired of dealing with ED or Peyronie's disease, then call West Coast Men's Health.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Well, this week's First Mark Challenge victory goes to Robert. Robert, why did you call First Mark Insurance?
I heard an ad, and my wife and I had just got our policy renewals from our previous provider, and everything had gone up quite a bit, 30-40%, so I thought I'd give it a try. It was a pleasant experience, very easy. It only took a couple of days to get the good news back.
And were they able to save you money?
Yeah, we were able to save well over $1,000. Not only did we save money, our agent found that we had some gaps in coverage, and they were able to not only save money, but improve our coverage.
Well, now you can be a good friend, and you can tell everybody about it.
Well, I have. I've, in fact, passed it on to a couple of my good friends, and they're taking the challenge as well. So it's been great.
Robert did it. My family did it. Now you got to do it, and it's totally free. Go take the First Mark Challenge today. See how much they can save you and how much better your coverage will get. Maybe you could be our next First Mark Challenge victory. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com. Firstmarkinsurance.com.
Are you putting off your new kitchen plans? Why wait? Hi, Chad Cicchini, owner of Heritage Homecraft. Call today for a free in-home estimate. Years of experience, thousands of happy customers. Heritage Homecraft, 425-485-1600 or heritagehomecraft.com.
Are you a skilled HVAC tech looking for a top-rated team? Join Ben's Plumbing, rated 5 stars for exceptional service. Enjoy great pay and benefits, a supportive team, and a non-commissioned HVAC career. Visit benz.plumbing/careers to apply.
Are you interested in investing in real estate in the greater Seattle market, but don't want to manage properties, develop real estate, or sign on debt? Hi, it's Scott Rirucka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital, based in Bellevue. We've been running local real estate investment funds for over 15 years. We've had 0 investor losses and have averaged double-digit returns since inception. Find out why over 800 local investors have invested over $200 million in our Legacy family of funds. Legacy Northwest Fund returned over 12% in both 2007 and 2008. Are you looking at diversification opportunities, especially with what's happening in the market this year? Get in touch with us today. Legacy's family of funds has a limited opening for new investors right now.
Call 425-635-4700 or legacyg.com. That's legacyg.com. This is not investment advice. Investment performance based on average return of LOF1, LOF2, and LSF from 2007 through the date of calculation and after deduction of fees and expenses. Legacy family of funds investments are available to accredited investors only.
The Mike McDonald Show. The first word from the head coach after every Seahawks game.
We want to play a certain way, and you're just going to chisel away at it every day.
Presented by Emerald Queen Casino. Seahawks Insider. Brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. Now here's Maura Dooley.
On the Mike McDonald Show with Brock and Salk Monday, the head coach said they don't necessarily need to simplify things, but they may need to take a less is more approach. Mark Schlereth joined Wyman and Bob yesterday and explained why a scheme like Mike McDonald's will be off if you don't have every detail right.
I always say this about defense in general. Disguise is really good until it's not. And what I mean by that is that you can put yourself in a position that's, really sound, but it requires a little bit of thinking and a little bit of timing and being on the same page. And if any of those things is off even a hair, then that's the difference between making a tackle for a 2-yard gain and having a 40-yard bust out.
The Seahawks Insider is brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. For the latest on the Seahawks anytime, go to seattlesports.com.
You probably noticed the temperature starting to fluctuate, and that gets even more pronounced at night. Is your insulation ready for the upcoming cold season? Let me guess, you haven't checked. You're like me, you don't want to go into your attic or your crawl space. Well, that's why Crawl Pros goes where you don't want to. It's Mike Salk here. They came out to my house for a free inspection and found my insulation wasn't up to snuff. So they showed me pictures of the problem, explained it, and then they got it all fixed. Now, Crawl Pros has partnered with Puget Sound Energy to provide special rebates on insulation work. So if you're a PSE customer and your home was built before 1990, you may qualify to receive a rebate on up to 95% of the cost to properly insulate your crawl space and attic. Don't wait for the temperatures to drop. Take advantage of these enormous rebates today. Call Crawl Pros to learn what's going on behind that crawl space and attic hatch for free. Again, if you're worried about critters, mold, water damage, insulation issues, or anything else related to your crawl space or attic, schedule a free corner-to-corner inspection at crawlpros.com.
Hey, Brock Heward here, and I have had my share of sports injuries, and I know a little bit about pain. Well, that's what football will do to you from head to toe. But you don't have to play professional sports to know what I'm talking about. Painful joints from arthritis can affect anyone and make it hard to do pretty much anything. Well, that's where my friend, Dr. Daniel Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine comes into play. He has seen so many patients through the years suffering from chronic joint pain caused by arthritis. So don't let pain stop you from your quality of life. Don't let pain stop you from enjoying life. Consider Dr. Nelson the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. That's right, your own stem cells and platelet-rich plasma to harness your own body's healing potential. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit danielnelsonmd.com. That's danielnelsonmd.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
This is Bumpin' Stacy
weekdays 10 to 2
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, joining us right now on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline, fresh off a big 8-2 win yesterday, it's Joey Daccord. Joey, how's it going?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Thanks for having me.
Hey, I got kind of a weird question, Joey. When the offense is just going off and when goals are being scored, do you ever get bored kind of on your end? Just kind of watching your teammates have an amazing night? What's it like on the other end there?
No, it's awesome. It's awesome. It's fun to see the guys play so well and, have so much confidence out there and putting pucks in the net. Yeah, I mean, I have a great time. I enjoy it.
Just waving from
afar.
afar.
We can do it some more here. Yeah.
Good job, guys.
Yeah, exactly. I'm number one cheerleader down there.
Hey, Joey, when I watch the game, nothing stresses me out more than when the ops have a power play. And then I think about you back there. I mean, you're like a man down. Like, how would you compare that stress? What would you compare it to? Because that seems like a stressful situation.
Compare it to? Oh, man, I'm not quite sure, honestly. I think just for me, like, I try to just up my focus a little bit, right? It's like, we do a lot of prep work on the other team's power play to prepare to know what they like to do and what their tendencies are. So I'm just trying to like really focus on, hey, what are their tendencies? What should I expect here? So really it's like my focus level kind of ramps up just an extra notch. So I wouldn't really say I get like nervous. I don't know how to compare that, honestly. That's a tough one.
You got to get ice in your veins, man. That's what I'm talking about right there.
He's like, yeah, it doesn't stress me
That's
at
what
all.
I do.
Yeah, I mean, well, honestly, I think it's probably worse to watch than it is to play. Like when you're playing, you're kind of in the flow of the game. Right. You're not even really thinking, right?
Mm-hmm.
But when you're watching, it's probably worse. Like my younger brother played goalie too growing up and played in college. And whenever I watched him, I got way more nervous than when I was playing.
Who's the better goal scorer of the two of you? Because obviously you're both goaltenders, so it's it's not necessarily like a primary strength. Yeah, between the two of you, who's maybe a little better there?
I don't know. I mean, he plays men's league now as a forward, and he has like the best time, so he's probably pretty good. But I can score. I used to like my dad runs like a goalie coaching school in Massachusetts, and I grew up like coaching at the school all the time, so I got to shoot on goalies and shoot lots of pucks and score and stuff. So I'm a decent forward in my own right, I think.
Wasn't there a goalie who scored this year, right? And when you see that, are you proud? I know they're not on your team, but do you you pat your chest as one for the goalies right there?
Yeah, it's the goalie union. I actually played with him in my last team in Ottawa. Philip Gustafson. He scored for Minnesota. And, he always joked with me that I was going to be the one to score. So it's pretty funny that he beat me to it.
You know how
I was happy for him.
There are kind of stereotypes, and I'm more familiar with football stereotypes, right? Like tight ends are always kind of crazy. Offensive linemen are kind of quiet and intense. And this isn't always true. You know, cornerbacks talk trash. It's not always true, but you interview enough players and you're like, yeah, this checks out. I have heard that goalies as a group are the craziest hockey players. Joey, is that true?
I feel like we get that stereotype.
You reject it.
Mostly because we decide to stand in front of vulcanized rubber going 100 miles an hour at us. So I think it's warranted. But I would say, like, for the most part, a lot of us are pretty normal guys. We just decide to play goalie for a living. So, I don't know. We definitely get that reputation. I would say it's probably true for a decent amount of the goalies, but most of us are pretty normal, I'd say.
Hey, Joey, every time I go to a Kraken game, I sit up kind of high because I want to see the lanes and stuff and kind of feel the game. I sat close to the glass one time, and it was fun. You feel the intensity, but I kind of want to see how the game is developing. But there's something that I miss because me being a former athlete, I love the way teams communicate. Is there a lot of communication going on the ice, or is it more just feel?
Well, first off, like to what you were saying at the beginning of your question there, it's totally true. Like the closer you sit, the more intense the game will feel. The game will feel faster. You know, big hits. You're right on the glass. Like it's really fun to watch on there, but it's a little bit harder to see the game.
Yeah.
So when you're set up a little higher, you can kind of see like the strategy and all the different plays being made. So there's definitely pros and cons to both. In terms of communication, yeah, it's really loud. Like everyone's talking out there, trying to help each other out. I feel like hockey happens so fast and it's so quick, and the puck's very small. Like the game's moving so quickly that you have to talk and try to help each other out, and that's a big part of the game, especially like we were talking about earlier on the penalty kill there. Like other teams get chances, and especially when they're up a man, like you really got to talk so you know exactly how you want to execute your game plan in those situations, and that's definitely a huge part of our our team is how well we communicate.
You guys have been playing well. I mean, 8th in goals scored this year. Tell us a bit about your new coach, Dan Bylsma.
Well, just go Dan. Yeah, I mean, I could talk for a while about him. I was fortunate enough to play for him for 2 years in Charlotte and Coachella, and I just think he's an awesome coach. I think, first and foremost, he's a very good person. I think he, has all the qualities of a head coach that you want. He brings an energy and a charisma to the dressing room each and every day, and we have a lot of fun, but we know how to work. And I think that's something that's really important is he knows, kind of when to push the buttons and get us going. And, he's a really good motivator in that sense, but also knows, when to have fun, when to be harder on us. I think that's something that's really important for a head coach, to know when to press the right buttons. And, that's something that he's great at. And I just have a lot of respect for him, and I think we're lucky to have him as our coach.
You guys got a big win the other day, 8-2 in Montreal. Was there any talk about going back to the team or playing the team that passed up on the youngster Shane Wright?
No, it was funny. I went out to dinner with him the night before the game, and we were talking about it, and he was like, it's whatever. It's just another game. It's in the past. And, I don't think that really measured into the game at all, but it was definitely nice to get that win for him.
Now, Curtis, remind me, who was the team that was having a hard time? It wasn't the Canadiens.
It was the Hurricanes leaving Seattle.
Okay, so Joey, did you hear this story about the Hurricanes leaving Seattle, having such a hard time with it?
Oh, their plane broke down or something, I think?
Yeah. Okay, so the plane broke down, and then they tried to order McDonald's, and they went to pick up the McDonald's, but they wouldn't let them through the drive-thru, so one of the players had to ask a stranger to drive him through the drive-thru, just like a chaotic night that obviously ended up with everyone completely fine and eating burgers. But have you guys ever had a road trip where it was just a nightmare getting home or something weird happened trying to get back?
I think it was last year in preseason, actually, we were supposed to fly to Abbotsford, which is just outside of Vancouver, for a preseason game. And the flight was having mechanical issues, so then we had to drive there. And which isn't a terrible drive. I think it's, 2.5 hours, but, it was so last minute, and then we had to drive there, and then we got there super late for the game. We basically just had time to throw our gear on and go out there. That was
straight from the car to the ice.
Yeah, well, literally, you in the regular season, you always get there a day early before the game, so you never really fly on a game day. But in preseason, you fly right before the game, so you skate at home in the morning, and then you jump on the plane, fly to wherever, Vancouver, Edmonton, and then you play the game and fly right back. So in that situation, it was so last minute. We hop on the bus, and we got there so late. It was just, like you said, it was a very chaotic day. And then I think we actually played great and won that game, which was funny. But in junior hockey, you ride the bus for like 8, 10, 12 hours sometimes. The bus would break down all the time. Yeah. And those were gong shows. Those were a lot of chaotic nights for sure.
Hey, I own a training facility, Elite Training Academy. So if you ever need some training, holler at me. But what's training like for a goalie? I would assume your adductors are on point. The hip flexors are strong as heck. Like, what's your off-season training like?
The off-season training is very detailed, I would say, and rigorous. It's a lot of strength training, a lot of mobility work, a lot of hip work, especially as a goalie, and I do a lot of heart rate training, so a lot of bike riding. This summer I was probably riding the bike for 3, 4, 5 hours a week, and then 3 days of strength training, and 2 days where I'd see my physical therapist to do mobility work, and so it's a lot. That's just off the ice, so it's not even on the ice training. It's a lot, but I enjoy it. I think the work is actually what makes it the most fun.
He is Kraken goaltender Joey Daccord. Congratulations also on the extension, the contract, Joey, and obviously on a big one yesterday. We really appreciate you taking the time to join us.
Thanks, Joey.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me.
Coming up next, Bump's got 3 things grinding his gears. Get off my lawn. Coming up.
When you're running the hurry up and don't have time for your favorite Seattle sports shows, listen to the podcast on demand.
How about that? Unbelievable.
Who would have thought? Every hour, every interview, every look behind the scenes.
He is your new Seahawks head coach, Mike McDonald.
We want to play a certain way, and you're just going to chisel away at it every day.
Find us on seattlesports.com, the Seattle Sports app, or wherever you get podcasts.
All signs continue to point to it being the right hire.
Never miss a minute of Seattle sports, the home of the Seahawks.
Let's talk about your hair. Well, maybe after we talk about my hair. I've got great hair, as you know, and it's because of Advanced Hair. Yep, Advanced Hair Restoration. Their simple one-day treatment offers life-changing results that I can attest to. Guys, it's not magic, but it's close to it. They put hair where you need it most, and bam, it grows. It's actual science. Advanced Hair has top-rated physicians, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair that begins to regrow the very next day. It's even guaranteed to grow for life. So schedule your free consultation now at 425-449-8185. Mention Curly to qualify for $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. It's a limited time offer. Advanced Hair, the winner of the 425 Business of the Year, and the team that gave me my hair back. More importantly, they'll do the same for you, guaranteed. 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
Looks like your plumbing just threw a Hail Mary into the wrong end zone. But don't worry, folks. Flowhawks Plumbing and Septic is here to intercept the mess. From busted pipes to clogged drains, we've got the plays that'll turn your plumbing fumble into a winning touchdown. Why risk a penalty? Call Flowhawks, the hometown heroes who will blitz that plumbing problem before it costs you the game. Because when your pipes are on the line, we bring our A game. Talk to the Hawk. 1-800-FLOWHAWK. That's 1-800-FLOHAWK.
Want to listen to Seattle sports on your smart speaker?
Hey, smart speaker, play Seattle sports.
This message is powered by the EQC Sportsbook at Emerald Queen Casino. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
Hey, Riverside Roofing is back with us for yet another year, and we're so grateful for Don, Jordan, and Brandon for allowing us to tell their story. Local family business, excellent work, all rooted in trust. You can find them at riversideroofingllc.com, the roofing company you can trust.
Febreze. So my home is also my office, and before I can focus, every room's gotta be clean. That means tidying up, then spraying my Febreze Air Mist. Ooh, that's fresh. Febreze Air Mist scents are all high quality. They fight any weird funk, and they give my air an instant boost of freshness. So not only does my home smell good, I feel good too. After I Febreze, it's time to start my day.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Hey, what are you doing up on the step stool?
About to clean these light fixtures. The whole family's coming over, and if there's even a speck of dust in the house, my abuela will find it.
Here, I got a Swiffer duster to help with that.
A Swiffer what?
A Swiffer duster. It has this cool extendable handle that reaches 6 feet to get high and low, with fluffy dusters that easily trap and lock dust.
So no more step stool?
No more step stool.
Easily trap and lock dust from hard-to-reach places with the Swiffer duster. Love it or your money back.
At Shane Company, our engagement rings are the perfect blend of design, function, and beauty, each one a unique work of art. We meticulously craft our bridal jewelry in our jeweler's workshop to the highest standards, expertly setting each diamond by hand, ensuring the structure is perfectly balanced, and sizing everything for the perfect fit. Shane Company offers a free unmatched lifetime warranty because your engagement ring is an heirloom that was made to last. You'll cherish your ring today, tomorrow, and forever. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Sometimes even heroes need rescuing.
I'm a retired firefighter, 27 years.
Kurt had severe pain in his knees and his shoulder, which was keeping him from enjoying his well-deserved retirement.
Loved to ski, loved to fish, and couldn't even walk 18 holes.
That's why Kurt decided to see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy.
He was just awesome. He goes, yeah, give me a shot. And he took care of me. He stemmed my knee and my shoulder.
And how are you feeling now?
I was pain-free in 12 weeks. I play golf now pain-free, and it's awesome.
So you'd recommend this treatment to others in your situation?
Absolutely. Yeah, Dr. Wagner's, he's had a couple people call me, and I recommended that they do it.
Before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
You know, as Bump gets older, he's noticed that there are things that just make him angry. And honestly, Bump, I had one of your get off my lawn moments earlier today, and this happens to me on frequent weekdays when I go to my Starbucks and there's all these high schoolers.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know why they just annoy me. I'm used to being around adults. I'm not a parent. I'm used to being around adults. So teenagers really make me feel, I get a big get off my lawn type feeling with them. So if anyone's familiar, if anyone needed to know what that is, it's the get off my lawn, like I'm too old for this type feeling. And Bump has 3 things in the world of sports making him feel that way this week. So what are they?
Yeah.
I'm a man. I'm 40.
First one, I feel like I've heard people complain about Ice Cube opening up a World Series game and then Fat Joe and saying, I just want to watch baseball. I don't want to hear this hippity hoppity and watch. I just want to watch baseball. This is what I feel like with this one.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to watch sports. I cannot wait until this election is over. All these campaign ads coming on. I haven't watched one commercial and been like, you know what? You switch my vote. I'm going to the other side. You know what? I'm going to flip back to this side. Back-to-back commercials. I'm confused.
I can't make up my mind.
What am I going to do? If you are being persuaded by a commercial, I beg you just to do a little bit of research and make your decision. I don't care who you pick. They don't bother me. I don't care who you pick, left, right, up, down. Don't matter, okay? If a commercial, if you're sitting there with your family and you tap your wife like, honey, we're making a change. If that is influencing you, ma'am, sir, I beg you, just go do some research. And I'm tired of seeing it. I cannot wait till November 5th. I can stop seeing this and just watch my baseball. Just watch my Ice Cube and Fat Joe. Okay, that's all I'm looking for right now because it's getting out of hand. I understand what they're doing, but goodness gracious, I'm done.
I saw a tweet that said, if you are an early voter, you should be able to vote early, turn in your ballot early, and then get a code that lets you turn off
I like that.
election ads.
I like that.
They were like record turnout guarantee.
Yeah.
Guaranteed there'd be record turnout if you could get a code that would let you turn off election ads and texts.
I'm done. Again, I don't care who you vote for. Live your life. These commercials are getting crazy. I'm tired of it. Did you know that the sun is going to crash into the planet, and if this person is voted for president, it's going to happen? I'm like,
I don't want that.
Y'all be lying. I'll be sitting there, cap. All that is cap. I'm done with that. Thank you.
Did you know the sun will crash into the earth? What's next?
I'm a man. I'm 40.
Many people have talked about this already, but I cannot talk about it myself. We got to talk about that Dwayne Wade statue once again. That was ridiculous. You know who that looks like? I don't know if you know this guy. That is Rampage Jackson, MMA fighter. That is not D. Wade. That is Lawrence Fishburne. That is not D. Wade. That is Dylan Watkins. Who's Dylan Watkins? I don't know. I don't know who that statue is. That's Dylan Watkins. That ain't Dwayne Wade. That's
like, who's Dylan
You know who
Watkins?
it is? It's Jordan Brooks. He's in Miami now. That is not D. Wade. That is Jordan Brooks over there. That's my Uncle Larry. That is not D. Wade. The worst part about this is that D. Wade helped with this. They help with it.
Wild.
The cheeks are so big. The eyes look all funny. The wrinkles are crazy.
The head is so square.
I'm like, D-Wade, what influence did you have on this? Did they not give you the print before and say, look, D-Wade, do you agree with this? Do you like this? Even his son, if you watch his son taps him on the shoulder and was like, yeah, I don't think that's it, Dad. Who the heck is that? They did such a horrible job. How does Sylvester Stallone have a statue in Philly that looks more accurate than D-Wade? All right. Rocky is fake, Stacy. I know you haven't seen the movie. Okay?
I have.
Oh, you finally saw it?
No,
No, you haven't.
No, I got that confused with Creed.
Rocky was fake. It's not real. But you can go to Philly right now and see Rocky with his hands up celebrating, and it looks like Sylvester Stallone. And that was what? When was that? The first Rocky was made, what, in the 70s?
Yeah, late 70s.
Goodness gracious. You mean they doing it better then than doing it now?
What happened to those sculptors?
Man, that is so goodness gracious. Curtis, you mentioned it the other day. The guy who does the Football Hall of Fame statues or faces or whatever, all right? Yeah, they need to help out
really
with this
good.
situation because Cortez Kennedy looks like Cortez Kennedy. Big Walt looks like Big Walt. Largent looks like Largent. Moon looks like Moon. I don't know who that man is standing in front of Miami and in front of their building.
Nobody knows.
If they leave that there for years to come, they're going to have a big description on the bottom. Like, this is actually Dwayne Wade. I know it may not look like the Dwayne Wade that won you 3 championships, but this is Dwayne Wade. It's ridiculous. Y'all got to fix that ASAP. It's embarrassing. He deserves better than that. He's one of the top 100 greatest players of all time, and y'all do him dirty. And then he has to stand there and look at it in admiration, like fake it, like, oh yeah, that's me. I'm overwhelmed right now. If that were me,
so bad,
you would see it on my face. I could not hide the disappointment that looks nothing like me. That is Rampage Jackson up there.
That's worse than is it worse than the Ronaldo statue or bust?
Ronaldo's is.
Let me flip this to you.
Ronaldo
just
is
as a reminder.
A handsome human being. He's one of the most handsome athletes of all time. They made my man look like Ronaldo. He looks like Rivaldo. He don't look like Ronaldo.
I think the Ronaldo one is worse, but it's a close battle.
The thing with the Dwayne Wade one is he looks like too handsome. Like they went overboard with it. Whereas the Ronaldo one, they did not make it handsome enough.
The Ronaldo one looks like they let their kid help out.
Yeah.
Like it looks like they were like
someone drew it left-handed. With that righty, they drew it left-handed.
That's exactly what it was.
Crazy.
Okay, what's next?
I'm a man. I'm 40.
All right. Next, last one. So last week I traveled to the Bay to work for CW, and I was done at 12:30. So I was able to hop on a flight and get home and see my son off to homecoming, and he was looking clean. Woo, I saw him. I go, okay, I see you, Pops. He had the blue three-piece on with the black shirt with the chain on. He had the 11s on. I'm like, okay. And his boys come over. They looking clean. I take them to dinner. They go to Toscano's in Monroe. If you ever need a restaurant in Monroe, go to Toscano's. And they're having their dinner. I go to the bar. I'm watching the Dodgers game at the time.
That's adorable.
And when they're done, I take them to the dance. I give them the talk. I go, hey, have fun. Don't do nothing stupid. All right, this is your opportunity. Build some trust here. But if you do get in trouble, hit me up because I'll be there for you. Right?
Where's this going?
So then he gets back, and I'm like, give me the rundown, man. How was it, man? Homecoming, yada yada yada. He goes, oh man, it was fun, Dad. It was this, it was great, it was that. I go, okay. I go, did you dance? Go, oh yeah, we were tearing it up. I go, y'all got some video? I know y'all take videos and stuff. He goes, no, it was mainly just us jumping around in a mosh pit. I go, you didn't dance with no girls? He goes, nah, we don't really dance with girls. I go, so what are y'all doing? Just choreograph like individual dances? I'm like, son, all you youngsters out there, the feeling you have dancing with somebody to the rhythm, same beat, sweating, getting after it, it's being lost. Homecoming don't hit no more. And I'm asking my other dads out there, and their kids are saying the same things. Like, they don't dance together no more. Kids don't dance with each other? They dance in their small little groups and don't vibe together. And I told them, I go, next time you go to a dance, you break the mold, man.
Yeah.
You get out there, you pick a girl that you think is cute, and you put yourself out there. That's how you learn how to fail. Because when a girl looks at you,
it says nope.
It humbles you. She looks at you and she says yes. I'm like, I am the man. I can beat anybody. I am fearless. Homecoming don't hit no more. Young men and women, put yourself out there, man. Don't be scared.
The Hawks have an O-line problem, so let's ask a former O-lineman what's going on. Mike Golick Jr. joins us next.
Hawks Live.
Tomorrow night from 7 to 9.
Live from Bellevue Square Center Court. Join former Seahawks Michael Bumpus and Paul Moyer as they go deep on the Hawks with player interviews and opponents analysis.
Rookie Michael Jarrell, what's your approach? Are you the talking type?
I'm pretty much quiet until somebody get me riled up or like we make a big play. I'm gonna talk a little bit. We get a first down, I'm gonna talk a little bit. Or our pancaking, I'm definitely gonna talk. So it's like
Presented by the Bellevue Collection.
Every Thursday night throughout the Hawks season.
I have a handful of stories that really affected me personally in my career and how I handle employees. Lee Johnson, coming out of his office as a customer, asked me where the service department is. And I was like, yeah, go to the end of the hall, go up the stairs, go across the breezeway, open a door, go to the left. You want Chevy, go to the right. You want Mazda? Because I didn't even have enough time to say, hey, what kind of car do you have? Here comes Lee, and it's like, oh, ma'am, come with me. Let me show you. And then having him come back and not dress me down is just almost like with that fatherly disappointment of like, that's not how we take care of people. I mean, the right way is to walk her down to the stairs, walk her up the stairs, open the door for her, go over, across the way, open up that door, introduce her to somebody. So she's comfortable, she's made it to the right place, and that we value the business. What you did was you made it seem like she was an inconvenience to you. Customers are the purpose of our day.
The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
This might be the most surprising statistic I've shared in decades of doing local news. More than 75% of commuters will be involved in a car accident at some point. JP Pendergast of Pendergast Law with more.
What makes it more surprising? The average person will be involved in 3 to 4 collisions in their lifetime.
With accidents unbelievably prevalent, what are some safety tips if it happens to you?
Safety first. Secondary collisions are not uncommon while awaiting help. Turn on those hazards and remain in a safe place. If a bystander witnessed the accident, capture their information and encourage them to remain at the scene. Seek medical attention immediately if needed, as delaying can be a costly mistake. Lastly, remember that statements made to police and insurance adjusters can affect your case.
Collisions are more common than we'd like to think. If you find yourself in one, follow these helpful tips and then call my friends at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one's injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
PendergastLaw.com.
For top quality fencing, trust Contour Fence, locally owned and operated since 1984. For residential or commercial, visit contourfence.com. Use code HAWKS10 for 10% off repairs or replacements and schedule a free consultation today. That's contourfence.com.
You never get a second chance to make a first impression. Superior Linen Service, 98 years providing logoed apparel, uniforms, floor mats, linens, and more. Give us a call. We answer the phone. Superior Linen Service. Visit suplinen.com.
Guys, your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, weight, and even ED. Schedule your free testosterone level check with the team at Revive Men's Health Seattle. Text the word BOOST, that's BOOST, to 65555 or visit revivemenshealth.com. Message and data rates apply. Message frequency varies. Text help for help and stop to cancel. ReviveMen'sHealth.com/privacy policy for how to opt in. Info will be used and ReviveMen'sHealth.com/terms of use for terms of service.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-885-9700. 800-885-9700. 800-885-9700.
As Cybersecurity Awareness Month winds down, LifeLock reminds you to update your software regularly. These updates fix security flaws that could be exploited by identity thieves. But don't stop there. LifeLock offers comprehensive identity theft protection that goes the extra mile. LifeLock not only alerts you to suspicious use of your info, but also takes action to resolve identity theft issues, guaranteed, or your money back. Start your 30-day free trial at LifeLock.com. Use promo code NEWS. Terms apply.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
2 Yankees fans are banned from today's Game 5 of the World Series after interfering with Dodgers outfielder Mookie Betts during last night's Game 4. Betts made a leaping grab against the wall in the first inning, during which time the 2 fans grabbed onto Betts' wrist and glove and tried to pry the ball away from him. The Yankees announced in a statement today the fans, quote, will not be permitted to attend tonight's game in any capacity, and added the incident with Betts was, quote, egregious and unacceptable.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
Now, Mike Golick Jr. Wednesdays during football season with Bump and Stacy.
Mike Golick Jr., one half of Gojo and Golick on DraftKings Network, joins us right now on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. Hey, Mike, how's it going?
Doing well. How you doing?
We're fantastic. Happy to have you on. A lot to talk about in Week 8 around the NFL. We're going to start in Seattle, though, where it has become very clear through 8 weeks and maybe also many years that the Seahawks have an offensive line problem. My question is a much bigger one. Mike, is it fair when people wonder whether there's an offensive line issue in the league or maybe a development issue? Do you see that on a larger scale?
I think we're at a time right now where the offensive line, especially in the last 5 to 10 years, has been asked to do things a lot differently than I think they've been used to. And the changes that we've seen in the sport going all the way down, that, football's kind of a trickle-up change economy. And this started in high school with the advent of spread offenses. But the NFL, we know, turned into a pace and space league for a while. And so asking guys to drop back and pass protect 40, 50 times a game consistently, in my mind, has never been all that sustainable. But because that's been so popular in so many places, you do have guys that maybe are less proficient in the other aspects of the game than maybe they used to be. This is also a position that gets less time on the field to develop guys in the NFL now, as opposed to years ago when my dad was in the league and even in the time after that in the 90s and early 2000s. And so all of these things kind of work together to, I would say, make offensive line evaluation and development certainly more difficult. I always stop short of saying we've got a true problem on our hands because there are still plenty of great players at that position, but it has definitely been harder to find, acquire, and develop depth, especially at that position, than ever before.
How deep is the pool of offensive linemen? You know, we see, obviously, in college, 5 guys out there at a time, sometimes 6. And I think an assumption would be that, you know, there's a lot out there. Well, of course, there are a lot out there, but how many quality linemen do you think are out there every single year?
I certainly think less and less, and I think that's why, too, for a while there was always this tendency where when you had more time to develop, and Seattle knows about this for years when Tom Cable was out there, but, you know, there used to be this idea, hey, I could take a big athlete, a true dancing bear, and mold him into an offensive lineman as time went on. I don't think you've got the time and the resources for that in most places, really, with the exception of a very elite few, have coaches capable of that anymore with the time constraints. And so I do think it puts a premium on looking at blue chip programs, you know, the Alabamas, Georgias, Arkansas, Notre Dames, Wisconsin, Michigans of the world, and finding these places where, you know, hey, at the college level where they do have more time and they're molding guys more, I'm going to programs that have a tried and true history of this. They have been consistent in producing guys that are technically proficient, that get a lot of games under their belt, and have the kind of experience that you need to really come in, especially if you're picking near the top of the first round. I've come a long way on that, where I think you need, by and large, guys that are more ready-made technical products than you've ever needed, because so much of that's become harder to do at the NFL level.
Hey, speaking of time and development, we've been talking about Anthony Richardson and quarterback development and the patience or lack thereof of different organizations. Whether or not Richardson, you know, could benefit from being benched or not, let's talk about one of the biggest stories to come from him and his game over the weekend. Mike, have you ever heard of a quarterback pulling himself from a game because he was tired?
No, I certainly haven't, and you guys know it. I mean, we've seen people talk about the fact that this is something that we seem to be only okay with in certain positions, but not in others. Yeah. Quarterback is a position that tends to be paid more than most. Certainly the capital and the investment from organization is more than most. The leadership ability and the things that we associate with that position, I get why it's different. At the same time, Anthony Richardson's also a guy that's asked to play the position in a largely different way from his peers and predecessors. That being said, I think it's even less about him doing it, the action itself, and more about the response. I don't think he seemed to understand the severity of that, and certainly it seemed to hit his teammates a certain way. And for Ryan Kelly to comment publicly on it, to see guys make those comments, to me that's indicative of something else. Like, if you've got a guy that's doing everything the right way and fighting tooth and nail with you, doing everything right, you're a lot more willing to say, oh, well, this is just one bad moment. This, to me, and the decision they've made indicates, hey, they haven't seen enough progress in a number of areas to feel comfortable putting him out there for, one, what he affords that team as a player, but two, the message it sends to the rest of that locker room who's seen this all much closer than the rest of us and also believes, hey, Shane Steichen, this organization, they're not just here to coach and play one guy at the quarterback. We all want a shot at this. We all have time ticking on our careers, and we want to go out there and give ourselves the best chance for winning each and every week.
What do you make of the situation in Pittsburgh? It feels like Russell Wilson is taking this offense to the next level. You look at his numbers, he's completing 63% of his passes. Justin Fields was completing 66%. Obviously, Fields has about 100 more attempts than him. Russell has 3 touchdowns, no interceptions, no rushing touchdowns. What do you see that's different about this offense when Russell was in it opposed to Justin Fields?
Yeah, consistent passing threat, right? Doing a lot of the things that we know Arthur Smith and his offense always want to do that have paired well with Russell Wilson's skill set in the past. Get him on the move, get him out of the pocket, play action, put the deep ball to work. It's all shown up with the personnel in Pittsburgh. And I think the biggest thing is Najee Harris and that rushing attack haven't taken a step back. 3 straight games over 100 yards, with the last 2 being games that Russell Wilson started. So you're not getting that same benefit of the quarterback holding the backside of a defense like you did with Justin Fields. and that part of the game is still working. And I think Mike Tomlin's been at this long enough to kind of give, when your car is running out of gas and someone else riding with you looks at it and says, hey, you might want to fill that up, and you slap the side and go, I know my car. I'm going to get it there. We're going to be fine. Mike Tomlin had the ultimate I know my car moment because he said, hey, this is working well now, but I know why we brought Russell Wilson over here. I know what we saw in the offseason, and just as important, I know what we're going to need now to get out of this division. And you look at the Baltimore Ravens and what it takes to beat a team like that. Hey, defensively, they've got the guys on the edge and Highsmith and TJ Watt to go and give those Baltimore Ravens edges a little bit of trouble on an offensive line that had new parts this season. That's performed well, but they've got the defensive side. It's offensively. Baltimore's weak on the back end. Everyone's been able to hit big plays against them. And so if we're going to beat them as the Pittsburgh Steelers, we've got to be able to play that kind of football. And Russell Wilson, they believed, gave them the best chance to do that. And so far, the results have borne that out.
The NFC West is crowded right now. 3 teams are at 500. The Rams, the only team behind. Obviously, they're going to play Seattle before Seattle hits a bye. But, on its face, without any context of whether these rosters are good or bad, this is essentially an even race. ESPN had their projections for who wins the division. They still have the 49ers at nearly 40% and Seattle with about 13% odds of even making the playoffs. Again, this is despite all the records being equal. Now, I completely understand why they have these numbers there, but how do you see the NFC West? Do you see those odds as still being heavily in San Francisco's favor, or do you think that maybe as football fans we should accept it's a little messier this year?
No, I think we got to accept the mess right now. This, to me, is all just going to be about who gets healthy at the right time. Seattle's been dealing with DK Metcalf banged up. San Francisco's had a litany of their guys wind up on IR. If Christian McCaffrey comes back, that changes everything for them. And the Los Angeles Rams, to me, are the ultimate wild card in this division because we all got a little bit blindsided on Thursday night when not only Cooper Kupp made his way back after the trade rumors that had popped up days before, but also Puka Nacua back in the lineup and playing really well and looking really good. And so I think for that team that has had to overcome some things defensively as they got younger on the back end in the midst of this season, we know they were replacing Aaron Donald on that front seven, and you had a guy like Jared Verse show up big. The offense has been held together by Matthew Stafford and Kyron Williams, and if all of a sudden you get those dudes on the outside back consistently, that looks more like the team that a lot of people thought could be a playoff team before the season, myself included. And because the division's not that far out of reach, they got plenty of time to make up the very little ground they need to in order to be one of the teams that walks out of this. So I think they're by far the most fascinating just because, hey, now we've seen them get some of the cavalry back before everybody else.
Big upset last week. Cleveland Browns and Jameis Winston beat the Baltimore Ravens. What is real about this and what is not real? We obviously we know that every week it doesn't matter. Anyone can lose, anybody can win. But the Browns haven't looked great. But Jameis comes in and they beat one of the better teams in the NFL.
Well, I mean, we kind of all know, right? Deshaun Watson is unplayable. Like that's the takeaway here. It's less Jameis Winston is the answer for the franchise. Jameis Winston's a veteran quarterback who we know, again, does the thing well that beats Baltimore. Guy's not afraid to throw it deep. You can do it early and often. You combine that with the rest of the team just looking rejuvenated, having someone out there that seems to be able to play the position at a competent level. The fact that Deshaun Watson had 19 tries to be the Cleveland Browns quarterback and couldn't get over 300 yards once, and Joe Flacco does it in 6 of 7 games, and then Jameis Winston goes out there and does it in his first start in 2 years, tells you they finally got. If you even get slightly above average quarterback play with that Browns defense and most of the rest of that roster when it's healthy and not a complete mash unit, they're capable of going out there and being a disruptor in the AFC, especially in that AFC North. And so to me, the biggest takeaway is not, hey, I don't know if they're going to be able to sustain this. We got a long sample size with Jameis that says it's not always going to look great. But I think the clear message is I don't care what the financials say. If they try to put Deshaun Watson out there next year, the Browns fans should riot. And I don't know how you sell that to the locker room based on what they've now all seen over and over again.
I don't either. And I mean, depending on what we see from Jameis, maybe we see the volatile version where he can have a bad game and throw a couple picks. Maybe the Browns still end up with a fairly high pick. If you were them, do you take a quarterback?
I think you need to. You need something to sell your fans to say, we recognize we have made a mistake and we're trying. And I get it's a lot of money. It's easy for me to say when I'm not the Haslam family having to sign these checks myself. But at some point, if your goal is to field a competitive product and not just go out there and put butts in seats, you got to draft someone new, because if you put Deshaun Watson out there again, you're going to do neither. You saw the reception that he got from a fan base that, hey, they hardly get to play moral police there. It's not been perfect. This was predicated on him failing them as a quarterback, that reception that he got from fans, which we can debate or disagree with or whatever. But I do think if they're bad enough, they absolutely need to try and draft a quarterback. Maybe it allows you to eat some of that cost a little bit more comfortably for Deshaun Watson over the next couple of years. But you've got to do something, because all what we've seen from Joe Flacco and Jameis tells you is it can be anybody else, just not him.
I'm looking at this matchup this weekend, Geno versus Stafford, and it's weird because we don't really truly know who the Rams are. I always got to look at a team complete for like 3 or 4 weeks, right? And then say, all right, well, this is who I think they can be. But after what you've seen from the Rams and what you've seen from the Seahawks, the numbers say they're the same. How do you think, where do the Seahawks have the advantage, and then where do the Rams have the advantage?
I think the Seahawks have the advantage defensively. Like, you've seen some of the guys that have come back in the last few weeks, and obviously Buffalo, I think, was a matchup that didn't do them a lot of favors on paper. Buffalo could beat you up in the trenches in the areas that Seattle's most vulnerable. I think Seattle's got the advantage, though, on the back end. We talked about it. The Rams have gotten good production and some turnovers out of their young guys. I don't know if they're ready consistently to be thrown in the fire all the time in a normal game script. And then on the other side, the biggest weakness for Seattle is still like, hey, up front, the Rams are built better. That's a group that they've invested in along that offensive line. They've seen results in the last couple of years. They weathered the injury storm early coming out of camp, and now some of those guys that they've had in there, some of their rookies, some of their undrafted guys, have started to fit in within the culture of that offensive line room that has been healthier for a long time and has gotten those guys up to speed and blocking well in front of Kyron Williams. And now that they've got the added lift of, hey, defenses can't just cue in on one thing, it's only going to make life better for them. So I think that's going to be the biggest problem that Seattle has to overcome, is a lot like Buffalo, who was able to just go and ram it down their throat. The Rams are going to try and do the same thing, but they've even got more for you to worry about on the outside now with these receivers healthy.
Make sure you're listening to Gojo and Golic on DraftKings Network. If you ever missed the show, check out the podcasted version. It's available already today, the latest recapping the Yankees Game 4 win and also discussing whether or not it's over for Anthony Richardson, a topic I love talking about. Make sure to check it out. He is Mike Golic Jr. Thanks, Mike.
Thanks, Mike.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate you.
All right, let's get to 4 Down territory.
This is 4 Down territory, going inside the game with former Seahawks and Coug wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
First down, what's something the Detroit Lions will face for the first time this year?
It's crazy. They're going to play outdoors for the first time this year.
Oh, that was not my guess.
What'd you think it was?
I don't know why. There's one team that had yet to face like an NFC opponent.
Oh, really? No.
I can't remember who it was.
I'm just talking elements, right? They played at Arizona indoors. They won 20-13. At Cowboys indoors, 47-9. At Minnesota indoors, 31-29. At home, they played the Rams, Tampa, Seattle, and the Titans. They ain't been outside yet. So I'm interested. I think they're a good football team, and Dan Campbell's going to get these guys ready. I think they practice outside, but there's nothing like having the elements controlled to where the football is dry, your hands are warm, the ground isn't super hard because it's frosty out there or wet or whatnot. It changes the game. When I was in Pullman, Washington, and we played outside all the time. No one has an indoor facility. As soon as you hit the ground and it's damp, you're done for the rest of the game. You're cold, you're miserable, you got to play a mental game. Okay, I got to fight through this. I'm only going to be able to change my undershirt until we get in halftime and then get warm a little bit, and then I'm back out there. How many teams have won a Super Bowl that have played in a dome?
Regularly, as a regular season, I mean, the Saints play in a dome.
Mm-hmm.
There has to be more.
Yeah, Colts, Saints, Rams. Colts, Saints, Rams. That's it. And when's the last time one of those guys have won a Super Bowl?
Not
2021.
Yeah, whenever the Rams won.
Right. So I'm looking at this, and the path is just different. I'm not saying they can't do it.
Yeah.
But when you're looking at a team like the Detroit Lions and you're trying to dissect how good they are, because you believe in it, but you're always looking for something to tell you, oh, maybe I shouldn't believe in them because they don't have the decade history of winning. You look at certain things. So when I heard that and I saw the schedule, and I go, there's a new challenge for them. Like, how is Dan Campbell going to spin this for his football team? Guys, we haven't played outside. We're the tougher team. I wish I I was in that locker room because it's probably going to be addressed at some point. I wonder how it's going to be addressed. I think they're going to be fine. I ain't worried about it, but we'll see how it goes.
I need to issue a correction. It was not having faced an AFC team, and it was the Lions. I couldn't remember who the team was, but until last week, when obviously they completely demolished the Titans, they hadn't played a single game against an AFC opponent, and now it's something like 3 of their next 4 AFC teams. So doesn't change my mind about them at all. They're still really, really good. Second down. Okay, I like this one. What table are the Seahawks hanging out at, and how do they sit with the cool kids? So we're not with the cool kids?
Nah, we're not with the cool kids. Not in this category. You know, when you start school and you miss a couple assignments. It's like first few weeks of school, you miss a couple assignments in your grade. You get your grade, I have a D in this class. It's like, well, you're missing 2 assignments. It carries so much weight. That's how the Seahawks start every game. They miss a few assignments. All right, points in the first half. 10 points in the first half they're averaging. That's 20th in the game. The last 3 games, 7.7 points in the first half. I heard you say something yesterday or the day before about slow starts, and it got me thinking. So I went and I'm checking out these guys' number. They're sitting at the table the last 3 games when it comes to slow starts in the NFL. They're sitting at the table with some guys that you don't want to be sitting at. Let me pull it up real quick. They're sitting there with the Giants.
Even
though they beat them. Sitting there with Dallas. Sitting there with Vegas. Sitting there with Carolina. They're sitting with the wrong group. They're with the wrong group. You have to find a way to come out and get a fast start. And last week, when you go 3 and out, 2 series in a row, it's going to deter you. You got to get at least 3 points on one of those drives because we're seeing that the defense is still struggling. You don't get points on the board, and then who they play last week? Why am I blanking?
The Seahawks?
Who the Seahawks play last week?
Unfortunately, it was the Bills.
The
you
Bills,
mean the
okay.
week before, yeah.
Yeah, so the Bills, you know why? I don't know why that blanked right now.
Well, no, because you have a rule where you try to block out bad memories.
Exactly.
This actually is completely in line.
It makes sense, right? So you don't score, and then the Bills go down and waste 11, 12 plays. 9 minutes they took off the clock. They put points on the board. You have to start faster. And Grubb has tried everything. I'm going to run the football to start. Okay, let's run it. I'm going to throw the football to start. Okay, let's pass it. I'm going to pack it in. I'm going to spread it out. It all starts with the offensive line. They got to play better. But when you are not getting out to at least a decent start, and other teams are, you're putting yourself in the hole too dang early. You cannot ask this offense to be perfect in the fourth quarter, score 3 consecutive drives, then get you back in the game. They got to get points early. They have not been doing that. That needs to be fixed ASAP.
Third down. What team can you see on a run the next 3 weeks?
So I said go look up because I wanted to know what he was talking about, how he felt about this performance at Cleveland Browns. Like, are they for real? Can they really go on a run? And I think it all depends on Jameis Winston. That's how bad Deshaun Watson was. They have the Chargers coming up next, a decent defense. You have the Saints, the worst defense in the game. And then you have the Steelers, who I think we're still trying to figure out if they're real or not. Yeah. Is Russell Wilson really that guy? Is he going to turn this thing around? The Steelers have losses to the Colts and the Cowboys. Those are 2 bad teams. But they've beaten the Raiders, the Jets, the Giants, the Broncos, Atlanta, and the Chargers. No real impressive wins. So it comes down to that last game. Is Jameis Winston going to be the savior for the Cleveland Browns? And we talked to Mike. He also said they still need to go draft a quarterback, though. So Jameis is in this place in his career to where he'll probably never be good enough to be the guy at a spot for 5-6 years in a row because of his age and because of the talent that's coming out. But he can change the game with these guys. He can be the guy in Cleveland for the next 2 or 3 and let them develop a quarterback, something that we've decided the league is not very good at doing because they want guys to play right now and have success. The Cleveland Browns are going to be my team to watch these next 3 weeks. You already beat Baltimore. No one thought you were going to do it. Actually, Robert Turbin was on our pregame show, and that was his upset pick.
No,
I don't know how he
Turbo.
did that. Turbo did it. I see you, Turbo. But I'm looking at the Cleveland Browns. Can you do it? I'm very intrigued.
I can't believe that he picked a team that had yet to score more than 20 points in a game and was like, this is the upset. That's a premonition. You mentioned that they have that upcoming game against the Steelers, and they do. On the flip side of that, with the Steelers' upcoming schedule, I didn't realize that they have one of the most difficult remaining schedules of any team.
It's hard out there.
Oh, man. It's like I root for Russell Wilson, and I want him to do well, but they are going to be tested big time over the next couple weeks here. 4th down. What's your overall feel about the game this weekend?
I'm looking at the matchups, like the player matchups. You look at Matthew Stafford and Geno Smith. Matthew Stafford, 1,600 yards. Geno, 2,100. Matthew, 7-5 when it comes to touchdowns. Geno, 8-7. The run game is where they got us. Williams, 533 yards, 8 touchdowns. You have Ken Walker, 315 and 6 touchdowns, but he has almost, 60 to 70 less carries than him. Then the receiving, Tutu Atwell is leading them with 350, but DK has 568 and 3 touchdowns. But we all know who is back for the Los Angeles Rams. This is a wild card type of game. I don't know what to expect from these guys. Cooper Kupp is healthy. You got Puka Nacua is healthy. I think this game right here, I said last week was a must-win game. I'm looking at this game and I go, well, I guess this one is a must-win game as well. Because after this, you go on a bye, and then you have the 49ers at the 49ers. All right, if you drop 3 games in a row, and then you drop to 4-7, the outlook of the season is looking completely different. You're no longer in the division. You no longer have the hopes of sneaking by and staying in the fight. I think you're out of the fight if you lose these next 2 games. You have to win this one, because after that, you got the Cardinals twice, you got the Jets. You feel like you can beat those 2 teams, but who knows? In the end of the season, you got the Vikings, the Bears, and the Rams. The Bears are getting better every single week. I know they lost to the Commanders this week on a Hail Mary, but they're getting better. These next 2 games are going to decide the season. Starts with this one.
Coming up in the timeline, A-Rod was caught stealing. Don't go anywhere.
When you're running the hurry up and don't have time for your favorite Seattle sports shows, listen to the podcast on demand.
How about that? Unbelievable. Who would have thought?
Every hour, every interview, every look behind the scenes.
He is your new Seahawks head coach, Mike McDonald.
We want to play a certain way, and you're just going to chisel away at it every day.
Find us on seattlesports.com, the Seattle Sports app, or wherever you get podcasts.
All signs continue to point to it being the right hire.
Never miss a minute of Seattle sports, the home of the Seahawks.
Well, you probably noticed the temperature starting to fluctuate, and that gets even more pronounced at night. Is your insulation ready for the upcoming cold season? Let me guess, you haven't checked. You're like me, you don't want to go into your attic or your crawl space. Well, that's why Crawl Pros goes where you don't want to. It's Mike Salk here. They came out to my house for a free inspection and found my insulation wasn't up to snuff. So they showed me pictures of the problem, explained it, and then they got it all fixed. Now, Crawl Pros has partnered with Puget Sound Energy to provide special rebates on insulation work. So if you're a PSE customer and your home was built before 1990, you may qualify to receive a rebate on up to 95% of the cost to properly insulate your crawl space and attic. Don't wait for the temperatures to drop. Take advantage of these enormous rebates today. Call Crawl Pros to learn what's going on behind that crawl space and attic hatch for free. Again, if you're worried about critters, mold, water damage, insulation issues, or anything else related to your crawl space or attic, schedule a free corner-to-corner inspection at crawlpros.com.
Upgrade your furnace or heat pump with Home Comfort Alliance, and for a limited time, save up to $4,000 in combined rebates, or enjoy 12 months same-as-cash, no-interest financing on a new Lennox system. Call the comfort people, homecomfortalliance.com.
Want to listen to Seattle sports on your smart speaker?
Hey, smart speaker, play Seattle sports.
This message is powered by the EQC Sportsbook at Emerald Queen Casino. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
Meet Cheryl. Hey. She's on vacation and lost in the moment. Unfortunately, so is her Chase debit card.
It's got to be somewhere.
Maybe she lost it at salsa night.
These skirts should have pockets.
Or maybe she lost it at Pilates.
3 and 2 and...
But she's not worried. With the Chase mobile app, she can lock her card till it turns up. Tools that help protect. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small, loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Attention football fans, the season's heating up, and that means it's time for jaw-dropping plays, spectacular touchdowns, and memories that'll last a lifetime. So if you're looking to grab the best seats for all the excitement, Vivid Seats is your go-to playmaker. With an incredible selection of tickets and a game-changing rewards program, Vivid Seats is your ticket to every thrilling moment. Don't miss out. Experience it live with Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
The Mike McDonald Show. The first word from the head coach after every Seahawks game.
We want to play a certain way, and you're just going to chisel away at it every day.
Presented by Emerald Queen Casino. Seahawks Insider. Brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. Now here's Maura Dooley.
Seahawks linebacker Ernest Jones had the tall task of starting Sunday's game just a few days after being traded here. It was hard to gauge his first start because of how much the entire team struggled, but he did lead Seattle with 15 tackles, and Lofa Tatupu told Bump and Stacy yesterday that he liked what he saw.
He was all over the place. And a good thing he was, because, they were running the ball at will. And I think that's the thing that alarms me the most is that there's 5 teams that have rushed for 150 yards or more on us out of 8 games, and we get that fixed, we'll be good. But Ernest Jones, I've been a fan of his when he was at, L.A. Loved the tenacity and athletic ability, and just, he comes downhill and gets it. And so I thought for a first time coming in, that's an incredible standard to set, 15 tackles, and it's only up from here.
The Seahawks Insider is brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. For the latest on the Seahawks anytime, go to seattlesports.com.
Febreze. So my home is also my office. And before I can focus, every room's gotta be clean. That means tidying up and spraying my Febreze Air Mist. Ooh, that's fresh. Febreze Air Mist scents are all high quality. They fight any weird funk, and they give my air an instant boost of freshness. So not only does my home smell good, I feel good too. After I Febreze, it's time to start my day.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la. Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
Hey, it's G. Scott. Since the beginning in 2014, Nourishing Neighbors has raised over $36 million to help food banks and other hunger relief agencies in Washington. The Albertsons and Safeway Foundation would like to sincerely thank all the customers, employees, and partners over the past 10 years. Nourishing Neighbors continues to support initiatives including food for kids, grocery cards for the holidays, and innovation grants, so please keep donating and volunteering. Visit nourishingneighbors.com to learn more.
Did you know most people spend a third of their lives sleeping? If we spend that much time asleep, it better be worth it. Hi, I'm Dr. Nick Kugler with the Washington Center for Sleep. We help people improve their sleep by treating snoring and sleep apnea. Once you sleep better, you have more energy, less stress, and you live a better life. If you snore or aren't sleeping well, we can help. Visit us in Seattle, Bellevue, or at wasleep.com. That's wasleep.com. Sleep better, feel better. That's the Washington Center for Sleep way.
This is The Timeline
with Bump and Stacy.
Brought to you by 1-800-DUI-AWAY.
It's The Timeline on Bump and Stacy. We are reading you the top stories you're going to see and hear about on your own timelines, and much of them will come directly from last night's Game 4. So let's get to it. The story of the World Series was, yes, about the Yankees offense finally exploding and taking off and taking Game 4 to force Game 5. Cool. But the real story of the night was about the Yankees fans who tried to rip the ball and glove away from Mookie Betts in the game's first inning.
Fly to right by Torres. Betts in the corner. Does he have room? Fights with the fan. And they're going to say that it's an out and fan interference. So an out, 1 gone in this first. It's the second time that Gleyber Torres has hit a ball that has ended up in fan interference in this series. He had the home run turned into a double back at Dodger Stadium. And yeah, Betts has that ball in his glove, and this fan literally tries to take his glove off.
Yeah, Mookie Betts not happy about this one, Bump. The fan, there are 2 fans that were kicked out. They were there together, but the one who was grabbing on with both hands to Mookie's wrist, Austin Capobianco, he was, people have used assaulting, which is a little dramatic, but he was trying to rip that glove and ball away.
What if he hurt Mookie Betts?
For real, though.
Mookie Betts bats in the 2 spot, right behind Ohtani. There's a reason why the Dodgers paid so much money for this man to come over here and contribute. He's one of the best in the game. If Mookie Betts is hurt because of this dumb fan, it changes the way this World Series is going. Guys get hurt all the time. You risk your health playing any game, especially out there in the World Series with a ball going 98 miles per hour at you when you're standing in a box. But if this dude were to hurt Mookie Betts, man, I think the essays would have been flying from L.A. to New York to try to find this dude because he would have a direct influence on that game. Do not touch a player.
And the worst part of all of it, twofold. One, that when security came up, because Mookie immediately flags him down, he's pointing to him, and security's running over. He's like, this guy's trying to rip the ball out of my hand. You can see the fan, Austin, tapping onto the railing going, it was over, it was here, making it clear to him that he's like, I'm going to defend this wall. I'm going to pry that ball out of his hand, which look, I think this crosses a line from me telling someone how to fan into territory of me going, don't be an idiot. What are you doing, bro? You look like an idiot.
You can make a play on the ball if it's in the stands.
Sure.
But he has it in his glove.
Yes.
It's an out. Don't touch him.
And you're holding on to his hand.
Yeah.
It's not even like you're trying to grab the ball as he's reaching for it and it was fan interference. And that way, it's you ripping the ball out of his glove and not letting go of his glove when he's trying to pull his hand away. I don't like the attitude. And I also don't like that he's being turned into this cutesy, fun American hero kind of thing. So there was this article. I really like Jesse Rogers as an MLB reporter, but he had an article that came out where understandably he was like, well, let's find out who this guy is and let's dive into this story. And it's receiving a little bit of criticism, not directly towards Jesse, but the idea of highlighting this person as a fun story from a World Series is creating criticism. And I will agree with the rest of them that sometimes we make things into serious things when they don't need to be. Things can be lighthearted. But I don't know that we need to suddenly turn to a 38-year-old acting like an idiot at a game and act like, he's so silly.
No.
You should get kicked out and banned.
You should never be welcomed back to Yankee Stadium again. But that's probably not going to happen. They're going to let him come back. The Yankees, that's how crazy this rivalry is. It hasn't happened in a long time, Yankees against the Dodgers in the World Series. But the hate has always been there, East Coast, West Coast, and all that stuff. I think the Yankees are going to let him get back eventually, probably not for the rest of this World Series. You just don't. Whenever you put your hands on another man and that man does not want you to do that, or woman, whatever, you should be held responsible.
That's what I'm saying. We do this thing with people sometimes where we randomly decide, I love a harmless drunk fan. The guy that's, Curtis, where was the game where I think it's a Cubs fan and he's drunk and talking to the reporter? Basically the 8th, Steve. We replayed that cut so many times.
All good fun.
There are so many fans who in good fun you can make fun of and quote, and it's all a good time. This is one where I thought it was a dumb move. Why are we celebrating this guy and turning it into a really cool story of a Yankee fan? I don't know. I think he's kind of stupid. It will not surprise anyone to learn that he's friends with Gronk.
This is actually the first time I'm seeing this live. Okay. And here's a little fun fact. That guy right there grabbing Mookie Betts' glove
Don't tell me you know
was
him.
my friend in college.
Gronk, stop it right now.
He was on the ice hockey team, the club Arizona Wildcats team, ice hockey team. And let me tell you, the whole hockey team, they were absolute maniacs. They were undescribable just how wild these guys, animals, yes, how wild these guys were. Him doing that represents him very well. I mean, he is all in for his teams. He is all in for the Yankees. I remember him talking about the Yankees all the time, how he loves them so much. And that describes him perfectly, just doing whatever it takes to help his team out. But he's a beauty.
Okay,
he is a beauty.
Okay,
and I just want to say congratulations.
Congratulations!
For shining when your moment came.
No, I don't think this makes Austin a bad person. I don't know Austin like that. I think it makes him a dumb fan. And you shouldn't be allowed back in the game.
Everyone makes poor decisions at times in their life. This is one of them. Unfortunate for you. Everybody saw it, and you deserve whatever you get going your way.
My last tease was that A-Rod is in trouble for stealing, so let's get to that story. Alex Rodriguez was definitely caught stealing some of his post-game analysis from for Fox Sports, from New York sports radio legend Mike Francesca. So Mike Francesca posted this tweet at 11:28 p.m. East Coast time. He said, quote, "Tonight is an annoyance for Dodgers. Pressure starts if and when they leave the Bronx without the trophy. This is what A-Rod said on postgame.
Tonight, Kevin, is an annoyance for the LA Dodgers. The pressure begins if they get on that plane without the commissioner's trophy. And at that point, if it gets there, look out.
Okay, I'm going to listen.
My guy.
You know you copied the work and changed two answers.
guy.
You know you copied work and changed two answers.
My guy. Here, goodness gracious. There's something I do specifically. We all talk about some of the same things in sports media. It's inevitable. You're going to talk about some of the same things. You might even have some of the same opinions as
yes.
someone else.
Totally fine.
What I do, if I'm doing something like for 4-down territory, it's real specific to me, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm listening to the radio and someone else is going in on that same thing, I'll change the channel. I'll change the channel because I don't want anything to get burned in my head and have me repeat something that someone else has said, even though we might feel the same way about it.
Yep.
I will just turn it off and be like, I'm going to wait till this segment is over so my thoughts are clear and they're mine completely. A-Rod, this is the arrogance of where A-Rod is in his life. He felt that he can say something that someone else has put out there and get away with it and no one's going to say anything to him. Here's the thing. They're probably not going to say anything to him. The producers out there are probably not going to say anything to him. They probably applauded him and said, that is a great thought, A-Rod, you did a great job. And then they'll leave and they'll see this and they won't say anything to him because he is A-Rod.
This is not an accident.
No.
This is not one of those, you made a perfect example of sometimes a thought is the same. Like if someone were to come on Daniel Jeremiah was on with Brock and Salk this morning. I didn't get to listen to the whole thing. Let's say Daniel Jeremiah, as part of this, said, I really think the NFL has a quarterback development problem and blah, blah, blah. And then we started the show, as you guys remember, with a conversation about does the NFL have a quarterback development problem? That doesn't mean it's lifted or stolen. It just means that some topic is interesting to the same person and they both think the same thing.
Yeah.
If A-Rod were to say, you know what? I think the Yankees are the better team. And if there were a number of other teams who just got a win and made it a 3-1 series, I wouldn't think it added a lot of pressure to the Dodgers. But I'm telling you right now, the Yankees have the horses, and the Yankees can get this done. And the Dodgers, I think, just got some pressure added.
Yeah.
I would not consider that the same thing.
Nah.
This is the exact... Guys.
It's great. I didn't think it was going to be that similar. I thought maybe he switched up a bit more.
No.
But it was the way he said it, too, guys. Tonight...
Listen.
Is an annoyance for the Dodgers.
Don't take a look at Mike Francesca, what he had to say. Don't pay attention to Mike.
Oh, man, that's crazy.
Are the last place Rams the NFC West best team? One ESPN analyst thinks so. That's next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
He is Mark Schlereth.
As I watch Seattle on the defensive side of the ball, that to me seems to be one of the biggest things that keeps kind of rearing its ugly head is guys are getting on you and they're staying on you and you're not defending or defeating the block. The game is played with your hands and feet, and you've got to be able to shock people. I always said when I was playing, first contact wins. So the first guy who makes contact usually wins that battle.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My entire family's obsessed with all things Wicked, but my kids can't stop watching the trailer, and now they're having a Wicked-themed sleepover. Do you think our internet can handle all of the streaming and memeing going on?
Well, we've engineered our Xfinity gateways to handle hundreds of devices at once, so they can all stay magically connected.
Wow. Are you a wizard?
I wish. No, just someone that won't let a bad connection burst your internet bubble.
Now through December 31st, get thrillifyingly fast 150 megabit Xfinity internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. Go to Xfinity.com to learn more. Keep the magic going from your screen to the big screen. And see Wicked, only in theaters November 22nd. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless plan and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply, currently $54 a month. Actual speeds vary.
Key here is employee satisfaction. There is no expectation for customer satisfaction if the people that work with us don't feel taken care of and supported and loved. I'm proud of this Billy Johnson Auto family. I'm proud of our stores. And I need everybody to share in that mindset because it makes a better experience for the customer. It also makes it a better place to work. Walking away from an interaction with a customer that says, I can't believe how easy this was. I can't thank you enough for helping me. receiving a handwritten letter that's personalized to a salesperson or service advisor or a technician expressing gratitude, and then taking that home and sharing that with your family and hanging that on your refrigerator, that's the difference.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
All right, guys, you looking for a fun night out? It's Mike Salk here to remind you that Snoqualmie Casino is just the place to go, unwind, and have some fun, and to eat some great food. Make sure to check out 12 Moons. And then Vista Prime Steaks and Seafood has the amazing happy hour menu that starts at 4 p.m. And Falls Buffet, they're serving up all your favorites like the prime rib every day, the fresh pasta, made-to-order stir-fry, noodles, pizza, salad bar, dessert bar. They make their pies every day. All with breathtaking views of the Snoqualmie Valley and Mount Si. It is Seattle's closest, only 30 minutes from downtown, Snoqualmie Casino. Please game responsibly.
Build better benefits for your employees with the MBA Health Trust. The Master Builders Association of King and Snohomish Counties offers quality and affordable health benefits for local construction businesses. Learn more at mbahealthtrust.com.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Shane Company knows fine jewelry. That means a lot when you're looking for a dream engagement ring, a beautiful keepsake, or the perfect gift. Come see us in store and compare our wide selection of diamonds, rubies, and a rainbow of sapphires in different shapes and sizes. Create your dream engagement ring and browse our selection of fine jewelry gifts. From diamond studs, tennis bracelets, birthstone necklaces, and more. With our everyday competitive prices and unmatched free lifetime warranty, Shane Company knows how to work with your budget, not against it. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hawks Live.
Tomorrow night from 7 to 9.
Live from Bellevue Square Center Court.
Geno Smith has himself a day.
Presented by the Dining District of the Bellevue Collection.
On Seattle Sports.
Matt Coker here from West Coast Men's Health. Guys, Viagra is not the answer for your problem. I know you think it is, but Viagra has horrible side effects, and for most men, the longer you're on it, the less it works. Viagra is not a curative medication. It's not fixing your problem. It's a Band-Aid for a shark bite. Acoustic wave therapy is the newest technology that can correct your problem, not just treat it. We can do something that no pill can do. We can restore your blood flow naturally. Get off Viagra today. Change your life like the thousands of men who already have, regardless of your age or your medical history. If you're tired of dealing with Peyronie's disease or erectile dysfunction, then call West Coast Men's Health today.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
At 65 years old, Brian has a rather demanding hobby.
My biggest passion is snow skiing, and I ski between 70 and 80 days per year. And I ski instruct at a private resort in Montana.
Needless to say, that can be a bit tough on the joints.
When this knee started to bother me, I thought I'm doomed.
That's when Brian decided to see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy.
If I did yard work or skied a few days in a row, I was fighting swelling and pain and no sleep and all sorts of problems, and that has absolutely gone away.
So are you back on the slopes?
I mean, I had a 14-day stretch with clients where I skied every day and I had no problem. It was fine. It was just like, I felt like new.
So I'm guessing you would recommend this to others.
Oh, I already have. I've told everyone that'll listen.
Whether it's a shoulder, hip, or knee, before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
It's really, truly a miracle.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Who do we think will win the NFC West, and who's the best team in the NFC West? Join this conversation on the Mac and Jacks text line, 866-979-3776. I have ESPN's odds right now for each NFC West team to either win the division and or make the playoffs. Before I get to it, though, Bump, Dan Orlovsky thinks that if the Rams stay healthy, they're going to win.
I would go a step further. I in my gut believe if they stay healthy, they win the division, and they are the tough out in the NFC outside of the Detroit Lions. I in my gut totally believe that. I think their young defensive line is the best young defensive line in ball. And just watching how they can and want to play offensively, I think they can control the football. The quarterback's playing just as good as he did last year. They just got to stay healthy. And that's the big question mark. Can those perimeter guys? But there's no one I believe in more when it comes to, like, can they get it done really outside the Rams and the Lions offensively.
So again, outside of the Rams and Lions offensively, I have a lot of belief in them. And to start the season, I thought the Rams would be one of the best offenses in football, like a top 5 offense.
Yep.
And then they lost Puka. The following week, they lost Cooper. And that first week, they lost 2 starting offensive linemen. Like, you saw it just fall apart. Is he wrong?
Who knows? This is what the NFL does, and especially Dan Orlovsky. I mean, this is right in his wheelhouse. He will throw himself out there and make bold takes, and most of them don't stick. Most takes don't stick, honestly, in in sports media. But he has a reason to believe that. I mean, they are getting healthy. You got Puka back. You got Cooper Kupp back. Kyron Williams has been playing some good football. Matthew Stafford is playing good enough for these guys to win ball games. Yeah, that makes sense. My thing is, I got to see it for a longer time. I can't just see it for 1 or 2 games and say, that's it. And then he goes, well, this defensive line, this young defensive line is getting after it. They're bottom third when it comes to getting after the quarterback. Mm-hmm. And maybe it comes to stopping the run, they're a bit better. But when it's all said and done, you want to get after the quarterback, and they're bottom third when it comes to getting after the quarterback. He could be true. And this is why you have bold takes, because if they become reality, now you seem like a genius. But at this point, no, the 49ers are still the best team in the division. I'm not going to overlook the 49ers. I understand Christian McCaffrey isn't there, but I still see Brock Purdy, George Kittle, Deebo Samuel. They still got weapons and a pretty good defense. Are the Rams in the mix? Yes. Everybody's in the mix right now. Everyone's in the mix. There's a bunch of ifs. Whenever you say if this and if that, then if this, yeah, those ifs can become true. I said you could win a Super Bowl with Geno Smith a few weeks ago if this, that, and that happens. Yeah, so it could be true, but I'm not ready to sit here and say the Rams are it. After this week, and I'll break them down a bit more, and I see a few more games, I might be more comfortable. But at this time, it's still the Niners' division to lose.
With no context into any of these teams, no additional context, let's just look at wins, losses. Top 3 teams, Cardinals, 49ers, Seahawks, in order at 4-4. Rams are 1 game behind at 3-4. That is the messiness, the jumbled group that is atop the NFC West standings. ESPN does their own playoff projections, and they use their NFL Football Power Index, which looks at a lot of different factors. Their predictions for the outcome of this division are not quite as close. In fact, for the odds to get to the playoffs, the best odds are with the San Francisco 49ers, 44% odds to make the playoffs. Next best are the Arizona Cardinals at 38.2, the Rams at 19.5. The Seahawks have the worst odds at 17.7. The Seahawks also have the lowest odds of these teams to win the division. So they don't see it, their Football Power Index and their stats, and looking at strength of schedule and looking at some other stats around what they've seen. They don't see it as like truly a 4-horse race. They see it as, this is San Francisco's division, and Arizona could be a tricky team, and then the Rams will probably finish above the Seahawks, but neither of those teams are making the playoffs. That's how ESPN's analytics sees the division right now.
You know what analytics are? Analytics are a prediction of what is most likely going to happen, what could happen based off of what we've seen up to this point, and you're projecting what you're going to see in the future. What analytics does not take into account are human performances, players getting hot, a coordinator figuring something out. Those percentages might be right, but they're not 100%. Now, I'm looking at the strength of schedule. The Cardinals have the second easiest strength of schedule left in the NFL. You got the hard games they have, at least according to Tankathon. You have the Minnesota Vikings, the Bears, the Niners, the Seahawks twice. The easy part. The Panthers, New England, Jets, and then they have the Rams on there. Now that 3-game stretch.
Panthers, New England, and the Jets. They're playing a bunch of 1- and 2-win teams.
All right, so they're 31st, so the second easiest, right? And then you got the Rams at 26th. So they got the Bills, Philly, Niners, Hawks twice, Arizona. On the easy side, they have the Pats, the Saints, the Jets, and the Dolphins. They're set up. I think that the Bills is going to be a tough game. That's going to tell you a lot. The Cardinals offense, the Philadelphia Eagles offense right now has been hot. That's going to be a test. And then, the Niners are going to be a test. With the Seahawks, we'll see who shows up. We just don't know. Inconsistent. And then same thing with the Cardinals. No, I think it's more up for grab than analytics are going to tell you, because analytics do not account for performances. Analytics are not going to account for maybe this right side of this offensive line for the Seahawks starts to figure it out, and Huff gets them going, and Grubb figures some things out. Analytics doesn't account for maybe the San Francisco 49ers are a bit overrated and Brock Purdy has himself another 3-interception game. It's all up in the air. I think this is the craziest division in football right now. It's the most unpredictable division in football, but there's no way I'm going to look at what the Niners have done this year in their wins and the previous years and say, yeah, I'm just going to give it to the Rams because we've seen them play 1 or 2 good games and now it's a wrap. You beat the Raiders. Quality win, you did beat the Vikings, but you beat the Raiders. Yeah, it's not something that impresses me the way the analytics are impressed.
As Shania would say, that don't impress me much. No, I'm just kidding. I think that the Rams, again, entering the season, I thought it would be 49ers, Rams, and then the Seahawks and Seahawks, Cardinals in that order is what I thought that this division would lean to. I thought that the Cardinals were going to be inexperienced, figuring stuff out. The Rams were going to be young defensively and inexperienced, but would have a stellar offense. And then the 49ers would just be this complete team looking to get back to a Super Bowl. DVOA supports that. San Francisco, number 6 overall in total DVOA. Detroit, Baltimore, Minnesota, Buffalo, Kansas City still leading the way there. Kansas City's such a weird team this year.
Let me ask you this real quick.
Yes.
You think analytics had the Browns beating the Ravens last week?
No, but I mean that's obviously not always right.
Of course not. No, I'm just saying that is just how volatile this whole situation is. I'm not, and analytics they're right sometimes. They're completely right.
Yeah.
But they're wrong as well. And I think because it's so tight, it's so hard for me just to lean on this analytics and say, yeah, they'll be good to go.
Right, but to your point, if I was leaning on analytics, I would still look at the 49ers and go, I mean, if they can get Christian McCaffrey back. His practice window is supposed to open up on Monday.
Right.
Kyle Shanahan said they're hoping to open up Christian McCaffrey's window on Monday. I don't hope that the 49ers win the division. I hope it's the Seahawks. Makes my job easier. But I think that the Rams are benefiting from, to your point, having proven people wrong in the past. They were supposed to be a great offense entering the season, and they had a statement win against the Vikings.
Don't get me wrong, they got a chance. They got a
chance. Everyone has a chance.
I ain't sleeping.
I was a little surprised to see the gaps, the overall gaps between like the Cardinals having 40% odds to make the playoffs and the Seahawks around 17%. Like I was surprised to see that difference that pronounced in a division that's been so tight because of injuries. So, all right, you guys, we are going to tune in at 12:15 to Mike McDonald's Wednesday press conference live. Before we get to that, a Seahawks injury update coming your way next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
Tight end A.J. Barner is here.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
AJ, are you a guy that will go home and watch the game?
For sure, yeah. I kind of have I call it a little sick addiction because even when I have family over after the game, it's I have to see the film right after, and it's sometimes it can kind of be I'm not ignoring my family or my company that's over, but it's we just finished the game, I have to watch this. So
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Have you recently tried to get a loan to buy a piece of real estate? Are you tired of dealing with banks, credit unions, and their endless guidelines? Wouldn't it be nice to go back in time when we had common sense lending? Hi, I'm Scott Rierecka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We are one of the largest local private portfolio lenders in Washington. We've helped thousands of home buyers and real estate investors reach their financial goals by leveraging the Legacy Common Sense borrowing platform. What that means is we lend our own money, we make our own decisions. If your deal makes sense, we'll get it done. Whether you're purchasing a new piece of real estate or refinancing an existing loan, bridge loans, construction, or regular home loan, it doesn't have to be as difficult as banks and lenders make it. If you're trying to grow wealth through real estate acquisition, come talk to the experts in private lending.
Call 425-635-4700 or LegacyG.com. Legacy Group Capital, your common sense lender. LegacyG.com.
Are you putting off your new kitchen plans? Why wait? Hi, Chad Cicchini, owner of Heritage Homecraft. Call today for a free in-home estimate. Years of experience, thousands of happy customers. Heritage Homecraft, 425-485-1600 or heritagehomecraft.com.
Hey, Riverside Roofing is back with us for yet another year, and we're so grateful for Don, Jordan, and Brandon for allowing us to tell their story. Local family business, excellent work, all rooted in trust. You can find them at riversideroofingllc.com, the roofing company you can trust.
Guys, your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, weight, and even ED. Schedule your free testosterone level check with the team at Revive Men's Health Seattle. Text the word BOOST, that's BOOST, to 65555 or visit revivemenshealth.com. Message and data rates apply. Message frequency varies. Text help for help and stop to cancel. ReviveMen'sHealth.com/privacy policy for how to opt in. Info will be used, and ReviveMen'sHealth.com/terms of use for terms of service.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds, which could be life-changing. I mean, you could put that money towards that zero-turn lawnmower you've always wanted. And after using its edge-shaping technology to meticulously sculpt the face of the Mona Lisa into your grass, you'll become the undisputed king of Saturday morning lawn care, leaving your neighbor and sworn enemy Gary to question his place in the delicate neighborhood ecosystem. And it's all because you could save money switching at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
For many of us, it's happening. Your hair is thinning. Your crown is disappearing. Hair loss had me feeling like I was losing my identity altogether. Well, I've got some good news. It's a simple one-day treatment that worked for me. The Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair. It starts growing new hair the very next day, and it's guaranteed to grow for life. We've all seen the pills and lotions that come with monthly memberships. Those can help retain what you have. But what if you want your own natural hair in specific areas like I did? You decide how much, how thick, and where. From Advanced Hair's state-of-the-art facilities to the world-class leading doctors like Dr. Perungo, it's not a maybe your hair will grow. It's guaranteed that your new hair will grow. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 425-449-8185. Advanced Hair is the winner of the 425 Business of the Year, and they are the team that I personally recommend. That's 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
2 Yankees fans are banned from today's Game 5 of the World Series after interfering with Dodgers outfielder Mookie Betts during last night's Game 4. Betts made a leaping grab against the wall in the first inning, during which time 2 fans grabbed onto his wrist and glove and tried to pry the ball away from him. The Yankees announced in a statement today those fans will not be permitted to attend tonight's game in any capacity, and added that the incident Tuesday night with Betts was, quote, egregious and unacceptable.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. Mike McDonald scheduled to have his Wednesday press conference coming up in 15 minutes. We're going to take you there live. So first, let's take a look around the NFL. We are going to start in Seattle for our first story here. Dre Jones, defensive lineman for Seattle, confirmed on Twitter he sprained the AC joint in his shoulder on Sunday. I don't like this, Bump. I don't like it.
No, I don't like it at all. He was playing some good football. The last few games, you seen 55 flash out there and start making some plays, and you need him to make some plays. The problem with this defensive line, most of it has been just depth. Guys being able to take a break and tap the helmet, not like if you're a quarterback and tapping the helmet, but you're on a defensive line, you can tap the helmet and have a guy run in and take your spot. The game before the Buffalo Bills, I don't know how many snaps he played in the Buffalo Bills game, but he had a sack against Atlanta. He had a couple tackles against San Francisco. He was starting to come around, so this one's going to hurt for sure.
Can I give you the context in which he also reported this? Well, reported, it's him. There was a reporter who tweeted a video of a play against the Bills and said, Draymond Jones' effort, parentheses, or lack thereof. So, again, I said... when we were talking about the Dallas reporter who talked about Trevon Diggs, that look, you're allowed to critique. You're a reporter, or you're, in this case, he's a writer. You're allowed to say something. You know what I mean? Players are also allowed to respond. Even though Dre Jones clearly bothered by this and responds, I respect that response more than Diggs saying just kind of like, you don't know anything. Dre Jones clarified, this is where the report is from. I hurt my left shoulder, which turned out to be an AC sprain, the play before, and I kept playing because I care about this team and wanted to make an impact. Don't ever question my work ethic when you don't know the amount of effort I put into the violent game. That's important context, and I'm sure that writer was like, oh, well, now I know. Now to me, it looked like you weren't going 100%, but now I know it's because you're injured. Cool. Solved. We figured that out, but that was the context in which Dre reported his own injury.
So this is what we've learned. When questioning one's effort, you have to phrase it in a way that leaves room for error. So if I'm looking at that Draymond Jones film or Diggs film, I'm gonna tweet out. I would never tweet out, but if I were someone who were to do that, I would say, I wonder what's going on here. I've seen him put out more effort. Something along those lines, because you don't know. Play by play. I've been in football games to where for 3 plays, my knee just feels like you know what, and I can barely move it, and it hurts, and then the body just starts to get back into the groove. You warm back up, and now I'm ready to go. But for 2 or 3 plays, I have to chill for a little bit because that knee was hurting.
Yeah.
So there are some things that happen that people who don't play the game or have never played the game will never understand. These guys are playing in pain a lot of the time.
Yeah, you got to leave room for, hey, maybe Dre Jones is hurt here, but it's completely fair for the writer to be like, hey, he looks like a half step slow. We just saw his best game against Atlanta.
Yeah.
He looks different here. What's up? But yeah, probably more fair to leave room, like you said, for that, rather than be like, here's Dre Jones not caring.
Oh, he's not trying. What the heck's going on?
Dre Jones gave up on this play. Next up, Detroit police have launched an internal investigation after Lions wide receiver Jameson Williams avoided arrest for carrying a concealed weapon during an October 8 traffic stop. Williams, if you remember, is currently serving a 2-game suspension for a PED violation. This is again, after earlier he served a 4-game suspension for violating the league's gambling policy.
Just have your concealed license, bro. Just have your concealed license. Listen, I understand. You're in Detroit. Detroit ain't the safest place in the world. I mean, there's hoods everywhere. I get it. I understand it. I don't think it's wrong for you to carry a weapon to protect yourself, but just do it the right way, and then make sure you communicate with your peoples, the Lions organization. Let them know, look, this is what happened. This is what I have. This is why I have it. Just get in front of things. I got to tell my son all the time, like, man, if you just tell me what's going on before stuff hits the fan, I'd be more prepared for it. I can protect you. I can help you through some things. But if stuff is just blindsiding me, it's going to be a bit different.
Yeah, people have a right to have a weapon. I don't think the problem is that he had a weapon. It's A, like you said, you need to have a permit, and B, you need to tell the team. You know what I mean? It's like, I remember getting in trouble with this is so not a fair comparison. I got in trouble with my mom once because I didn't tell her that I had done something. And for her, she's like, I don't care that you did it. I'm bothered that you had a chance to tell me and didn't tell me. So that's kind of how the Lions, I'm sure, are feeling about Jameson Williams, where they're like, hey, we've had your back through all of this, through the 2 suspensions that you've been dealing with, especially the most recent one. We've had your back. Tell us. Keep us informed. Keep us in the loop and let us know what's going on.
Life lessons.
Has Jaden Daniels entered the MVP conversation? Dan Orlovsky thinks so.
You could put him in the MVP conversation, no question. I haven't had him in there till yet. It's crazy to watch one person change the whole place. I mean, he has changed the whole place, the belief, the confidence. I'd also say this, the offense in Washington, I think outside of Detroit, is the second hardest offense in that conference to handle. I don't think this was a very close game. Now, the ending was unbelievable. I thought Washington dominated the football game. They just couldn't score in the red zone that consistently.
So again, it's not Daniel Jeremiah. Dan Orlovsky saying Jaden Daniels is in the MVP conversation. Jaden Daniels has almost certainly entered and is by quite a large margin leading the Offensive Rookie of the Year conversation. MVP conversation?
I mean, he's talking about it. You know, I don't think he's actually believing in it. Well, he might be believing in it, but in reality, the MVP conversation should be Jared Goff. It should be Lamar Jackson. It should be Derrick Henry. And Derrick Henry's in the conversation, and we don't think he's going to win it. I like what Jaden Daniels is doing, and I believe that he's going to get and deserves Offensive Rookie of the Year, and he should be in the conversation, but not in the conversation as if he's actually going to win that thing. He's in the conversation like John Mateer was in the conversation for Heisman Trophy to start the season the first 3 or 4 weeks. Yeah, he's there. He's playing well enough to be noticed, but he's probably not going to get it. That's the way that I see it. I would assume that's the way Dan Orlovsky sees it.
Russell Wilson is 2-0 with the Steelers, and Colin Cowherd thinks Pittsburgh looks very similar to a lot of Seahawks teams Russ played on.
And the truth is, their defense is good. The second half was so Pittsburgh Steelers. It was defense. It was special teams. And, you know, you got to give Russell Wilson credit. He went to Denver. It was a bad fit. But in Pittsburgh, it looks a little bit like Seahawks light. Defensive coach, defensive culture, couple of playmakers, strong run game, better than average special teams. It is a sturdy ship that needs a sail. And Russell Wilson has become their sail.
Pump, I would love for Russell Wilson to succeed with the Steelers, and there were moments where he looked almost like his old self in that game. However, need I remind you, the Steelers' remaining opponents here, coming up, they've got the Commanders, Ravens, facing the Browns twice, Bengals, Eagles, Ravens again. I mean, they still have to play not only the rest of the AFC North, but games against the Chiefs and Eagles as well.
Oh, we're going to find out real quick.
We're going to learn.
I like what he's doing, and I think that Russ has done enough for people to be optimistic about the true potential of this football team. When Justin Fields was in there, he was making some plays for sure, but it seemed like it was a forced offense. There was nothing smooth about it. But now I'm looking at it. I'm looking Russell roll out, throw the football on time, get his receivers the rock. It just feels different. It feels smooth. So anything is possible. We'll see.
Mike McDonald's Wednesday press conference coming up next.
The Mike McDonald Show, the first word from the head coach after every Seahawks game.
It's a taste reality right in your face, and you got to take it on the chin. We have to grow from this. That's who we are. You know, we're a resilient crew, and we need to grow. We need to grow. We need to look at everything, especially in the run game on both sides of the ball, and grow from it. And that's the mentality we're going to have, that we're going to get to the point we're going to get to, and we're going to chase it like heck until we get there. So it just needs to be more consistent from week to week as a coaching staff and as a football team, but we got to grow from it.
Don't miss the Mike McDonald Show the morning after the Hawks game at 9:30 on Seattle Sports.
Hey, what's up? It's Michael Bumpus. I want to talk to you about Contour Fence, man. When you get home, do me a favor. Go to your backyard, look at your fence. If they are missing panels, if your fence is leaning, if it's rotting up, I need you to holler at them. They are locally owned and operated, serving the Puget Sound since 1984, 40 years in the game. They specialize in residential and commercial fencing solutions as well as fence repairs. They'll hook you up. You can schedule a free consultation directly on their website. And when you visit the website, use Hawks10 for 10% off any repair or replacement. It's easy to navigate. They have over 1,000 reviews of happy customers. They got you. If you'd rather talk to a person, call 425-481-7128. That's 425-481-7128.
Your business needs a network it can count on.
Power's out.
Comcast Business has you covered with Wi-Fi backup to help keep your business up and running, even when your power goes out.
Everybody in the warehouse good? Lights are out, but the Wi-Fi's up. Let's power on.
It's from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Break room, you good?
Can't microwave my burrito, but Wi-Fi's fine. Let's power on.
Power on with the leader in connectivity, Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Keep your business connected with Comcast Business Internet and Wi-Fi backup. Or get started with reliable internet and advanced security for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card with a qualifying internet package. Don't wait. Call or go online today. Ends 11/17/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabit per second internet and security edge. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change.
Don't let cold season make you miserable. Try the quick, drug-free solution for nasal congestion, Navage. Navage uses gentle suction to flush out your sinuses with refreshing saline, helping you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier all winter long. And here's even better news. Navage is now available at select Costco locations in a great new value pack. It's everything you need to start breathing better fast. Check out Navage at your local Costco today. Navage, Navage. Breathe easy.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
The future of cool, comfortable sleep is here. Introducing the new Sleep Number Climate Cool Smart Bed. The only smart bed in the world that actively cools and effortlessly adjusts to both of you. Sleep up to 15 degrees cooler on each side. It actively cools to keep you cool and comfortable throughout the night. Save on smart beds now during our fall sale, exclusively at a Sleep Number store near you. Learn more at sleepnumber.com.
The Mike McDonald Show, the first word from the head coach after every Seahawks game.
We want to play a certain way, and you're just going to chisel away at it every day.
Presented by Emerald Queen Casino. Seahawks Insider, brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. Now here's Maura Dooley.
On the Mike McDonald Show with Brock and Salk Monday, the head coach said they don't necessarily need to simplify things, but they may need to take a less is more approach. Mark Schlereth joined Wyman and Bob yesterday and explained why a scheme like Mike McDonald's will be off if you don't have every detail right.
I always say this about defense in general. Disguise is really good until it's not. And what I mean by that is that you can put yourself in a position that's, really sound, but it requires a little bit of thinking and a little bit of timing and being on the same page. And if any of those things is off even a hair, then that's the difference between making a tackle for a 2-yard gain and having a 40-yard bust out.
The Seahawks Insider is brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. For the latest on the Seahawks anytime, go to seattlesports.com.
Matt Coker here from West Coast Men's Health. Guys, if you're taking Viagra or any other pill for ED, I want you to ask yourself this question. Do I want to continue to do this for the rest of my life? If you're like most men, the answer is no. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we can restore blood flow naturally without pumping your body full of chemicals like you've been doing. Guys, you need to come in today and fix this problem now. Why are you putting this off? Viagra's not going to magically start working next week, and you don't want to use shots or go under the knife. Call us today and speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. Change your life today like the thousands of men who already have. If you're tired of dealing with ED or Peyronie's disease, then call West Coast Men's Health.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Well, this week's First Mark Challenge victory goes to my buddy Richard. Richard, why did you call First Mark Insurance?
The lady I'd been using for a couple years left, and I had no representation. I heard the advertisements on the radio, and I just said, I got to do this. So I did, and I'll tell you, it's been happy days ever since then.
Were they able to save you money, Richard?
Yeah, it saved me about $3,500 is all.
Wow. Wow.
But I also picked up some other things. I got a personal umbrella because I've got a rental house in Idaho as well.
So what do you tell others, your friends, your family, your people you trust?
You need to call First Mark because they have top-notch customer service. Most companies offer customer no service nowadays. First Mark has the most top-notch customer service I've ever experienced, bar none.
Richard did it. My family did it. You got to go do it. It's totally free. Take the First Mark Challenge. See how much money they can save you and how much better your coverage will get. Maybe you will be our next First Mark Challenge victory. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, we are waiting on Mike McDonald to step up to the podium to speak with reporters. Obviously, there are going to probably be some questions questions on the latest with DK Metcalf, though Mike McDonald did tell Brock and Salk in addition say, I believe Monday, that he expects DK to play this Sunday. Dre Jones, we said in NFL headlines, mentioned his own sprained shoulder, so I'm sure he'll get an update on that. Let's talk about Mike McDonald, and Matt will interrupt us when Mike McDonald comes up to the podium. I'm sure you're very excited about that, Matt.
Can't wait.
I have seen a lot of text bump from folks saying, what if Mike McDonald is better as a defensive coordinator? What if it's scheme and not personnel? What if this is a coach thing? What do you think when you start getting those texts or questions from
I
people?
think, I think those are reasonable. When a team is not doing what you expected them to do. There was a lot of pressure, Mike McDonald, coming into this situation, right? You are replacing Pete Carroll, who was known for his cover 3 dominant defense at one point, and you are coming over with the reputation of having developed a dominant defense yourself. So when the defense isn't doing what people thought it was supposed to do, you're going to have these questions, and rightfully so. I also think that you are supposed to come into the situation, at least the fans come into the situation and allow some grace and some time, because nothing is going to be fixed overnight. He's not going to have every guy that he wants on the football field. Like, they brought Jerome Baker over. He's gone.
Yeah.
There's a reason why Baker's not here anymore. He signed a 1-year deal. Couldn't get it done. You're bringing somebody else, a younger, faster, more talented linebacker, and you're trying to see if that fits. You look at that defensive line. Harris wasn't here a few weeks ago. Why is he here? Because he's looking at the defensive line and saying, all right, these aren't the guys yet, at least collectively. There might be the majority of the guys who are there, but you still need some help. So you have questions about the defense and the offense. I think it's fair to ask those questions, but I also think that you have to give them a bit more time to try and figure this thing out. Grubb and AD and McDonald.
Wyman and Bob yesterday were talking about whether or not they think it's scheme or talent when it comes to, I think in particular they looked at the run defense, but with the defense as a whole. And they wondered whether scheme is part of that, because they were like,
Shut up,
Oh,
Mike
okay.
McDonald.
All right, hopefully there's a lot of Rams questions. I know you're going to ask about DK. Guys doing a great job, confident. Still not going to practice today. Optimistic for tomorrow, so we'll kind of play it day by day. But if anybody else you want to ask, you can go ahead. But I know you're going to ask about that one, so we'll knock it out.
Draymond, what's the situation?
He's got a shoulder. We're going to take care of him throughout the week to make sure he's ready to go on Sunday. But we're optimistic he'll be ready to go.
With DK, are you still optimistic that he'll play Sunday?
I am. Yeah, I am. Again, but right now we're hoping to be out there.
Any nuance, George fan?
George should start practicing this week in a more manner of, hey, let's possibly get him ready to go.
How's Abe Lucas looked out on the practice field?
He's good. I mean, I'd say it's by plan, right now. I think you're going to have to make a decision of, are we hitting the landmarks after the bye? But we got a good plan, and we'll see. It's hard to tell right now, like, where that's going to land after the bye. So.
When it comes to what the Rams have done, how much stock do you put in their offensive scheme, considering that Puka Nacua and Cooper Kupp just came back last week?
Well, it's tough. It's tough. You try to, hey, this guy would have been doing this if those guys were in there. You can't take full stock, and hey, you can't just go one for one because of the type of players they are. You can tell they did a great job of kind of trying to fill in for the best they could. But you felt like, and even last week, there wasn't a full complement of Cooper Kupp and Puka throughout the game. So we expect that to get expanded on this game.
That offensive line has allowed, I think, the second fewest pressures in the league. Is that the fact that they played together for so long? Is that the scheme? How do you break that up a little?
Well, I think it's just how they play on offense. They do a great job of staying ahead of the sticks, and then Matthew does a great job of getting the ball out on time. So disrupting timing is not as easy as one might say it is, and then they're really efficient on early downs. So again, it's trying to stop them on those situations to create them, or to force those situations where they have to drop back, and he's got to hold on to the ball.
Faced Matt Stafford over your career a couple times. What makes him such a good quarterback?
Well, he's tough as crap. I know that. I mean, this guy he's as tough as they come. just the arm talent from all the angles and stuff. I mean, everybody sees like kind of the wow throws, but there's a lot of them. So we respect him on that, and just the savviness and the control of their system, what they're asking him to do on a down in, down out basis, I think is pretty cool. So he's a heck of a player.
With McVay, what makes him different as a game planner and a play caller?
He attacks your structures, and he understands how you're wired, and you better have answers for how you're building it. So just like all the great coordinators do that, but he's right at the top with everybody else.
Rams have a solid run offense. You guys have been working on improving the run defense all year. For fans that have seen a lack of progress, why was this week going to be different?
Well, I think it's our attitude, and I think the guys are steadfast in wanting to improve, and we're figuring out what we do best too. And so right now we're not executing at the highest level, and I just feel really confident in our guys. And having another week at the linebacker position with Ernest in here, having a full week of preparation, being healthy up front, just we're gonna get it figured out. At some point it's gonna start to click. It's kind of like a puzzle, and it all fits together. And look, if I was a fan out there, I'd be wanting to see progress too. Just like as the head coach, we want to see us, grow and become a dominant defense. And we're going to get there. It's just it's a process right now, and you got to be married to the process. You can't skip steps because you want better results. You got to keep going through it, and that's what we're doing.
Mentioned Ernest will be able to do more. How impressive is what he did last week to come in, practice twice, and then play?
Well, I think our coaches deserve a lot of credit. T-Dot deserves a lot of credit, but Ernest obviously gets the most out of all that. This guy's a stud. We'll fit some things a little bit differently now that he kind of knows how we play stuff. But he's a fun guy to be around, talking football and working through things. And we're really excited that he's here, and expect him to make another jump this week.
How did you feel Dotson played moving over?
I would say that it's the same thing. Hey, it's a different window from when you're in the middle and it's going like this to now you're looking at it through a different lens. He has a lot of reps there, so expect the learning curve to be sharp. But just like anytime you put the defensive performance we went out there, you're not going to leave the game saying anybody played, particularly well, or we called a particularly great game either. So it's kind of we're all hands on deck to try to move forward and grow.
Competition for that other corner spot between Trey, Josh, maybe Nehemiah too. What is going to be the deciding factor this week? How does someone win that job?
Well, I think it's going to come a lot down to how we practice and how they show up through Friday. We'll probably make a decision on how we're going to work out the reps going into Friday. Whether or not we'll make that public or not, we'll kind of leave that up for grabs. But both guys are really good. I'd say between those two guys, Nehemiah is probably the next guy behind those two guys. So, but whoever's out, either one of those three guys are really, really confident in what they're able to do for us.
You guys have struggled to move the ball on the ground. You listed that as a major concern after the game on Sunday. Is there a specific aspect there where you think you guys are falling short, or is it a collection of things?
To call it a major concern, I probably wouldn't say that's accurate. I think I just said it was a concern. But yeah, if you're not being productive on the ground, or any aspect of your football team, it's not living up to how you envision it, you're going to want to attack the heck out of it. I think we have a really good plan and a plan of attack. I think the guys are bought in, and it's not like we're going to reinvent anything. We're just going to do what we do better, and just keep hammering away at it. Again, it's a process of how we're designing it, how we're detailing it, how we finish, who's doing what, and how we call it, how we package all those things. I mean, we talk about like methods versus principles. Those are all methods that we're trying to figure out what's best for us right now. And again, I just have a lot of confidence at some point it's going to click. Hopefully it's this week, and onward we go. But again, if you're frustrated with something, like that's okay. The guys, like, we want better results, but we also understand that you can't cheat it. You got to go through it. You got to go through all the steps. And it starts with we just had a great walkthrough, really excited about that. And we got another opportunity to have a great practice and kind of take a next step. And then once we do that, let's just keep doing that, and I think the results will take care of itself.
Jared Verse has filled up the stat sheet as a rookie. What flashes most when you see him on tape?
Well, he plays with high effort, and he's a physical player. He's really strong. That showed up on tape in college. have him in for a visit, understand what type of person he is. So a lot of respect for him. He's playing at a high level right now. He's someone that we have to account for sure.
You talked about Geno Smith taking the next step as a leader, Mike. How's he been in that regard in this stretch, and body language during games and frustrations that he has? How's he?
Yeah, I think, to take away Geno's competitiveness and fire and energy and passion would take away one of his superpowers as a player. So anytime someone gets upset or you want to keep it under control, and you want to stay poised, but we understand when people, if they're frustrated, we understand frustration. We got to bounce back, stay poised, mentally poised. Geno knows that. I thought for the most part he's done a phenomenal job. We're gonna follow, the demonstration that he provides, for offense and the rest of the team, and he, to give him a chance to take a deep breath and go back and attack. So that's the mentality we want as a football team. When we have adversity, we gotta do this. We gotta come together and connect in those moments rather than, letting the emotion or the frustration kind of get to us. So we'll grow from that.
Given how the division looks right now, I guess the whole conference actually, what would you say is the significance of this game on Sunday?
You have to look at it like this is game one. So some teams are like the Rams are coming in super confident. They've won a couple games in a row, trying to take the next. Everyone's kind of on their own little journey of story. So there's some context behind kind of the game one analogy. But I think with us, it's saying, hey, we've had a lot of opportunities where our record could have been better. It's not. It is what it is. And there's an opportunity here to really take a next step and get a win where we can put ourselves in a great position to go get another win. So still, there's a lot of football to be played, but definitely a win puts you in a lot better position, and it kind of furthers the story that you're trying to develop as a football team throughout the season.
Back to the deal.
Is the 4 of the next 5 our division opponents? I know you're focused obviously just on the Rams right now, but kind of that approach, how you feel this team is heading into what is really a crucial stretch.
Yeah, it's a sense of urgency to grow. That's what it is. But we could be playing a team from Germany, and where it just doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who you're playing. It's the mentality as a team for us to grow and improve and kind of fix the things and make right the things that are plaguing us right now.
Back to that adversity, dealing with adversity and coming together. Is that something you addressed with the team this week?
Yeah. We talked about it on Tuesday. The guys know, and we've done a great job of that throughout the season. I felt like this game was the first time where it felt like where there's a little bit of looking around rather than coming together. And again, we're going to grow from it. Our guys see it. Everybody's been awesome this week. So bump on the road and onward we go.
What kind of challenge is that for you as a first-time coach? Is that a siren call that you need to step in? What do you see that as?
No, this is like it's just like the season's a roller coaster, and the path to success is not going to be just like everything's great and you're going to go and just keep growing, and there's going to be things you have to face and go through. So this is part of the process, and I think you double down on our core values and our foundation that we've been able to build since the players have been in the building. So that's what it is, and so that's what I'm thinking about.
Lombardi said, "Show me a good loser, and I'll show you a loser." Who are the people in the locker room, especially on defense, that are really vocal about wanting to turn this around?
You don't have to be vocal to be dissatisfied. It's through our actions about how we handle it and how we bounce back. That's going to determine our success in the long run. So all of our guys are not satisfied with where we're at and not pleased with the results that's on the field. And so it's going to take everybody to do their part and make it come together and make it come to life. But yeah, we're never going to be finding like silver linings and losing and anything like that. We're in the winning production business. So if we're not getting that done, then we're not doing our jobs.
Just to clarify, are you expecting George to be active this week?
I'm not sure yet.
If and when he does come back, obviously you rotated your right guards. Is that something feasible at right tackle or not as much?
We would not rotate the right tackle right now if George was up, if he started.
Do you expect the right guard rotation to kind of continue as it has been? Or?
This week, AB will start, and we'll roll with AB.
Going
Going back to the cornerback competition too, what about Josh has impressed you, and has he been kind of a surprise for you guys over the last 2 weeks?
Well, I think since he's shown up, you realize. I mean, first of all, the reputation of the player, the tape that he's had, on film in the past. You have respect for who he is. He comes in, he's one of us. Let's rock and roll. And as coaches, you're trying to evaluate what he can do, doing it in a hurry, how he picks up the scheme. But just kind of a similar situation to Kobe, stacking a lot of great practice reps, starts to flash, and then if you want to play, that's kind of how it works. It takes a while to kind of gain up some of that momentum and some of those plays behind your belt. And you show that type of consistency, that builds trust with the coaching staff, the rest of your teammates. I know our offensive players felt it when he's been on the practice squad, and the quality of play that he was putting on tape. And then when you get your opportunity to take advantage of it, then that's going to make us better as a football team, and then we're going to want to keep finding ways to get you in the football game.
What have you thought of Kobe Bryant at safety the last couple of weeks with him filling in for Rayshon?
I thought he's done a tremendous job. I mean, talk about silver linings and losses, but I mean, it's not like everything is bad. There are some really good things. I think Kobe has shown his ability in the deep area of the field. I thought his tackling has been a bright spot for us, coming out of the deep area and filling in the alley and things like that. So, and he's been working his tail off on it too, figuring out ways to take his game to the next level. So we expect him to keep growing while he has his opportunity.
I realize it's not easy to move guys around on the offensive line to unfamiliar spots, but if given your tackle situation with George getting healthier and your right guard situation has been in flux, could Abe potentially be an option?
Yeah, no, when Abe comes back, he's going to play right tackle. Yeah.
You mentioned how good the Rams are on offense on early downs. What have you seen from your defense on early downs through 8 weeks?
Well, we're not creating enough second. Well, if you go back to last game, we had a lot of situations in second and long and first and long that we weren't able to convert on those series. So it's all strings together. So if we do win, I mean, you have to stack good plays to get off the field in this league. And right now it's not good enough because we're creating too many third and short to mediums. And so some of that is play calling. Some of those are situations that we're putting our guys in that maybe we can shore up, in certain areas. That type of stuff we're always evaluating on how we're going to call it. And then, we have to be better on the perimeter to getting guys. Now, there's a lot of hidden yardage where we're losing right now, where we need to clean that up. We get that done, all of a sudden you're looking at more third and longs, and now you're putting more pressure consistently on offenses rather than vice versa.
And among all the other things, is that maybe imperative this week, that those early downs, considering how good the Rams have been?
Yeah, absolutely.
Did you see any level of physicality in those first 3 games that dropped off, or that you can also kind of look back on and say, like, this is the kind of team we can be?
Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff in the first 3 games, and I think it's a reminder to our guys of what type of defense we have, and those plays do show up in the past X amount of weeks. It's just not as consistent as we need to be as productive as we need to be. So, but it is a good reminder to show the guys, hey, this is what we're about. This is who we have, and this is where we're going.
What's your first Halloween costume you remember wearing, and what's your favorite scary movie?
Last question.
Man, I'm not a big Halloween guy. I was Bill Belichick one year. I think he'll appreciate that. Maybe he won't because I were playing on defense. I don't know. Scary movie. Halloween guy, Scream guy. Classics.
Thank you.
All right.
Just the classics for Mike McDonald. Bump, do you have a favorite scary movie?
Favorite? I told you I don't really rock with the scaries like that.
Yeah, you're
but
like Mike
you
McDonald.
know what? It's I don't know if y'all know this, man. It's cultural. Candyman.
I know Candyman.
No, you don't.
But the new one?
Talk about old Candyman.
Okay, but I knew it.
Have you seen it?
No.
Nah, Candyman used to scare the crap out of me. I would legit. I used to watch that movie, and then I couldn't be in a room by myself for at least another hour. So I was shook.
Oh, I've had movies like that, though, that scare you for. When The Ring came out and I first watched it as a kid, I still have not seen the full video in the movie because they warn you 7 days after you see it, you'll die. You know what I mean? They gave me instructions. I wasn't about to watch that.
Gave you the heads up?
Yeah, they were like, we're telling you right now. And I was like, you don't have to tell me twice. I'm not watching this video in the movie. All right, let's get to some of what Mike McDonald had to say about this. We're going to get to some interesting stuff from Daniel Jeremiah on this game coming up. So before then, he has a lot of respect for Matthew Stafford and Sean McVay, and that's incredibly clear. He said Stafford, everyone knows he has the arm talent. Everyone sees the wow throws. There's a lot of them. The savviness and control of their system is pretty cool. What's going to make the Rams offense, now that they're a little healthier, so difficult for Seattle?
The savviness and control of their system. What that tells you is that they make a lot of stuff look similar, and they can get to certain spots doing different things. That's the thing about an offense. When you can predict what how a defense is going to react as far as alignment and their coverage and if they're going to bring pressure or not, you manipulate what spots that you are going to attack. And in a McVay offense and a Shanahan offense, in most offenses, these guys want to attack like the light spots. And then cover 2 is down the middle of the field. It's between the corners and the safety. It's between the backers, right? Cover 3, you want to hit the seams. You want to push the corner back and then hit it maybe 5 to 10 yards down the field. So their formations gives them the alignment that they're looking for, and the down and distance creates the coverage that they're expecting. And they do a great job of doing it, and also manipulating defenses, right? Bringing them in tight, that tightens in the formation of the defense, and bringing guys across the field that puts the Mike in a comparable situation, puts the Will, the Sam in comparable situations. So that's what he respects, man. They can hit their spots from different formations and with different route combinations, but they know what areas they want to hit.
I thought Mike McDonald's comments on the offensive line were the most interesting thing to come out of this press conference. He said George Fant is expected to practice this week. They're not sure whether he's going to come back yet, but I think roughly both him and Abe Lucas are both expected back after the bye week at the very least. So whether or not they come back Sunday, we'll see, but Seattle ultimately getting a starter back there pretty soon. What's really interesting, though, is what's happening at right guard. He said the team is going to roll with AB. He said AB will start and we'll roll with AB. Sounds like that battle between him and Christian Haynes, that rotation might be over.
At least for now. That is that's the tough part, is that it seems like week by week they've been kind of switching it up. And with that offensive line, you want the cohesiveness of 5. And how do you get that? Putting the same guys out there over and over and over again. Yeah. So maybe he has won that battle for now, and if he stays, if he keeps that spot, that means he's doing some great stuff.
Daniel Jeremiah tells Brock and Salk what he's seeing on Seattle's defense next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk.
Daniel Jeremiah joins us every week at this time. Which could be fixed quicker, the rush defense or the running offense?
I think they have the guys to fix the defense. I still think there's talent upgrades that need to take place along the offensive line. I think defensively they have some really good pieces there. They've got to get connected with the linebackers and the safeties coming down and helping out and being where they need to be and filling spots. I feel better about the talent level of the defense to fix that.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Hey, Mike Salk here, and we got some exciting news at the station. Riverside Roofing and 710 have renewed our partnership into a deal that will carry us into our 8th calendar year working together. A big thank you to Don, Brandon, Jordan. Not only are those guys terrific roofers and businessmen, but even better people. And I've been fortunate to get to know them, text them back and forth, playing golf together. Just truly awesome people. And all that matters when choosing who you want to work with. People want to work with people they like. And most importantly, they want to work with people they can trust. And that's Riverside Roofing. You've heard me say it for years now, and you'll continue to hear it for a whole lot longer, because it's true, and it works. We've had people text into the show. They say, Salk, you told me I could trust them, and you were right. If you have an upcoming roof replacement, they need to be your first call. Again, big thank you and congratulations to Riverside Roofing. You can find them at riversideroofingllc.com, and they are the roofing company you can trust. That's riversideroofingllc.com.
Point!
Hey, you okay? You don't normally miss those shots.
I just haven't been as regular lately, and it's making me feel sluggish.
You should try Metamucil. It's been a game changer for me. Metamucil's plant-based psyllium fiber helps trap and remove the waste that weighs you down.
Ace!
You're moving better than you were last week.
Definitely.
Metamucil keeps you moving. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Learn more at Metamucil.com.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze Car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up Oscar!
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T level is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Text the word BOOST to 65555 to book your free T check. They have helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Text the word BOOST to 65555. That's BOOST to 65555. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Message and data rates apply. Message frequency varies. Text help for help and stop to cancel. ReviveMen'sHealth.com/privacy policy for how to opt in. Info will be used in ReviveMen'sHealth.com/terms of use for terms of service.
Looking for fine jewelry this fall? Good news! Seattle's favorite jeweler for more than 40 years now has 2 locations in the area. Come visit us in our beautiful new store with the biggest selection at South Center Square in Tukwila. Create your own engagement ring with the widest range of diamonds and gemstones and discover unique, fine jewelry designed by our in-house team. No matter your budget, our friendly team is here to help guide you in finding that perfect piece that speaks to you. Visit ShaneCo.com to find your closest store and hours. We can't wait to see you. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Seahawks Player Spotlight.
Man, it felt good to go out there and be able to contribute.
Exclusive interviews with your favorite Seahawks.
You know, we got a genius as the head coach.
Every day with Wyman and Bob.
Between his hobbies and decades of work in a boatyard, Philip had put his body through a lot.
I'm an avid fly fisherman and an avid skier. It takes its toll.
Not to mention one other thing.
I had a near-fatal motorcycle accident. Absolutely obliterated my lower left leg again.
Philip couldn't live with the pain anymore, so he decided to see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy.
Listening to all these radio spots, I said, what do I got to lose?
What was your experience like with Dr. Wagner?
What I was so impressed with Mark about is that how often you have a surgery like this, and the guy calls you the next day to see how you're doing. I can't say enough good things about the guy, honestly.
And how are you feeling now?
I have no pain, none. Zero.
Wow. So would you recommend stem cell therapy to others?
I'm a fan, believe me. I'd recommend it to anybody.
Before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
From whiplash to herniated discs, there are a few car accident injuries we've all heard of. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains that even the most common injuries differ from one another.
Pre-existing conditions, health history, beginning of treatment. There are hundreds of factors that make every person and every injury unique. While these variables aid medical treatment, the strongest case recoveries must also take them into account.
Could you explain a little bit more?
Our team at Pendergast Law is obsessed with turning over every stone to differentiate each case. This requires thorough investigation, diligent listening, and relentless research. We never pursue cases with a one-size-fits-all approach. We built our success by treating every injury and every case with the individualized attention our clients need and deserve.
Pendergast Law's individualized approach to even the most common injuries makes the difference in case outcomes. It's another reason why I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Oh, very spooky. Spooky Halloween. You know what? I don't know why Mike McDonald said he's not a Halloween guy. I love Halloween.
That's all right.
It's my 3rd favorite holiday.
Wait till you have kids and you got to drag them through the neighborhood.
Yeah.
And then 2 of your kids are scared of everything. So they're holding on to you. And I'm trying to drink my daddy juice. You're stopping me from drinking the daddy juice.
Daddy juice?
It's that special elixir.
Don't worry about it.
I remember when I was little, I was a cheerleader for Halloween, and my mom made me wear a puffy coat under my cheerleader outfit.
Nice.
Yeah, I looked like an apple. So
you were
thanks,
an apple
Mom.
cheerleader.
But I was very warm. FTN Fantasy's Aaron Schatz is going to join us in 15 minutes. We're going to take a closer look at the X's and O's of the Seahawks, and we're getting that conversation started with a little bit from Daniel Jeremiah here. DJ was on with Brock and Salk this morning, was first asked about what's going on with the Seahawks defense.
It's chunks, man. It is big chunks. 7 explosive runs, that's a problem. Look, there's blood on a lot of people's hands when you watch the tape. That wasn't Julian Love's best game, with some missed tackles coming down inside there.
Mm-hmm.
There's not – we always talk about, like, things being connected. I think we do that offensively, more like, hey, the run game, the linemen got to be connected, the running backs, the receivers have to be connected to the line. Like, all these things have to be connected. It's the same with run defense. I mean, when you're slanting one way – and you don't have a linebacker that's scraping, and then you're just left with these huge voids. And that's where you see some of these runs come from.
Bump, this is what you said yesterday in 4-down territory. You explained it as, look, the defense is operating on a string, and what's happening is sometimes they're just not moving together.
Yeah, they're not connected. They're not vibing. And you know what that comes down to? A couple things. I think understanding your assignment. Understanding fully how if you do not do your job, how it compromises everybody else and everything else surrounding you, and then the coaching staff holding these guys accountable to that. The hard part about the NFL is during the week, the pads are off. You only wear the pads so many times. So essentially what you're doing most of the time are walkthroughs or very controlled team-type situations to where you're not forced to take on a block and really scrape down and get your eyes in the backfield, wrap the running back up. What happens is you have no pads on or you have your shells on and you scrape, you look all pretty. You get to the running back, you tap them on the hip, and everyone says, good, everyone's in the right position. And then you get in on Sundays, and the Buffalo Bills are playing against you. And they're making you have to take on this block and keep your shoulders parallel to the line of scrimmage. And it just feels different. That's why I think back in the day, the Dave Wyman days, the Paul Moyer days, they were better tacklers. They were allowed to be more violent, but they were better tacklers because they actually practiced the art of tackling. We expect these people, these young men, to go weeks without putting the pads on, then all of a sudden get into a game and hit that switch and be just fine. There are some guys that can do it. Ray Lewis could do it all the time. Smith could do it. Queen could do it. You got Buda Baker. He could do it. Zaire Franklin, he can do it.
Yeah.
But for some reason, because you're installing a new defense with new pieces, it's almost like you need those pads on. You got to get rough during the week. But the CBA is saying, not so fast.
Well,
we're making sure our players are going to be healthy throughout the whole year.
I just listened to Andrew Whitworth. This was an interview from 2023. But I was listening to it earlier this morning because he was talking about the offensive lines and whether there's an offensive line problem in the NFL. And he mentioned the CBA too. I know this is unrelated to the Seahawks defense, but related to the impact of the CBA and practice rules on tackling. He thinks that that's another reason that you see offensive linemen struggle.
Yeah.
Because it's not just that you don't get as many weeks as I did when I was younger. Is what Andrew Whitworth is saying. It's also in the offseason. He's like, people don't realize the restrictions in the offseason that you have of not being able to go to your facility as often, as not being able to get and work with trainers, your own team trainers as often. Like, you're very limited in the work you get. So as much as you think it impacts tackling, that's also a little factor in the offensive line struggles too.
When I was in the NFL, I was like the last generation of we're going to put pads on and we're going to hit. We're not going to go to the ground, but we're going to hit, we're going to thud, we're going to do all that stuff. Then I went to Canada. And in Canada, you're only allowed to be in the facility 4 hours a day. 4 hours a day, and you are not tackling, the pads are not on. And though I felt healthy, I'm thinking, all right, man, I feel good, man. The body feels great. You get into the game, and it's almost like being woken up with water being splashed in your face, cold water. Like, oh, snap. This is a game right now. We got to play. So, yeah, there's an art to this. There's a reason why in other sports you can simulate a baseball game. Spring training, they play 1,000 games of baseball. Basketball, you can simulate a basketball game. You're going up and down the court. You're going hard. You get into the paint. You're doing all that stuff. I understand why they limit it, but it affects the game, especially when you are a new coach putting in a new system with new players and new coaches. It hurts your evaluation process. It's so much harder to make a football team now than it was back in my day.
Yeah.
If I weren't allowed to put on the pads, because they weren't going to ask me to go down the field 50, 60 yards and be a number 2, a number 3 receiver. I had to get on squad special teams and showing I was willing to stick my face in a block and just get active. And in practice, I was able to do that and make some plays down the road. it's so much harder for these guys to make the team. There are guys who are going to get demoted down to the XFL who could play in the NFL, but because there's no pads on, you're not able to really show what you can do. And some guys need that. Some guys are just so physically gifted that you look at them, you go, you're going to be just fine.
Yeah.
Other guys are like, I need to play some real football to show you what I can do.
Okay, so Daniel Jeremiah did not just answer questions about the Seahawks defense. He also talked about what he's seen from the run offense. This is what he said about Ken Walker maybe missing a couple holes on Sunday.
The other thing is Kenneth missed a couple of them vision-wise. You know, he did not hit it. I didn't think he was quite as decisive. There's one where he presses the hole, comes to a complete stop, tries to kind of belly back, and that ends up being a negative play. But it wasn't, you know, when I watched it, I thought, okay, man, they must, you know, are they getting just blown back? Are they getting beat across the board? That really wasn't the case. Tomlinson was one on kind of the assignment stuff that there's just not a lot of trust there.
Okay, Daniel Jeremiah did not see when he watched this game an offensive line that was getting worked with the run, trying to establish the run. He saw an offensive line that was up and down, but mostly that there were just maybe some trust issues because Ken Walker isn't always targeting the holes, the gaps that he could be.
And that's tough. The offensive line has to instill some type of trust in that running back the same way the running back has to do the same for the offensive line. The line has to feel like if we are running zone right, he's going to press that B gap as long as he can before he looks for the cutback. If we're trapping the one tech, the guy between the guard and the center, I got to trust that the running back's going to give this guard time to wrap around, stay behind him, and go. There are times, and I think that is completely correct. There are times where I'm watching the guard wrap around, and he's taking so dang long. Ken Walker's like, I have to go right now. And then I'm watching times where Ken Walker doesn't even give the gap a chance. And on a zone, he just says, I'm looking for the cutback right now because I don't trust we're going to get that flow and that we're going to have a body on a body, and I'm going to be able to go. There's trust issues going on all across this team right now. And I don't even know if it's on purpose. I don't think they're sitting there being selfish and being like, forget what the offensive line is doing. I'm going to do my own thing. No, when you get into a game and you start feeling your guards getting beat by these linebackers, you start feeling the tight end not being able to get to that end and kick them out. Naturally, you're going to go off of the field that you had the last play and kind of do your own thing. So there are trust issues going on. And it's just all it is, trust issues equals execution issues. Guys just aren't executing and doing the things they're supposed to do.
You're listening to Bump and Stacy on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app. I always love hearing an outside perspective on your team. This morning, that was Daniel Jeremiah on with Brock and Salk. Coming up next, it's Aaron Schatz.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
He is Mark Schlereth.
As I watch Seattle on the defensive side of the ball, that to me seems to be one of the biggest things that keeps kind of rearing its ugly head is guys are getting on you and they're staying on you and you're not defending or defeating the block. The game is played with your hands and feet, and you've got to be able to shock people. I always said when I was playing, first contact wins. So the first guy who makes contact usually wins that battle.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Hey, Brock Heward here, and I have had my share of sports injuries, and I know a little bit about pain. Well, that's what football will do to you from head to toe. But you don't have to play professional sports to know what I'm talking about. Painful joints from arthritis can affect anyone and make it hard to do pretty much anything. Well, that's where my friend, Dr. Daniel Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine comes into play. He has seen so many patients through the years suffering from chronic joint pain caused by arthritis. So don't let pain stop you from your quality of life. Don't let pain stop you from enjoying life. Consider Dr. Nelson the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. That's right, your own stem cells and platelet-rich plasma to harness your own body's healing potential. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit DanielNelsonMD.com. That's DanielNelsonMD.com.
Can't fix everything for everybody, but you can be there and listen and try to help with what you can. You're there to support them, and that's the best that you can do.
Justin Meek. He's the leader and caretaker of the 380 people who consider Lee Johnson their home.
This is my life. This is my family's life. The people that work here, they're my family. When something's not right with them, it's not right with us. My wife and 3 kids in the house, there's always something wrong with somebody at all times. And if there isn't, then something's wrong. When you have 388 employees, There's never a day that everything is good everywhere. You have to be okay with that. You have to look at that as opportunities to gain a better relationship with people and help them through what they're going through.
The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto Family.
Paid political announcement. A Bob for Bob update. Did you know AG Bob Ferguson failed at defending the $30 car tabs initiative passed by 53% of Washington voters? Beware of Bob dropping the ball when Washington wants less taxes via initiative. Do you want a governor who doesn't succeed when more than 50% of the state votes for lower cost of living? Well, then we have the candidate for you. Vote Bob, because $30 car tabs don't matter. Paid for by the Bob for Bob Committee, 1283 Puyallup, Washington, 98371. Top 4 donors, Steve Gordon, Fremont Dock Company, Brian Haywood, and Susie Burke.
As the Lennox Premier Partner, Home Comfort Alliance has a long history of 5-star customer satisfaction. Get a dependable, energy-efficient new heat pump and save up to $4,000 when you mention the Curly Cash discount. Call the comfort people, homecomfortalliance.com.
Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. The best place to watch all your favorite sports. Featuring wall-to-wall viewing screens, 6 windows, and 30 kiosks. Be there at emeraldqueen.com. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
You probably noticed the temperature starting to fluctuate, and that gets even more pronounced at night. Is your insulation ready for the upcoming cold season? Let me guess, you haven't checked. You're like me, you don't want to go into your attic or your crawl space. Well, that's why Crawl Pros goes where you don't want to. It's Mike Salk here. They came out to my house for a free inspection and found my insulation wasn't up to snuff. So they showed me pictures of the problem, explained it, and then they got it all fixed. Now, Crawl Pros has partnered with Puget Sound Energy to provide special rebates on insulation work. So if you're a PSE customer and your home was built before 1990, you may qualify to receive a rebate on up to 95% of the cost to properly insulate your crawl space and attic. Don't wait for the temperatures to drop. Take advantage of these enormous rebates today. Call Crawl Pros to learn what's going on behind that crawl space and attic hatch for free. Again, if you're worried about critters, mold, water damage, insulation issues, or anything else related to your crawl space or attic, schedule a free corner-to-corner inspection at crawlpros.com.
Febreze. So my home is also my office. And before I can focus, every room's gotta be clean. That means tidying up, then spraying my Febreze Air Mist. Ooh, that's fresh. Febreze Air Mist scents are all high quality. They fight any weird funk, and they give my air an instant boost of freshness. So not only does my home smell good, I feel good too. After I Febreze, it's time to start my day.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
2 Yankees fans are banned from today's Game 5 of the World Series after interfering with Dodgers outfielder Mookie Betts during last night's Game 4. Betts made a leaping grab against the wall in the first inning, during which time both fans grabbed onto Betts' wrist and glove and tried to pry the ball away from him, the Yankees announced in a statement today. Those fans will not be permitted to attend tonight's game in any capacity.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is brought to you by Mazda of Everett.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. When I say we're going to go X's and O's here, I really mean it. The Chief Analytics Officer for FTN Fantasy, creator of DVOA, Aaron Schatz, joining us right now on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. Aaron, how's it going?
Hey, I'm doing pretty good, Matt. How are you guys doing?
Fantastic. It's been a really interesting season for the Seahawks, and them being around 500 is probably where I thought they'd be. But, Aaron, I was Sure hoping that the run defense would see some improvement. So let's start with Seattle, take a look around the rest of the league and get some fantasy questions in here as well. But I'm going to start with Seattle's defense. Were you optimistic that Mike McDonald coming here would do a little more, or is this kind of what you expect for them?
I think this is kind of what I expected. It's a little bit better than last year, but, it takes time to put your guys in place to know that you have players that can do the things that you want to do. And they've also had a lot of injuries up front, obviously. So, this is about what I expected for them to have basically an average defense. They have basically an average defense.
Aaron, I don't like calling for people's jobs, so I don't need any names from you right now. But when you look at this defense, what percentage of the starters do you feel like are in place? Like, these are the guys that McDonald wants and will keep when he's done building this defense up.
It's an interesting question because, right, like, what are the things that he wants? Like, does he feel like Julian Love can be his Kyle Hamilton, or does he feel like he needs someone better? I'd say he probably has like 3 or 4 pieces that he wants. But the thing is, the players that he wants are like really good. Like, he wants a really good. If he's going to do what he had in Baltimore, he needs a really good middle linebacker and a really good safety.
Aaron, I appreciate that you are not afraid to be very blunt with your analysis. And so I opened up your Twitter account, just to kind of see if you had any new features or anything you'd been talking about. Obviously, do a little bit of research. Did you get yelled at by Commanders fans?
Yes, I did.
What happened?
I was on a Washington radio station, and they said to me, in your opinion, what would worry you about the Commanders' offense? And I said, well, if anything worries me, it's that they don't really have a wide receiver too. And then people were like, in the responses were like, well, how dare you say anything's wrong with our well, because they asked me.
Right. Gotta be honest.
If there were any problems with this offense, what would you say that they are? And I'm like, well, my best guess is that at a certain point, they don't really have a wide receiver too there. It's Terry McLaurin and then like a bunch of dudes, and like, you hope that some of them are going to be good, but you don't really know. And that would be my one worry. Very different from Seattle, obviously, where there are 3 stud receivers, if you still consider Lockett that.
Well, and I'm going to ask you the same question then. And I don't want any Seahawks fans to get mad at Aaron, okay? We're bringing him on because he's going to be very, very honest, and he's very, very smart. What do you see with Seattle's offense in terms of worries that you do have?
Offensive line. It's offensive line. And right, like the right tackle situation is pretty unknown. And then you've got center and left guard where they're going to be free agents at the end of this year. So, like, even if you feel good about them for the rest of this season, you don't really know what the future holds. So, like, I think the weakness of Seahawks offense is offensive line.
The offensive line has been a concern here for, 4 or 5 years maybe for the Seahawks. What do you think the issue is? I understand how hard it is to find an offensive lineman. I've said this to Stacy a bunch of times. It's hard to find 6'6", 300 walking around this earth. Is it an evaluation process that's wrong? Is it development? Is it all the above? Make me feel better about this, please, Aaron.
Well, you can't argue that they've put assets into it, right? Like they used the top picks on the 2 tackles, and then one of them got hurt. So, you're stuck. The right tackle's hurt. You got to use some rookie, right? Like, that's really tough. And then I think, there's a question about whether they're doing the best job of identifying, free agents and Tomlinson's a little old at this point. And I think they're doing their best on it, and they're trying to make it gel, and they've been hit with some injuries, and it's a lot. I don't think there's any one thing that you identify and you go, oh, the reason why they don't have a good offensive line is, blank.
Yeah. I think that a quarterback is always going to get a lot of credit for a win, a lot of blame for a loss. And Aaron, as you know, that's especially true if a quarterback throws a pick or struggles at all in a loss, right? So maybe it won't surprise you to know there are still some people questioning whether or not Geno is good enough, I guess. What's your take on Geno?
I think Geno is good, but he's not great, and he's never going to be great. but he's good. I mean, he's an above-average quarterback. It's interesting. I think with Geno, you get a Kirk Cousins level of play, but in a very different way. Like, he has more athletic gifts, and so, like, the highs are higher, but the mistakes are more often. But you end up with that level of play that's like the 11th best quarterback in the league. And if you've got a strong defense and good receiver, you can win with that. Absolutely. But I don't think Geno's necessarily a guy who carries you to the promised land of his own.
Yeah, and I would say there's probably, 3, maybe 4 of those guys in the NFL who can carry you. You look at probably the best team in the NFC. Yes, they have Jared Goff. I'm talking about the Lions. And I think Jared Goff is exactly what you described Geno as. A good quarterback, not great, not going to take you to the promised land. What do you like about the Detroit Lions that the Seahawks can learn from? Because when you look at the quarterback situation, the running backs are similar, even though I think Gibbs, obviously, and Montgomery are nice with it. And the receiver situations, I would model the Seahawks or try to model the Seahawks after the Detroit Lions.
Well, first of all, they took a guy who's very clearly struggles under pressure, and they put maybe the best offensive line in the game in front of him.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the first thing, is their ability to identify linemen, use top picks on linemen has been fantastic. Second, the scheming, right? Like, Ben Johnson is very well regarded as possibly the best or one of the best offensive coordinators in the league. So that's obviously a big plus. And then, I mean, you can talk about the rest of the Lions, right? They've got a strong defense now. They have strong special teams, et cetera. But as far as the offense goes, it's the quality of that offensive line and the quality of the scheming to take advantage of Goff's strength, which is that he's strong when he's working in structure. It's when the structure breaks down that he loses it.
You have the Lions, or at least I think in your most recent, as number 1 in DVOA. And they're, again, as long as Seattle's not playing them, incredibly fun and easy to root for. Is there a team that has a really solid record that people are going to have as a Super Bowl favorite that you just, based on your estimations and how you analyze, you're like, I don't know, I'm finding a lot of flaws with this team?
Not really, to be honest. We're having a year this year where the winning teams are all in the top half and the losing teams are in the bottom half.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not as high on Philadelphia as the market is, right? But I still have them as a good team. It's not like I don't think they're a good team at 5-2. And the other teams that are, 6-2, 6-1, whatever, I think those are all good teams. So, yeah, there isn't any team that people are talking about as a serious contender that I like.
Right.
Would
crazy outlier. Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you think about the Browns? They're my new favorite team to follow, other than the Seahawks. One, because Jameis Winston is going to give you a sound bite that you'll never forget. And two, it's amazing to see just how he uplifted that squad in one game. And I'm interested to see if he can continue this. What do you make of the situation in Cleveland?
It's really interesting, right, to see what happens with this offense. I mean, Watson was so bad. And Winston's no idea but his idea of a good quarterback, but he should be much better. The thing is that their defense, I think a big question is whether their defense comes back, right? It was like one of the top couple defenses in the league last year. I had it number 2. They've been average, maybe even a little below average this year. If the Browns want to be a serious, winning game, they do it with a recipe that includes a great defense, and that great defense just hasn't been there this year.
Kind of looking back to the Rams, we played some sound earlier for listeners. Dan Orlovsky thought that the Rams were going to win the NFC West. Obviously, the Rams had a statement win against the Vikings and Brian Flores' defense, which had been really, really great, obviously, through 7 weeks of the season. Have you changed your mind about the Rams at any course of the season? Have you always been pretty high on that offense? What do you think about that team?
I mean, now that the guys are healthy again, I'm high on that offense, but their defense is poor. I mean, their offense should be better the rest of the year, but I mean, when you look at San Francisco is a much better all-around team, especially if we believe that they're going to get Christian McCaffrey back. So I still think San Francisco is the favorite to win the NFC West. But there's no question it is the most up in the air of all the divisions. Based on our playoff odds, we have San Francisco 37%, Arizona 23%, Seattle 20%, and the Rams 20%. So that's pretty up in the air right now.
Aaron, Tom Brady had us fooled. He had us believing quarterbacks could play forever. Now, I understand that quarterbacks can play longer than they used to because of the rules in the game. But now I'm looking at Aaron Rodgers, and I expected him to go to New York and look like something like Tom Brady looked in Tampa Bay. The roster looks good. Offensively, there are some weapons. Defensively, there are some weapons. Is Aaron Rodgers done, or does he need just a year to find his footing again? He's 41 years old. How do you view Aaron's future with the Jets?
There's no year to find your footing when you're going to be 41 in December.
I'm trying to throw him a bone. I'm trying to throw him a bone, Aaron.
He's in territory.
Better have found it now. I was worried that this might happen with Kirk Cousins, too. Cousins is like 3 years younger, and he's been very good this year. But no, Rodgers looks like the quarterback of 2022 in Green Bay, who was very average. And, the question, is Aaron Rodgers one of the 25 best quarterbacks alive right now? Like, yeah, absolutely. He should be an NFL starter. Is Aaron Rodgers one of the 6 or 7 best quarterbacks? No freaking way. Not at this point. And the fact is that his sort of ego and machinations around that front office has put them in a place where the salary cap is going to be a real problem in coming years. And they've lost picks trading for his buddies. And, the Jets are in a bad place. If the Jets lose to Houston Thursday night, it's time for a liquidation sale.
I saw a stat that blew my mind on your own timeline. This was from a couple days ago, Aaron. You can probably guess where I'm going with it. You were prepping for Monday Night Football's preview, and you said, look, Daniel Jones, obviously it was the Giants. Daniel Jones has the lead second worst DVOA on passes up the middle. And then you said, can you guess who is last? I would not have guessed, Aaron. I would not have guessed that the answer would be Patrick Mahomes.
I know. It's wild how mediocre Mahomes has been this year. And I know you need to adjust for some not dropped interceptions, but drops by receivers that have become interceptions, right? He's had some bad luck, particularly on passes over the middle, which is why it's interesting that he's been really bad on passes over the middle. Mm-hmm. But the fact is, Kansas City is winning with defense and just enough offense to win every game. It's really interesting. Mahomes has not been a world beater. So you have two ways to look at this. One is, will they kind of come back to earth because he's not playing at his former level? Or will he return to his former level, in which case we're going to get to the playoffs and they're going to blow everyone away?
Right.
Ken Walker, Stacy brought this to my attention. I don't know who you got it from. You quoted somebody. But they said that Ken Walker has the ability to be a top 5 running back in this league. When you look at Ken Walker in this offensive line, do you see that as well?
I mean, not behind this offensive line. I don't think he would put together top 5 stats. I'm not the best judge of running back talent on a raw basis, right? But here's the problem with running backs in the NFL. It's not that they're not good. It's that too many of them are good, right? When everybody is good, nobody is good. They're all really talented, fast, strong, powerful guys with great workouts who hit the whole straw. There's too many of those guys. So picking a top 5 is like finding 5 guys that really move the needle, right? Right. You look at Kenneth Walker and you're like, he could, but so could Kyron Williams. And so could, Brian Robinson and Bijan Robinson. And there's so many of these guys. And then there's the older guys who've had good years this year, despite being older, like Derrick Henry and Saquon Barkley, Joe Mixon, David Montgomery. There's just too many good running backs. So I don't see Walker becoming a guy where you're like, boy, that is a transcendent. He really challenges the idea that all running backs are the same. But I'm sure he has the talent to do it, because a lot of these guys have the talent to do it if everything just goes right for them.
He is FTN Fantasy's Aaron Schatz, kind enough to join us. Aaron, great stuff. Thank you so much for taking the time, man. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Aaron.
Hey, thanks for having me on. FTNFantasy.com/DVOA. That's where you'll find all my stats and writing.
Check it out, guys. Thanks, Aaron. All right, let's get to 4 Down Territory.
This is 4 down territory. Going inside the game. What former Seahawks and Coug wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
First down, what's something the Detroit Lions will face for the first time this year?
It's crazy. They're going to play outdoors for the first time this year.
Oh, that was not my guess.
What'd you think it was?
I don't know why. There's one team that had yet to face like an NFC opponent.
Oh, really? No.
I can't remember who it was.
I'm just talking elements, right? They played at Arizona indoors. They won 20-13. At Cowboys indoors, 47-9. At Minnesota indoors, 31-29. At home, they played the Rams, Tampa, Seattle, and the Titans. They ain't been outside yet. So I'm interested. I think they're a good football team, and Dan Campbell's going to get these guys ready. I think they practice outside, but there's nothing like having the elements controlled to where the football is dry. Your hands are warm. The ground isn't super hard because it's frosty out there or wet or whatnot. It changes the game. When I was in Pullman, Washington, and we played outside all the time. No one has an indoor facility. As soon as you hit the ground and it's damp, you're done for the rest of the game. You're cold. You're miserable. You got to play a mental game. Okay, I got to fight through this. I'm only going to be able to change my undershirt until we get in halftime and then get warm a little bit, and then I'm back out there. How many teams have won a Super Bowl that have played in a dome?
Regularly as a regular season, I mean, the Saints play in a dome. There has to be more.
Yeah, Colts, Saints, Rams. Colts, Saints, Rams. That's it. And when's the last time one of those guys have won a Super Bowl?
Not
2021.
Yeah, whenever the Rams won.
Right. So I'm looking at this, and the path is just different. I'm not saying they can't do it.
Yeah.
But when you're
different.
When you're looking at a team like the Detroit Lions and you're trying to dissect how good they are,
Yeah.
because you believe in it, but you're always looking for something to tell you, oh, maybe I shouldn't believe in them because they don't have the decade history of winning. You look at certain things. So when I heard that and I saw the schedule, and I go, there's a new challenge for them. Like, how is Dan Campbell going to spin this for his football team? Guys, we haven't played outside. We're the tougher team. I wish I was in that locker room because it's probably going to be addressed at some point. I wonder how it's going to be addressed. I think they're going to be fine. I ain't worried about it, but we'll see how it goes.
I need to issue a correction. It was not having faced an AFC team, and it was the Lions. I couldn't remember who the team was, but until last week, when obviously they completely demolished the Titans, they hadn't played a single game against an AFC opponent, and now it's something like 3 of their next 4 AFC teams. So doesn't change my mind about them at all. They're still really, really good. Second down. Okay, I like this one. What table are the Seahawks hanging out at, and how do they sit with the cool kids? So we're not with the cool kids?
Nah, we're not with the cool kids. Not in this category. You know, when you start school and you miss a couple assignments. It's like first few weeks of school, you miss a couple assignments in your grade. You get your grade, oh, I have a D in this class. It's like, well, you're missing 2 assignments. It carries so much weight. That's how the Seahawks start every game. They miss a few assignments. All right, points in the first half. 10 points in the first half they're averaging. That's 20th in the game. The last 3 games, 7.7 points in the first half. I heard you say something yesterday or the day before about slow starts, and it got me thinking. So when I'm checking out these guys' number, they're sitting at the table the last 3 games when it comes to slow starts in the NFL. They're sitting at the table with some guys that you don't want to be sitting at. Let me pull it up real quick. They're sitting there with the Giants.
I don't want that.
Even though they beat them, sitting there with Dallas, sitting there with Vegas, sitting there with Carolina. They're sitting with the wrong group. They are with the wrong group. You have to find a way to come out and get a fast start. And last week, when you go 3 and out, 2 series in a row, it's going to deter you. You got to get at least 3 points on one of those drives because we're seeing that the defense is still struggling. You don't get points on the board, and then who they play last week? Why am I blanking?
The Seahawks?
Who the Seahawks play last week?
Unfortunately, it was the Bills.
The
you
Bills,
mean the week
okay.
before, yeah.
Yeah, so the Bills, you know, I don't know why that blanked right now.
Well, no, because you have a rule where you try to block out bad memories.
Block out, exactly.
This actually is completely in line.
It makes sense, right? So you don't score, and then the Bills go down and waste 11, 12 plays. 9 minutes they took off the clock. They put points on the board. You have to start faster. And Grubb has tried everything. I'm going to run the football to start. Okay, let's run it. I'm going to throw the football to start. Okay, let's pass it. I'm going to pack it in. I'm going to spread it out. It all starts with the offensive line. They got to play better. But when you are not getting out to at least a decent start, and other teams are, you're putting yourself in the hole too dang early. You cannot ask this offense to be perfect in the fourth quarter, score 3 consecutive drives, and get you back in the game. They got to get points early. They have not been doing that. That needs to be fixed ASAP.
Third down. What team can you see on a run the next 3 weeks?
So I said go look up because I wanted to know what he was talking about, how he felt about this performance at Cleveland Browns. Like, are they for real? Can they really go on a run? And I think it all depends on Jameis Winston. That's how bad Deshaun Watson was. They have the Chargers coming up next, a decent defense. You have the Saints, the worst defense in the game. And then you have the Steelers, who I think we're still trying to figure out if they're real or not.
Yeah.
Is Russell Wilson really that guy? Is he going to turn this thing around? The Steelers have losses to the Colts and the Cowboys. Those are two bad teams. But they've beaten the Raiders, the Jets, the Giants, the Broncos, Atlanta, and the Chargers. No real impressive wins. So it comes down to that last game. Is Jameis Winston going to be the savior for the Cleveland Browns? And we talked to Mike. He also said they still need to go draft a quarterback, though. So Jameis is in this place in his career to where he'll probably never be good enough to be the guy at a spot for 5-6 years in a row because of his age and because of the talent that's coming out. But he can change the game with these guys. He can be the guy in Cleveland for the next 2 or 3 and let them develop a quarterback, something that we've decided the league is not very good at doing because they want guys to play right now and have success. The Cleveland Browns are going to be my team to watch these next 3 weeks. You already beat Baltimore. No one thought you were going to do it. Actually, Robert Turbin was on our pregame show, and that was his upset pick.
No,
I don't know how he
Turbo.
did that. Turbo did it. I see you, Turbo. But I'm looking at the Cleveland Browns. Can you do it? I'm very intrigued.
I can't believe that he picked a team that had yet to score more than 20 points in a game and was like, this is the upset. That's a premonition. You mentioned that they have that upcoming game against the Steelers, and they do. On the flip side of that, with the Steelers' upcoming schedule, I didn't realize that they have one of the most difficult remaining schedules of any team.
It's hard out there.
Oh, man. It's like I root for Russell Wilson, and I want him to do well, but they are going to be tested big time over the next couple weeks here. 4th down. What's your overall feel about the game this weekend?
I'm looking at the matchups, like the player matchups. You look at Matthew Stafford and Geno Smith. Matthew Stafford, 1,600 yards. Geno, 2,100. Matthew, 7-5 when it comes to touchdowns. Geno, 8-7. The run game is where they got us. Williams, 533 yards, 8 touchdowns. You have Ken Walker, 315 and 6 touchdowns, but he has almost, 60 to 70 less carries than him. Then the receiving, Tutu Atwell is leading them with 350, but DK has 568 and 3 touchdowns. But we all know who is back for the Los Angeles Rams. This is a wild card type of game. I don't know what to expect from these guys. Cooper Kupp is healthy. You got Puka Nacua is healthy. I think this game right here, I said last week was a must-win game. I'm looking at this game and I go, well, I guess this one is a must-win game as well. Because after this, you go on a bye, and then you have the 49ers at the 49ers. All right, if you drop 3 games in a row, and then you drop to 4-7, the outlook of the season is looking completely different. You're no longer in the division. You no longer have the hopes of sneaking by and staying in the fight. I think you're out of the fight if you lose these next 2 games. You have to win this one because after that, you got the Cardinals twice, you got the Jets. You feel like you can beat those 2 teams, but who knows? In the end of the season, you got the Vikings, the Bears, and the Rams. The Bears are getting better every single week. I know they lost to the Commanders this week on a Hail Mary, but they're getting better. These next 2 games are going to decide the season. Starts with this one.
It is a Washington Wednesday, so let's learn more about the Dogs with Mike Vorel next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk.
Benjamin Solak of ESPN wrote about the most confusing teams in the NFL. Probably not a huge surprise. Guess where the Seahawks were on this list? They are confusing. They are inconsistent. They are week to week.
Sometimes the play can be confounding because they win 3 in a row. They lose 3 in a row. They go to Atlanta and beat a really talented team. You come home and you just get absolutely walked in your own building. Yeah, I think defensively, I feel more optimistic.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Your business needs a network it can count on.
Power's out.
Comcast Business has you covered with Wi-Fi backup to help keep your business up and running, even when your power goes out.
Everybody in the warehouse good?
Lights are out, but the Wi-Fi's up. Let's power on.
It's from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Break room, you good?
Can't microwave my burrito, but Wi-Fi's fine. Let's power on.
Power on with the leader in connectivity, Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Keep your business connected with Comcast Business Internet and Wi-Fi backup. Or get started with reliable internet and advanced security for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card with a qualifying internet package. Don't wait. Call or go online today. Ends 11/17/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabit per second internet and security edge. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change.
This is Stacey Rost. Is that leaky faucet driving you crazy? Don't wait until it becomes a flood. Call Ben's Plumbing, Heating, and Air. At Ben's Plumbing, they pride themselves on 5-star service, where your satisfaction is their priority. Whether it's a stubborn clog or a complete plumbing overhaul, their team of dedicated professionals is here to help with no commission sales tactics, just honest, reliable service you can count on. Call today at 206-789-5353 or visit Ben's.plumbing. That's Ben's.plumbing.
All right, guys, you looking for a fun night out? It's Mike Salk here to remind you that Snoqualmie Casino is just the place to go, unwind, and have some fun, and to eat some great food. Make sure to check out 12 Moons. And then Vista Prime Steaks and Seafood has the amazing happy hour menu that starts at 4 p.m. And Falls Buffet, they're serving up all your favorites like the prime rib every day, the fresh pasta, made-to-order stir-fry, noodles, pizza, salad bar, dessert bar. They make their pies every day. All with breathtaking views of the Snoqualmie Valley and Mount Si. It is Seattle's closest, only 30 minutes from downtown, Snoqualmie Casino. Please game responsibly.
Looking for fine jewelry this fall? Good news! Seattle's favorite jeweler for more than 40 years now has 2 locations in the area. Come visit us in our beautiful new store with the biggest selection at South Center Square in Tukwila. Create your own engagement ring with the widest range of diamonds and gemstones and discover unique, fine jewelry designed by our in-house team. No matter your budget, our friendly team is here to help guide you in finding that perfect piece that speaks to you. Visit ShaneCo.com to find your closest store and hours. We can't wait to see you. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Progressive presents Employee of the Month. Small Business Edition. Today's recipient from Lucky Larry's Landscaping, Larry! Larry saved his business money with a quick commercial auto quote from Progressive. Does it help he's his own marketing manager, accountant, executive assistant, and never been late? Technically, yes, but saving really put him over the edge. So, Larry, give Larry a round of applause. Be your own Larry. See if you could save in as little as 7 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Get in zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Ah, sounds like wipers. If your wipers are streaking, skipping, chattering, or even worse, loud, you need to visit AutoZone and get some fresh new blades. We've got basic wipers to get you back on the road, as well as premium blades from Bosch and Rain-X. So if you're hearing this, just head to your nearest AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Watch your favorite show live at seattlesports.com.
Seahawks Insider, brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. Now here's Maura Dooley.
Seahawks linebacker Ernest Jones had the tall task of starting Sunday's game just a few days after being traded here. It was hard to gauge his first start because of how much the entire team struggled, but he did lead Seattle with 15 tackles, and Lofa Tatupu told Bump and Stacy yesterday that he liked what he saw.
He was all over the place. And a good thing he was, because, they were running the ball at will, and I think that's the thing that alarms me the most is that there's 5 teams that have rushed for 150 yards or more on us out of 8 games, and we get that fixed, we'll be good. But Ernest Jones, I've been a fan of his when he was at, L.A. Loved the tenacity and athletic ability, and just, he comes downhill and gets it. And so I thought for a first time coming in, that's an incredible standard to set, 15 tackles, and it's only up from here.
The Seahawks Insider is brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. For the latest on the Seahawks anytime, go to seattlesports.com.
Do you wrestle with your CPAP machine every night? Tired of lugging it through the airport and on vacation? Hi, I'm Dr. Nick Kugler with the Washington Center for Sleep. We specialize in treating sleep apnea with CPAP alternatives. My patients have ditched the CPAP and get restful, healthy sleep every night. If you're tired of wearing a mask to bed, let us help you. Visit us in Seattle, Bellevue, or at wasleep.com. That's wasleep.com. Sleep better, feel better. That's the Washington Center for Sleep way.
Hey, Bob Stelton here, preparing for another stressful holiday season, and this year I am prioritizing my well-being. That's why I went to my local Johnson Fitness and Wellness store. Their equipment is made for more than just a workout. It's made for better sleep and mental breaks. And the massage chairs, not just for relaxation, they're made for recovery, stress relief, and lowering blood pressure. The experts at Johnson Fitness and Wellness are here to get you through the holidays with flexible financing, white glove delivery, and treadmills, bikes, and ellipticals up to 50% off. Check out johnsonfitness.com or one of the 3 Seattle locations today.
To me, the LJ way is to provide an experience that people really enjoy being a part of. And they enjoy being a part of it because they're getting great service. They're talking with somebody that actually they feel cares about them. They care about what their impression is going to be walking away. It's also understanding you're now part of our family, and thank you for doing the business with us. And this is how we're going to show our appreciation through customer service. We're going to show our appreciation with taking care of you if you ever have an issue. Majority of the people that are coming to see us are within our community. These are people who are providing maybe services that we also use in our community. So the LJ way, to me, somebody can come into a retail setting and not feel like they got to have their guard up. And that's been a long-standing thing in the car business that, we've tried to shake.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Washington Wednesdays is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
Washington Wednesdays, brought to you by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
It's always hard to figure out how to grade a team or grade a season when your expectation wasn't that team be phenomenal. Mike Burrell of the Seattle Times took his best effort at taking a look at what's working and what's not with the Huskies. And Mike, joining us right now on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. I thought your column was fantastic, which is no surprise, but I also love the approach you took, which was, look, Washington was always going to have questions. Are they getting better or staying still? That's ultimately the question you sought to answer. What did you find?
Yeah, I think it's a tricky one. I think when you are sitting in a press box in Bloomington, Indiana last week, and you're staring on the other side at a team who also just had a coaching change in Indiana and brought in a whole bunch of new players and has figured it out right away, that it feels a little disheartening if you're a fan. And you look at Washington, a team that is still plenty talented, but seems to be standing still. And I think a lot of that can be deceptive, obviously, when you're all of a sudden playing in Iowa on the road, a physical team, and you're playing in Indiana on the road, a ranked team. Part of that is, inevitable, where the schedule gets tougher. And, it's the same thing with the Seahawks right now. It feels like UW and the Seahawks are kind of in lockstep, where it's just like you're trying to figure out where these guys are and if they're moving forward beyond wins and losses. I think with UW, injuries don't help and the schedule doesn't help. But it feels like in a lot of ways, when you look at their strengths and weaknesses, this is a team that's still kind of trying to figure out its identity and figure out what they do well, and we're 8 games in, which is never a great sign.
Well, there are some bright spots. Jonah Coleman is a very good running back, 785 on the year. And then Denzel Boston, I think, is a pretty good receiver, too, at 583 and 9 touchdowns. What's the outlook for next year? I know you got to finish this year out, and these guys are going to finish strong and do their best, but what's in line? Do we even look at college football like that? Okay, well, who's the freshman coming up or sophomore, or is it let's go straight to the portal and try to get better?
Well, I think the thing of that is that Jed Fish wants to have an old school approach. The way that he built it at Arizona, albeit in 3 years, I mean, he was only there 3 seasons and he left. But in that third season, when they won 10 games, it was because the guys that he had recruited 3 years earlier were juniors, were third-year players in a lot of cases. And those are the guys that ended up being really successful. When you look at McMillan, you look at the quarterback, look at some of the linebackers, they were able to kind of grow it. And that's what he wants to do here. He wants to recruit, high school kids, which is, I know, a novel idea, and develop those guys. But like you said, I wrote before the season that this season, I think, was going to be a grand experiment because they're all of a sudden filling in half their team because they have to. They're using the portal way more than they want to. I don't think Jed Fish wants to be that guy, but he felt in a lot of cases like that's what was necessary to put a team on the field. And I think we're seeing some of the growing pains of that when you're looking at cohesiveness and those things, and you're trying to kind of jumble together a roster and be cohesive in a couple of months.
Since you've made the Seahawks Huskies comparison, I'm going to start with a comparison between these two teams. When I look at the Seahawks offensive line, for instance, while I would love to see them improve in general, I also know that I personally feel they have a personnel problem, and so expecting massive steps forward, no pun intended, is probably unfair. Is there an area where, for the Huskies, you think that improvement is fair to expect and you just haven't been seeing it?
Yeah, I think, it's really remarkable, I think, how similar a lot of the situations are with the Seahawks and with UW and with a lot of teams. It just feels like Seattle right now as a sports city is kind of in this middle funk where they're just below, they don't have verifiable stars, and it just kind of is what it is.
We're hovering.
Specifically with the Huskies and the Seahawks, they have very similar problems. We look at personnel on the offensive line. With the Huskies, I think they've got some guys that they like,
but they're so young. And you can improve in that way in terms of hopefully becoming a more disciplined team, having fewer penalties. When you lost the Apple Cup because you had 16 penalties and you lost a game there that they think they should have won, those are things that you hope you can improve on. When you talk about the Seahawks offensive line, you feel like we just don't have the horses. I think the Huskies are in a similar place right now, but it's more so because there's a bunch of real young guys who you hope will continue to grow into it. So the thought is you continue to give those guys reps, you become more disciplined, and you win those battles. But it's a similar situation where I think up front on both sides, as it stands right now, they probably don't have what they need to compete against the best teams in the Big Ten.
Averaging 23 points per game. That's 10 points less than the next best team, which is Penn State. Yards-wise, they're not too far behind. Is it just getting the red zone and scoring points? Because the numbers tell me that they're not too far off, but the record tells me something else.
I mean, that's literally what it is, they talked after the last game. It's somebody different talking a lot of the time, but, sometimes it's Jonah Coleman, sometimes it's Will Rogers, but the message is always consistent, which is we move the ball, we can't finish. And, we've all been a part of those teams. And Bump, I'm sure you're on certain teams where it's like, you've got the talent is there, but whether it's a mental block at a certain point or whether it gets into your head after a while, and the thought being play calling when you're close to the goal line, I think there's some of that where it's just been penalties and struggles to execute. And I also think when things get tighter there and you have to be able to run the football, this is an inconsistent and a young offensive line, and they have a hard time making those easy plays. They can make explosives for a 30, 40-yard gain and scheme open in Denzel Boston. But when you have to score in a constricted space, they've had a real hard time doing that. So yards are great, and UW has outgained every team that's played this season, and you're 4-4 at the same time. So that reveals some obvious inconsistencies that they're trying to clean up.
Let's talk about from just a reporter point of view here. I have really enjoyed, we're both covering new head coaches. I like Mike McDonald personally. Like he's a likable person. He's not super outgoing in the way that Pete Carroll was, but you can tell he's really, really smart. He's tight-lipped with injuries, which is a bummer. But otherwise, I haven't been overly critical of his scheme yet because I just feel like it's too soon. So my criticism is kind of not really launched itself yet. And it's mostly just going, I like this guy. He seems cool. What's the experience been like with Jedd Fisch? What's your read on him, whether it's as a play caller, his scheme, as a coach? What do you make of him so far?
I mean, like you said, it is complicated. And Jedd Fisch and Kalen DeBoer could not be a whole lot different in terms of the way that they run a program. I think Kalen, the way that he did it coming from Sioux Falls was, in some ways, in the best of ways, it felt like they still were a lower level program in terms of, oh, you want to come to watch practice? Go ahead. You want to talk to this guy who's the third string punter? Yeah, sure. You can give him an interview. You want to, a couple of years ago, I went with Kalen to watch one of his daughters play softball in a high school softball game. I just texted him and said, I noticed she has a game. Can I come? And he said, yeah, I'll go at this. I'm going at this time. So if you want to jump in. And Jedd is not that guy. Jedd is very much the CEO. He knows how to, he knows how to do the press conference. He's very buttoned up. There isn't quite as much in the way of access. He wants to be the face and the voice of the program. And I think it's a little bit less personable. But he's coming from an NFL mentality, where everything is professionalized, everything is buttoned up, everything is be a pro. And you're coming in with him thinking this is the experienced offensive mind. This is the play caller who's going to scheme guys open. And I do think that's shown itself to an extent this season, where Will Rogers, statistically is having a good year. Jonah Coleman, same. Denzel Boston, same. I think at a certain point they've got some issues personnel-wise on this team that he's having a hard time overcoming. But they do it very differently. And will Jedd be successful long-term? I think that's going to depend on whether he can get the guys in here to really be able to compete on the offensive and defensive lines. But he certainly does it in a much different way than Kalen DeBoer.
After another loss, are the Huskies getting better or standing still? Mike Vorel, a columnist for the Seattle Times, his latest, an excellent read, is available at seattletimes.com. Go check it out. Thanks so much, Mike.
Thanks, Mike.
All right, thanks, guys.
All right, get your questions in for What I Need to Know. It's coming your way next, 866-979-3776.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk.
Daniel Jeremiah joins us every week at this time. Which could be fixed quicker, the rush defense or the running offense?
I think they have the guys to fix the defense. I still think there's talent upgrades that need to take place along the offensive line. I think defensively they have some really good pieces there. They've got to get connected with the linebackers and the safeties coming down and helping out and being where they need to be and filling spots. I feel better about the talent level of the defense to fix that.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
In the Pacific Northwest, choose Star Rentals for construction equipment. With 18 locations, they deliver superior service and unmatched follow-through. Visit starrentals.com. Star Rentals, the preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
The holidays are here. Don't let your plumbing issues get the last word from your relatives visiting. Talk to the Hawk. When you need reliable septic, plumbing, and drain cleaning services, Flowhawks is there. Right now, mention KIRO and get $25 off any home septic service, $35 off any home drain cleaning service, and $45 off any home electrical troubleshooting or repair. Just mention KIRO. Flowhawks is the #1 name in septic and plumbing services. Talk to the Hawk. 1-800-FLOWHAWK or flowhawks.com. That's 1-800-FLO-HAWK or flowhawks.com.
You never get a second chance to make a first impression. Superior Linen Service will help your company with logoed apparel, uniforms, floor mats, linen, and more. Give us a call. We answer the phone. Superior Linen Service. It's what we do. Visit suplinen.com.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T level is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Text the word BOOST to 65555 to book your free T check. They have helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Text the word BOOST to 65555. That's BOOST to 65555. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Message and data rates apply. Message frequency varies. Text help for help and stop to cancel. ReviveMen'sHealth.com/privacy policy for how to opt in. Info will be used in ReviveMen'sHealth.com/terms of use for terms of service.
Stream the best of British TV on BritBox. Watch captivating dramas and gripping mysteries, whether it's entire series of massive hits like Sherlock and Vera, new seasons of originals like The Responder, starring international Emmy winner Martin Freeman, or an extraordinary selection of beloved treasures featuring Idris Elba, Jodie Comer, Matthew McFadden, Benedict Cumberbatch, and more. Only on BritBox. Watch with a free trial at BritBox.com.
How was your drive to school?
Let me tell you, I had to get my iced coffee first. I just can't seem to put it down. My favorite rapper just announced a tour. My phone was buzzing like crazy. I'm so excited. I had to text all my friends right then to talk about it. Then, someone started calling me and...
Let's try that again.
I turned my phone off right away. I never drive distracted.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
O'Brien Auto Group has some of the best new car brands in the Northwest. Those great new vehicles make the best pre-owned vehicles as well. O'BrienAutoGroup.com for the best factory certified vehicles. O'BrienAutoGroup.com for a large selection of the best pre-owned cars and trucks. O'BrienAutoGroup.com. Choose from hundreds of SUVs, trucks, hybrids, EVs, and more. O'BrienAutoGroup.com. One site is all you need. That's OBRIEN Autogroup.com.
O'Brien.
The Mike McDonald Show. The first word from the head coach after every Seahawks game.
We want to play a certain way, and you're just going to chisel away at it every day.
Presented by Emerald Queen Casino.
Have you considered surgery or even joint replacement? Hey, it's Dave Wyman, and before you make that decision, see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Why? Because he gives it to you straight. Dr. Wagner said my right knee needs replacement, and I appreciate his honesty and expertise. My left knee is fine right now, but the minute it isn't, I'm heading to Dr. Wagner for his expert opinion. I want to avoid another surgery, and I've heard so many patients rave about results from their 90-minute outpatient stem cell procedure with Dr. Wagner. He's a board-certified Seattle physician with over 30 years of experience and has performed more than 20,000 stem cell procedures using a person's own stem cells to regenerate cartilage in their own joints.
People with severe osteoarthritis, even bone on bone, are back doing what they enjoy without pain and without surgery. Whether it's a shoulder, hip, elbow, ankle, wrist, or knee, before choosing surgery, see Dr. Mark Wagner first. Go to drmarkwagnermd.com.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and, of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
This hour is brought to you by Mazda of Everett.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
It's what I need to know. Get your questions, any questions, into the Mac and Jack's text line, 866-979-3776. What I need to know, says one listener, if the Mariners hosted 4 World Series games, which 4 celebrities would throw out the first pitch? Also, when will Bump raise the 12 flag?
Seahawks legends raise that flag, sir. I appreciate you, but I am nowhere near a Seahawks legend with 5 receptions and 1 touchdown.
We could get like a what's a GoFundMe called?
GoFundMe? Hey,
not a GoFundMe, but like a thing.
First off,
the word I'm looking for.
I hope it ain't
pamphlet.
GoFundMe. You know what? Here's what's gonna happen. I'm going to be the host for the Seahawks pre-halftime post for a while, and then maybe I'll be a legend in a different kind of way.
We just need to get you going viral. We need to make you do something that's so incredibly cool or controversial that you become a viral sensation.
Yeah. All right. What was the question inside the question? What was the other question?
Which 4 Seattle celebrities would throw out the first pitch at 4 World Series games?
I'm not gonna like it. But, and I don't disrespect, but Macklemore will be one of them.
Mm-hmm.
You need, Big Walt needs to be one of them. You got to have a big homie out there. Even though I think Lofa would throw a rocket. Lofa is sneaky, one of the most athletic dudes I know. Who's the dude they always have, the comedian that's always?
Joe McHale.
Joe McHale.
Yeah, he'd be one
And
of them.
then the guy from The Office.
Rainn Wilson.
Rainn Wilson. Those
absolutely.
guys. Yeah.
That is totally the list. What I need to know, I like this one. If you became the next Steve Bartman, but it allowed the Mariners to win the ALCS and earn their first trip to the Fall Classic, would you take a hit for the team?
I'd do it.
We'd have to have Matt do it because I don't think he'd care. You know, like Matt, I don't think Matt would care if he became the most hated man in baseball for,
I'd do it.
I don't know, the rest of your life.
Honestly, I think I'd revel in it.
You know,
He
needs to be
would.
someone that can embrace that. I still feel bad for
Matt,
Steve
I feel like
think
would
about
be
that.
just a great villain in a movie. I feel like you have like an evil laugh in you deep down there somewhere.
I think it's more just apathy than evil.
I think it's that too.
Yeah,
I think it's that too.
I think he'd be great.
Would I do it? No, I don't think that I could. I'm being completely blunt. Would I deal with decades of public shaming and need to retreat into privacy away from public life in exchange for the Mariners getting to the World Series? No.
Are you rich?
Huh?
You'd be rich though.
No, if you're not rich, it just means your Mariners are going to the World Series. Nope. But the thing is that's weird about it is Bartman hurt his own team. So in this case, you'd be helping your team. So maybe you interfere with the other team. So Mariners fans wouldn't hate you. I don't know. I like the setup, but no, I would not take years of public condemnation for it.
Wait, so I feel like, let's say, in the 2025 season, which is coming up, you pull a Steve Bartman, it hurts the Mariners. But the following year, in 2026,
And it's
they win the
because of
ALCS and
me?
go to the World Series.
And it's because of me.
Yes.
No.
I'm doing it.
I would go on ATVs again for the Mariners to get to the World Series. I would eat gross things. Steve Bartman's life was ruined.
Yeah, he has never been shown in public.
His life was over.
The Cubs, though, did give him a World Series.
He can walk by me
ring,
right now and I wouldn't recognize him.
I wouldn't recognize him without his little headphones.
Yeah, you got to wear the turtleneck.
T-shirt.
You know what I mean? I need you to be in a Halloween costume for me to recognize you.
What I need to know. Question on Mike McDonald versus Pete Carroll. Carroll took over in 2010. It took his defense the better part of 3 seasons to become good, then dominant. Shouldn't we now give McDonald similar time and grace with his team?
Yes, please. Yes. Easy.
What I need to know. Why is Kenny McIntosh not a bigger part of the offense? K9 is the obvious dynamic starter, but then they take him out on a lot of passing downs in favor of a bigger, slower, less dynamic back in Charbonnet. Why not have a pass package for a back like McIntosh?
The reason why they take him out is because Zach Charbonnet is clearly better at pass protection. They trust him the most. When a player isn't getting on the field, that means
like
that
a blocking thing.
they're not, that means they're not executing during the week, and the coaches don't trust them. Simple as that. And you're not better in their eyes than the guys in front of you.
What I need to know, what's the one thing you've always wanted to do but have never had the courage or maybe the chance to?
That I've always wanted to do, but never had the courage or the chance to. Man.
I'm going to flip it. If you don't have an answer to it, what's something that you wanted to do maybe when you were younger and you didn't have the courage to do it?
I don't know. I can't think of anything. I feel like I've done a lot on my bucket list already. I don't know. That's a tough one. I can't think of anything.
No one answer. I'm a very fearful person, but there's also, like, I am afraid of riding ATVs, but I don't want to ride ATVs. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, what I want is a life of comfort.
You know what I wish I wasn't scared to do?
Intimidating.
I wish I wasn't scared of scuba diving. I wish I could muster up the courage to do that. I am not touching that.
Oh, you know what I'm afraid of that would be cool? What are those things? Gondolas? Glendales. They go across.
Zip line?
No, they're like on a zip line.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
like if you attached a carriage to a zip line.
Kind of like a ski lift in a way.
Yeah.
So I read a story of a horrible, horrible accident, I think in Italy, where a few people died, and it was tragic and it was horrible. And so after I read that, I was like, I'm never doing that again. But then I saw them at the fair, like obviously a much tinier version. Yes. And I was like, oh, that would be fun. Because I'm not afraid of heights, but I am afraid of dying. So 866-979-3776. Why did the Seahawks, says one listener, wait until the fourth quarter to make the aggressive adjustment? Or as Gino calls it, when we play harder. What's wrong with being aggressive and playing harder from the very beginning?
Nothing's wrong with it, but when you start a football game off, you're going through a bunch of checks. You're lining up in formations and making sure you're getting the look that you thought you're going to get. You're collecting data and information. It's like throwing jabs. You're finding the range between you and your opponent. I would love for them to come out and be aggressive, and they've tried, I feel like, but it just hasn't been able to work. So if you're not capable of doing it or your OC doesn't feel like you are, you throw your jabs first, make sure you get the looks that you think you're going to have, and then go from there.
What I need to know, what was your go-to school dance song? Mine was Tevin Campbell, Can We Talk?
Oh, you were in R&B, huh? Mine was, Can I get a what?
When I was in high school, Usher and Ying Yang Twins were very big.
We're going high school?
John
That was
everywhere.
middle school. High school was, it was Lil Jon and them. It was getting crazy.
I'm dating myself, but
Yeah, it's all good.
that's just the truth. That's exactly what it was. 866-979-3776. Sometimes people send in questions and I go, I think you're just having this problem right now and we're not going to have an answer for you. They said, how do you get the Rinse-Aid fluid in the dishwasher out without spilling it everywhere? I don't know how to help you, friend. I don't.
Be careful.
I don't know how to help you.
YouTube, man.
Yeah.
YouTube.
Sorry. We are the friend that you called and just went, I don't.
Good luck with that. Hey, let me know how that works out, though.
Yeah. All right, this has been Bump and Stacy. If you missed any part of the show or if you loved it so much you just need to hear more, make sure you check out the Bump and Stacy podcast on Apple, Spotify, Google Play, or SeattleSports.com. For Michael Bumpus, Curtis Rogers, Matt Nelson, I'm Stacy Rost. Wyman and Bob coming your way next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
He is Mark Schlereth.
As I watch Seattle on the defensive side of the ball, that to me seems to be one of the biggest things that keeps kind of rearing its ugly head is guys are getting on you and they're staying on you, and you're not defending or defeating the block. The game is played with your hands and feet, and you've got to be able to shock people. I always said when I was playing, first contact wins. So the first guy who makes contact usually wins that battle.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Make this holiday season extra special in the kitchen of your dreams while saving thousands. Hi, this is Chad Cicchini, owner of Heritage Homecraft. Our solid wood refacing system delivers a luxurious new kitchen, way easier and less expensive than a total tear-out. Book now, have your new kitchen before the holidays, and you'll save an additional 15% up to $3,000 off your new kitchen. Call now for a free in-home consultation. Heritage Homecraft, 425-485.